Li Yao's deafening voice echoed through the town for a long time, almost tearing apart the mist that enveloped the locals. Immersed in the incredible oxygen intoxication, they felt an unprecedented surge of vigor despite their dizziness. Even the usually tranquil faces of the elderly were flushed with excitement. Though no one had the courage to challenge Li Yao, many of them had become more emotionally expressive, no longer as docile and lifeless as before. "Let's go." Li Yao patted his hands and grinned at Li Jialing. "Now we can set off and find Long Yangjun." Frowning, Li Jialing glanced at the crowd, noting the subtle changes, and then at the air circulation magical equipment Li Yao had just repaired. He said thoughtfully, "Even if you can temporarily fix the air circulation magical equipment, Brother Yao, what then? The catalysts you left will eventually run out, the cartridges will get dusty and stained, and the chips and rune arrays will wear out one by one. In the end, the magical equipment will break down again, and the oxygen levels you just raised will drop. This place will become just as suffocating and stinky as before. You can only save them for the time being, not forever. Even if you could save the 10,084th district forever, there are thousands of sunless towns like it deep beneath the capital, and likely millions more in the hundreds of sectors under the Imperium's control. Even if you could save one of them, it's impossible to save them all. Then, what's the point?" Li Yao slowly put all the maintenance tools back into his cosmos rings before slapping his forehead and saying, "That's very reasonable. I can save them for the time being, but I can't save them forever. I can save one, but I can't save them all. So, everything I did is utterly meaningless. But in such a case, I have a minor question for you." Slightly dazed, Li Jialing asked, "What is it, Brother Yao?" "You know that hundreds of thousands of people are enduring excruciating refinements and experiments in laboratories, prisons, and dungeons at this very moment, right? It seems unlikely for me to rescue all of them. Then, why did I risk everything to save you from Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan? If it were utterly meaningless, I could have hidden in a corner, bulged my eyes, and blown whistles while watching Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan turn you into a real killing machine. Wouldn't that have been great?" Li Jialing's golden face froze, leaving him speechless for a long time. "Answer me, do you really think that saving you was meaningless? After all, I saved you, but I couldn't save everyone else." Staring into Li Jialing's eyes, Li Yao said, "If you really think so, I have 10,000 ways to make you relive the sufferings of the past. I'll respect you as a good man if you agree to that. But if you gladly accepted my help, only to feel that my helping others is utterly meaningless, how can you justify yourself? Is it because you think you are more handsome and more worth saving, and the despicable people here are not as great as you?" Rendered speechless and blushing, Li Jialing couldn't find the words to respond. But thanks to the clusters of golden fur on his face, it was barely possible to tell his embarrassment. Li Yao curled his middle finger and index finger and knocked Li Jialing's forehead, causing a loud noise. "Wow! It hurts." Not expecting Li Yao to attack him suddenly, Li Jialing covered his head and jumped to his feet. "Damn right it hurts," Li Yao said. "Why are you acting so sophisticated, as if you've seen through the darkness of humanity and the cruelty of society, at such a young age? For a young man like you, you should be more sunny, hot-blooded, and rebellious. If you really want to see through everything, you can wait until you're 200 years older. Right now, your wings haven't grown tough yet, so you'd better watch and learn from Brother Yao. Furthermore, saving them for the time being and saving them forever, saving one of them and saving them all, these are not in contradiction at all. A journey of 1,000 kilometers has to begin with a most insignificant first step, doesn't it? Come on, widen your eyes. No, that's not wide enough. Keep bulging them until your eyeballs are jumping out. Yes, that's right. Keep them like that. Now, use your egg-like eyes to look at Brother Yao's solemn face, and tell me if I am joking. Do you think I was teasing you when I said I was going to save the world? Let me tell you again. Brother Yao is best known for his honesty. I never tell any lies. I will save them both for the time being and forever, and I will save one of them and all of them. Li Jialing was completely overwhelmed by Li Yao's dominance. For a moment, he had forgotten Long Yangjun's words about Li Yao's brain disability due to wounds. In a trance, he seemed to see Li Yao's magnificent performance once more, when he challenged Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng with one crystal suit and one colossus in Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Brother Yao, Li Jialing felt that Li Yao's heavily wounded soul was expanding into a giant, tearing apart the crust nearly 10,000 meters deep, letting the sunlight from the planet's surface penetrate to this place. In comparison, his own soul felt as insignificant as a grain of dust. The young man considered it for a long time before hesitantly asking, "But, Brother Yao, what exactly are you planning to do? You're not going to help them repair the air circulation magical equipment town by town, are you?" "Of course not. The efficiency would be too low," Li Yao said carefully. "The root of all problems is the dark, corrupt system of the Imperium of true human beings. Whatever your mother's and Wu Yingqi's schemes may be, they are at least right about one thing: the Imperium today has been corrupted to the point where a world-shaking reform is necessary. Without reform, everyone from top to bottom will be suffocated in the foul air, just like the locals here, as the oxygen levels continue to drop. However, there are different ways to approach reform. I have my own methods, which are entirely different from Li Linghai's and Wu Yingqi's, and absolutely incompatible with Long Yangjun's." Li Jialing sighed and said, "After spending so much time with you, I've finally realized that no matter how casual Brother Yao appears, you are always an unwavering cultivator at heart. Even the flames of 10,000 stars cannot burn your beliefs about the path of the cultivators. To be honest, Brother Yao, I've been considering the differences in the paths recently. The path of the cultivators, the true path of immortality, and the path of ultimate benevolence, which represses feelings and desires to reduce resource consumption and maintain the harmony of the universe. To be honest, the future lying ahead on the path of the cultivators is indeed beautiful. Who doesn't want to live in a world that is peaceful, open, prosperous, and where everyone helps each other kindly? It is a pity that resources are limited and humans are born with a tendency toward evil. So, it is most difficult of all to transform the ideas of the cultivators into reality. I'm afraid that no matter how hard you work, it will only remain a dream." Li Yao nodded and said, "I admit that, compared to the true path of immortality, which takes advantage of the weaknesses of humanity, and the path of ultimate benevolence, which completely abandons humanity, it is indeed most difficult to carry out the philosophies of the cultivators and build a harmonious, beautiful world. However, that is not a reason to give up. Let me give you an example that young people like you can understand. Imagine you are in a school with more boys than girls, and there's a cheerleader in your class who rates a perfect 10 in every aspect. She's flawless in looks, figure, charm, and more. She's also skilled in cooking, sewing, and other home skills. Furthermore, she is kind-hearted and helps a grandmother cross the street every day. Most importantly, her interests and hobbies match yours exactly. Whenever the two of you start talking, you can't stop. In short, she is a goddess among goddesses. Naturally, such a girl has many admirers, and winning her heart is extremely challenging. Every day, several burly men surround her like sharks and glare at anyone who approaches. So, let me ask you, as a passionate, ambitious young man, should you just give up on her and pursue another girl whom you don't really like just because it's too difficult to win the cheerleader's affection?" Li Jialing slowly widened his eyes and thought for a long time. Then he shook his head. "I don't think so." "What do you mean by, I don't think so? Be more specific." Li Yao frowned and said, "If you pursue a girl you're not really satisfied with or don't even like, just because the chances of winning the cheerleader's heart seem too difficult, isn't that cowardly and shameless?" "It truly is." Li Jialing nodded emphatically. On the other hand, Li Yao carefully guided him, if you are truly going to be seen as a shameless coward, shouldn't you at least try your best first? Wait until you are cruelly rejected by her or beaten up by her burly bodyguards before pursuing someone else. What if she admires your boldness, no, your lion-like appearance? What if those burly bodyguards are actually her brothers, testing her suitors? What if no one else has the courage to pursue her, and she has been longing for someone to step forward? In that case, wouldn't you suffer a great loss if you didn't even dare to try? Li Jialing was greatly enlightened, but then he was confused again. Brother Yao, you have a point, but what exactly are you trying to say? It's very simple. The cheerleader is the path of the cultivators, Li Yao said. Although I am your brother, I'm not forcing you to become a cultivator. However, if you find the world depicted by the cultivators beautiful, even though it's hard to put those ideals into practice, you should still strive for it so you don't waste your youth. If it doesn't work out and you burn out, you can always change course. In the early years of the Imperium of true human beings, many cultivators transformed into immortal cultivators. If you try your best but are defeated by the harsh realities and end up becoming an immortal cultivator, you won't regret it, and Brother Yao won't blame you. But if you run away without the courage to pursue the cheerleader, don't blame Brother Yao for criticizing you. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Complicated expressions appeared on Li Jialing's face as he mumbled, "It does make sense, but why do I feel that what Brother Yao said makes sense, what Sister Long said makes sense, and even what Great Blackstar said makes sense too? You're all right. I am completely confused. That's why I said you're still too immature and need more personal experiences," Li Yao said. Besides, in many cases, if you're just talking, even the most bizarre reasons can be made to sound flawless. But what actually matters is what you do and how you put it into practice. I admit that the situation at the center of the cosmos is chaotic, and the ideas of the cultivators seem outdated. But it's precisely because of this chaos and the balance of power between Great Blackstar, the Four Kurfürsten, and the Covenant Alliance that we can seize the opportunity and rise. If it were 500 years ago, when the Imperium of true human beings was still relatively united and stable, we'd really be hopeless. So, give some credit to Brother Yao and the path of the cultivators. Trust me, I'm best at taking advantage of chaos. Li Jialing hesitated for a long time but eventually nodded. Without giving a straight answer, he simply said, "I'll remember what Brother Yao said. In any case, I'm definitely not a coward." Just then, the two of them suddenly heard intermittent but rhythmic voices coming from far away, outside the town. Someone seemed to be singing a strange tune. Slightly dazed, they looked at each other and listened quietly, only to realize that the young, vigorous voices were from the children who had been playing on the mainframe crystal processor just a moment ago. Having never breathed such fresh air before, the children exhibited more intense reactions to oxygen intoxication than the adults. They clapped their hands and sang ancient rhymes while giggling. Perhaps the children born in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, who were the ancestors of everyone today, might have sung the same song in their moments of joy, didn't they? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao listened for a while and remarked, "Very pleasant, isn't it?" "Yes," Li Jialing said in a low voice, almost in a trance. "When I was little, I spent every second in training and fighting. I never had a chance to sing any songs." Li Yao responded, "You will have children someday, chubby and lovely kids. Do you want them to live in a world without light and rhymes?" After a long silence, Li Jialing gradually clenched his fists and said, "Brother Yao, let's go and see what the wildlings living in the areas of darkness and death look like." After checking the assets they were to bring with them and confirming the map of the complex tunnels and gaps, Li Yao and Li Jialing passed through a long channel and opened the rusted gate of the shelter. A few fully armed sentinels observed them as they entered the wilderness. The moment they left the ancient shelter, they immediately noticed that the temperature had risen by dozens of degrees. The air was humid and stagnant, like an invisible magma that might melt them into the colorful rocks at any moment. There were countless tunnels outside the shelter, leading in every direction, up and down. Li Yao touched the walls of the tunnels, finding them smooth and unnatural, with traces of manual work. There were also helical patterns on the walls, suggesting that all the tunnels had been dug by enormous excavators and shield tunneling machines a long, long time ago. Li Jialing and Li Yao said that when the Demon Beast Empire and the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed, countless demons and cultivators fled to the underground world. They naturally brought a large amount of magical equipment suitable for the underground environment, with excavators and shield tunneling machines being key. At that time, no one wanted to be stranded in a shelter in solitude. All the refugees had ambitious plans, hoping to use excavators and shield tunneling machines to dig countless tunnels and connect all the shelters, thus re-establishing an enormous underground empire. Perhaps they partially succeeded at first. The network of hundreds of shelters could exchange resources and information, thus continuing the civilization from the surface. However, the good days did not last. The demons and cultivators soon discovered each other's presence, and a bloody, incessant war immediately began. The cultivators, having just survived the 30,000-year Great Dark Age, harbored immense hatred against demons. The demons, having lost their homelands and lineages, were unwilling to concede. The brutality of the war must have been 100 times crueler than the battle to besiege Starlight beneath the Land of Sins. Deep below the planet's surface, where resources like sunlight and water were scarce, it was inevitable that no one could win the war. The tunnels of demons and humans met and clashed. The excavators of both sides pierced through the enemy's skulls, their tracks crushing over the enemy's bones. The massive shield tunneling systems with 100 discs, which could have dug a bright future, only ended up shattering the enemy's civilization and their own. 10,000 years later, the civilization of the past was almost gone. The only things left were the twisted tunnels, abandoned shelters, and the decayed ashes of bodies in the corners, silently testifying to the brutality of the war. Li Jialing told Li Yao that, due to the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions over the past 10,000 years, most of the tunnels had been twisted and deformed into dead ends. Many of the tunnels led to forsaken shelters containing nothing but bones and ashes. Anything of the slightest worth had been ransacked. Only a few tunnels led to deeper caves that were barely suitable for the survival of living creatures. These caves were originally designed as gigantic bases to serve as super towns for refugee civilizations but now housed wildlings and animals. Yangjun had spent a long time in this place. She explored all the tunnels and natural cracks near the 10,084th district and drew them into a 3D map, which she imported into Li Jialing's portable crystal processor. The localization chip, which could report her coordinates in real time, ensured they wouldn't get lost. These tunnels were the underground highways, connecting different shelters. They were not small, measuring at least 3 meters in diameter, broad enough for a fully armed warrior in a crystal suit to pass through. Thus, it was not too hard to push forward. Both Li Yao and Li Jialing were skilled in many techniques. Despite the lack of light and the hot, pungent air, they moved quickly. Even when the tunnels were torn apart by earthquakes, leaving only zigzagging, narrow gaps, they could alter the structure of their bones and muscles to squeeze through. Since the wildlings could move through the gaps, they couldn't have been too narrow and twisted. Soon, the lights of the 10,084th district vanished into the darkness. They seemed to have entered rocks untouched since the primeval age. In the absolute silence, they heard nothing. Consequently, the sounds of their organs and the flow of their blood were much clearer. Each breath echoed like thunder. This place, shrouded in darkness and death, was often frequented by the wildlings. The two released their spiritual energy and carefully sensed the crevices, discovering many creatures found only at such great depths. One creature resembled moss with a tiny umbrella on its head, thriving in the hottest areas within the crevices. Strangely, these umbrellas emitted an orange brilliance when blooming, like tiny lanterns. Li Jialing told Li Yao that the moss-like creature was known locally as fire flower and dated back to the primeval age, hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were likely an experimental life form created by the Pangu or Nuwa civilizations, as naturally occurring creatures rarely displayed such peculiar traits. The fire flowers fed on heat, often clustering together to form carpets that slithered forward, chasing magma like herding livestock. Though their bodies were not strong enough to survive the magma without damage, they thrived when it slightly cooled and solidified. The cooling magma then became their most fertile ground. Enormous fire flowers would envelop the cooling magma, absorbing its heat without leaving a single drop. The fire flowers were at the bottom level of the underground ecosystem, serving as food for countless insects and reptiles and supporting the entire complex web of food chains. By absorbing heat on a large scale, they significantly reduced the environment's temperature, allowing the wildlings to survive. More importantly, after absorbing sufficient heat, the fire flowers could also emit abundant visible light, which was essential for the underground plants to perform photosynthesis. Only through this amazing reaction could carbon dioxide be absorbed and converted into the indispensable oxygen. No matter how the wildlings evolved, it was impossible for them to become anaerobic life forms that did not require oxygen at all. In other words, the entire underground ecosystem would collapse without the fire flowers. It is said that many of the best scholars of the Imperium of true human beings have tried to unravel the mysteries of the fire flowers. This seemingly simple and ancient fungus appears to be a transitional form between life and non-life, carefully refined by primeval civilizations such as Pangu and Nuwa. The enigmas surrounding them are too complex for humans to understand at this time. Chapter 2335, Battle of the Wildlings. Apart from the fire flowers, Li Yao and Li Jialing discovered a myriad of other bizarre underground life forms. The biodiversity reminded Li Yao of his past exploration in the Silver Lake beneath the ground of Boneyard. The habitats of most of the underground life were in the shelters that had collapsed, been buried, and abandoned over the past tens of thousands of years. In just half a day, Li Yao and Li Jialing passed by 3 forsaken shelters or ancient relics. Ancient relics often evoke images of mysterious places brimming with infinite treasures, attracting experts from all over, like the Kunlun relic that the Star Glory Federation discovered, or the Nuwa warship deep within the Land of Eternal Night near the North Pole of the Ancient Sages sector. However, relics that remain intact due to special sustenance systems or the freezing conditions of the North Pole are exceedingly rare. Most relics, after being corroded for hundreds of thousands of years, have long lost any valuable magical equipment or remains. These have either vaporized or completely melded with the rocks, making their excavation and recovery impossible. This was precisely the state of the 3 relics near the 10,084th district. The crystal processor systems, once boasting extraordinary computational abilities, had transformed into rusty, deformed husks. The rune arrays designed to purify the air and reduce heat were now covered in moss and vines. Most of the tunnels were blocked by fallen rocks and spurting magma. Traces of the final victims' desperate struggles could be faintly discerned, etched into the uneven walls, now part of the surrounding fossils. No matter whether the masters of the relics were the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, who controlled the universe hundreds of thousands of years ago, or the ancient cultivators who, though ignorant, inherited abundant primeval treasures, or the demon nobles during the Great Dark Age, or the first modern cultivators in the Star Ocean Republic, it made no difference. Their glory and civilization are long gone, their bodies twisted and deformed. The dim light of the fire flowers revealed their moss-covered traces, and even the lizards and snakes that slithered by hurriedly ignored their ashes, for there was nothing left to absorb. However, locating the relics meant the wildlings were not far off, as most of the wildlings were descendants of the people who once lived in these ruins. Li Yao and Li Jialing both cloaked their telepathic thoughts in spiritual energy and let them spread like ripples. Soon, they detected a few wildlings lurking in the depths of the darkness. The 2 of them witnessed a splendid ambush, a red ring stalking a black armor. The red rings were thinner than the average human, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, but their thick, muscular bodies were bound like anchors, indicating their astounding explosive strength. They moved with the agility of leopards in the underground world, both elegant and savage. Their protruding canine teeth, sharp like daggers, allowed them to bite through another human skull from behind, penetrate the eyes, and instantly destroy the target's brain tissue. No other large mammals existed underground besides humans. This dental structure could only mean they were accustomed to cannibalism. Li Yao paid particular attention to the red ring's eyes, noticing that his pupils were crimson, concentric rings that glinted in the darkness, just as Li Jialing had described. When illuminated by the fire flowers, they glowed even brighter, filled with soul-stirring power. It seemed that, besides night vision, the eyes also possessed a natural ability related to mental attack, like a form of deterrence or shock. Though the ability was weak, it was more than enough to handle common prey. The red ring's ears were also broad and thick, filled with many wrinkles. It was said that highly sensitive organs were hidden within these folds, allowing them to perceive the surrounding terrain, as well as the breath and heartbeat of prey, through soundwave feedback. With such formidable tools for searching and attacking, the red rings were the apex predators in the dark and deadly regions, sitting at the top of the food chain. When Li Yao sensed the red ring, it was hanging from the cave ceiling, silently crawling towards a black armor and gnawing on a lizard. Li Yao had thought the black armors would be large and slow, like turtles. However, upon seeing one with his own eyes, he realized the black armors were quite thin. Their shells, rather than being a single piece, were like dense fish scales, more reminiscent of armadillos. Apart from their black shells, they lacked any offensive weaponry, which placed them at a natural disadvantage when competing against the red rings. Seeing the lone and oblivious black armor about to be killed, Li Yao pondered whether he should intervene in the fight. But as the red ring lunged at the black armor, something that looked like a stalagmite suddenly moved, throwing a dark object at the red ring, knocking it to the ground instantly. It was a night wing in disguise as a rock. Li Yao was greatly surprised by the night wing's camouflage. Although he was heavily wounded and could only use 1/10 of his telepathic ability for detection, the night wing's evasion of his scans was still remarkable. The racial talents they had evolved underground were truly extraordinary. Additionally, it was clear that this had been a preset trap, with the black armor serving as bait and the night wing was set to attack and hunt the careless red ring. The fact that they could set up such a precise trap indicated that their intelligence had not completely diminished, and they still fell into the category of human beings, rather than mere beasts in human guise. The dark object the night wing threw seemed to be an alloy, likely part of a magical device with sharp edges. The red ring, being made of flesh and blood and having never practiced any spiritual energy, suffered the terrible blow and immediately fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Seeing the black armor and night wing about to sink their teeth into the throat of their prey, Li Yao rose from the shadows and released a slight amount of his spiritual energy. The underground dwellers were most wary of unseen threats. Without a second thought, the black armor and night wing abandoned their prey and fled hastily. Li Yao did not pursue them, instead, he moved forward to examine the red ring. The man's head had taken a severe blow, with his skull deeply dented on the left temple. It was clear he was on the brink of death. Upon inspecting the red ring's body, Li Yao noticed that, despite the lack of clothing, there was an uneven tattoo on the man's skin, created by the bites of beetles. The man also had a rubber band on his right arm, to which 2 sharp bone blades were attached. According to Li Jialing, the red rings had the habit of honing their daggers on the teeth of their loved ones. They believed that the souls of the deceased would reside in daggers as sharp as canine teeth, and these daggers would bring good luck to the living and protect their safety. It seemed the red ring's beloved ones did not bring him luck today. However, the complex tattoos and unique customs proved that the red rings were not the ignorant beasts in human skins, as the immortal cultivators had slandered them, but they were part of mankind. Li Yao had accepted the bizarre-looking demons, so he certainly had no reason to reject the underground people who mostly retained human appearances. The red ring's special eyes gradually lost their dim brilliance, turning into gray rocks. His chest stopped moving, and his tense muscles gradually relaxed, though his veins constricted and rigidified, making him appear in a strange posture. Li Yao sighed, crossed the red ring's hands over his chest, as if the man were in a deep sleep. Then, he placed the body in a corner of the cave and used a few rocks to bury it. That was the best he could do for now. Li Jiaoling observed in silence from nearby, hesitated, but did not voice his questions in the end. After burying the red ring, the two continued forward. The caves and cracks ahead were even more rugged and mysterious. Had it not been for the guidance of the map, the coordinates, and the giant arrowheads Yangjun had painted with special fluorescent drugs, Li Yao and Li Jiaoling wouldn't have realized there was such a winding path through the apparent dead ends. Walking and crawling for another half a day, the two found themselves in front of a tunnel more than 30 meters in diameter. The whorls on the wall suggested it must have been dug by some kind of massive excavation magical equipment. The Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan must have built the tunnel hundreds of thousands of years ago. Li Yao observed the environment and said, it was supposed to lead to the planet's surface, right? However, due to tectonic movements, the upper half of the tunnel leading to the surface collapsed and was buried, making it impossible to find. Only the lower half remains. There was a faint light at the end of the tunnel. The oxygen levels and air pressure up ahead were different from where they stood, to the extent that they could almost feel a gentle breeze. According to the localization chip, Yangjun's coordinates were right before them at the end of the massive tunnel. Li Yao and Li Jiaoling exchanged glances. Now that they had come this far, there was no room for hesitation. If Yangjun had truly harbored malicious intent, she wouldn't have bothered rescuing them from Blackstar the Great, and if she wanted to harm Li Yao, she had many opportunities over the past 10 days, there would have been no need for her to lure them here for an ambush. Let's go and see what this woman is up to. Li Yao waved his hand and strode into the tunnel. Chapter 2345, Superstition. They walked into the uneven tunnel brimming with fire flowers and shimmering mosses. Occasionally, when they stepped on the soft spores by accident, countless glowing, colorful dust would spread out. This mysterious and amazing environment seemed to lead the two of them into an unprecedented alien world. The deeper they ventured, the more they could hear faint hums that eluded normal hearing. Even the air, which flowed vaguely, was filled with tiny waves and ripples, signs that countless thoughts were colliding, entangling, and spreading. What was known as thoughts was referred to as information streams by modern people. Countless information streams naturally rolled within every intelligent life and could be released through brainwaves after training. General thoughts were only fuzzy, incomplete, and inaccurate information streams. For example, the thought of, "I'm going to dinner," failed to convey time, location, and food, so little information could be transferred. However, when trainers combined thousands of thoughts with spiritual energy into a telepathic thought, they became an amalgamation of information that had been highly restructured and compressed. The same telepathic thought of, "I'm going to dinner," could include the time, location, and even the flavors of the cuisines, transferred to the target in a highly directed way so that the target would actually sense the taste of the food, which was ultimately just the stimulation on nerve endings that could be simulated by the information transmission of brain cells. At that moment, what was wandering in the air was a certain special information stream between thought and telepathic thought. Although each wave contained little information, thousands of them flowed continuously from the deepest part of the tunnel, like an ancient and mysterious ocean rolling non-stop. The target was so clear that Yangjun's localization was unnecessary. Li Yao and Li Jiaoling accelerated and soon passed through 3 magnificent but broken airtight gates from ancient times, reaching a vast underground cavern. This cavern, as large as a space fortress, was typically formed in the middle and upper layers of the Earth's crust. However, this place was at the boundary of the crust and the mantle, or even deeper into the mantle. Logically, such a grand and vast chamber could not have formed naturally. The only possibility was that it was an artificial construct created by an intelligent being. Moreover, given the scale, it was likely not a product of humans, who are only about 2 meters tall, but rather the work of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, whose members were over 10 meters tall. As Li Yao focused his spiritual energy on his eyes, he saw countless square, flawless characters on the wall, identical to the ancient characters he had seen in the Kunlun relic, the Nuwa worship, and Pangu's underground laboratory. These ancient words had been etched into the rocky wall using spiritual energy. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, countless fire flowers and luminescent mosses were attracted to them. Over time, even the runes themselves took on a radiant, iridescent quality, casting a faint light into the profound, seemingly bottomless cavern. Bathed in this light, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and gazed into the depths of the cavern. His mind raced with thousands of thoughts, and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. A vast horde of wildlings, at least 1,000 strong, had gathered there. This was an astonishing number in the underground world, where resources and air were scarce. Clearly, quite a few tribes had made their way here. What surprised him, however, was not just the number of wildlings but also the variety of their races. The red rings, the black armors, and the night wings, typically locked in relentless, vengeful battles, were now all seated cross-legged, hands on their knees, in perfect obedience. Their hideous and abnormal faces were marked with nothing but tranquility and anticipation as they stared piously at the center of the crowd. The 1,000 wildlings were seated in a circle. At the center were dozens of stalagmites, their tops cut flat to form stone seats and high podiums. On these stones, dozens of Nepenthe believers in gray cloaks sat cross-legged, their heads swaying as they chanted strange spells, guiding the wildlings to exchange thoughts. Surrounded by these believers, atop the highest column, Long Yangjun sat in the same serene posture, exuding an aura of grace, solemnity, and divinity. This woman. Li Yao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If he hadn't known Long Yangjun's true appearance for a long time, he might have been deceived by her deceptive allure. She wore a white, flawless cloak that seemed to be made of some luminescent material, casting an ivory glow around her, making her appear both sacred and ethereal, while also concealing her face. The only visible features were her astonishingly long, black hair, cascading like a waterfall, and her bare feet, as pristine as if carved from jade. What Li Yao found most amusing was the glowing ring that hovered slowly about half a foot above her head, releasing gentle ripples with each orbit. Li Yao guessed it was some kind of magical device for mental attacks, designed to soothe the soul, but it did add to her mysterious aura, as if she were an angel walking among them. The sexless person truly deserved to be a deceptive charmer from the ancient sage's sector. Her style and presence were genuinely professional. What exactly were they doing? Li Yao vaguely felt that what he was watching seemed familiar. It was certainly not as simple as brainwashing the wildlings and removing their feelings and wild hatred. After a moment's thought, Li Yao's eyes widened. He knew what it was now. What he was seeing was eerily similar to the scene of the riot of the captives from the Covenant Alliance in the Godly Might prison. When Li Yao sneaked into the Godly Might prison to rescue Lei Chenghu, he stumbled upon a riot of Covenant Alliance captives. The communication among the captives was not necessarily conducted through language but was more akin to a form of thought reverberation. As a result, the thousands of captives acted as one. Li Jialing and Li Linghai both told Li Yao that the Covenant Alliance boasted very special techniques. Even ordinary people had abilities similar to telepathic thought transmission, which made their unity and organization far superior to the average soldiers of the Imperium. This significantly compensated for the Covenant Alliance's shortage of high-level warriors. Li Yao did not expect that Long Yangjun was capable of this. In other words, she was not just harmlessly teaching the underground locals how to suppress their feelings and desires, she was also issuing certain secret instructions to the brainwashed people through thought reverberation. Well, since Yangjun had voluntarily invited him to this place, it wasn't exactly secret. But still, there must be something sleazy and dangerous going on. Enraged, Li Yao focused his telepathic thoughts and slashed them at Yangjun's forehead on the podium. You should have been more careful with your costume. Why didn't you carry a few chicken wings on your back? The deep, mysterious hum ceased. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the overwhelming, gleaming ancient runes on the wall dimmed considerably. The fierce, unruly wildlings all stood up. They did not howl or look at Li Yao. Instead, they silently disappeared into the darkness, crawling into the deeper cracks. Even the dozens of Nepenthe believers in grey robes vanished stealthily. Yangjun glanced at Li Yao nonchalantly. Touching her pristine, gleaming white robe, she stepped onto the non-existent stairs and walked down from the top of the stone column in midair. Why bother? You could have just jumped down. Li Yao sent another telepathic thought. I don't think your legs will break if you jump from just a few dozen meters. Yangjun stared at Li Yao and replied coldly, cut the crap. Follow me. Li Yao pondered for a moment. He had many secrets he did not want Li Jialing to know yet, not because he did not trust her, but because if Li Jialing were captured and possessed by Wu Yingqi, all her memories would likely be absorbed by Wu Yingqi. Then, everything Li Yao told Li Jialing about the Star Glory Federation might be learned by Blackstar the Great. Therefore, it was safer to keep it a secret from her for now. Li Yao asked Li Jialing to wait outside for a moment and gave her some perspection magical equipment, asking her to measure the edge and structure of the artificial cave. Then, he followed Yangjun to the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, a gigantic artificial carrier had been abruptly impaled into the rocks. Over time, exposed to high temperatures, pressures, and mineral corrosion, it had fossilized and lost its value, becoming far less significant than the Kunlun relic or the Nuwa warship. It barely warranted excavation. Li Yao pondered why a huge warship would be buried so deep underground, after observing it for a long while, realized it wasn't a warship at all, but a colossal excavator capable of shattering rocks and constructing tunnels. Its structure resembled the earthly dragon used by Starlight in the Martial Meritocrat sector, though on a much larger scale. It was likely the drilling machine used by the giants of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. Now, what was once the most advanced magical drilling equipment had become a lifeless, collapsed palace, serving as a perfect temple for the wildlings. Following Yangjun, Li Yao entered the primeval excavator and discovered many giant, highly dehydrated and fossilized corpses. Some had human heads and snake bodies, others had 3 heads and 6 arms, and a few had green faces and protruding tusks, like demons. It wasn't the first time Li Yao had seen such primeval god corpses. He had encountered many in the Kunlun relic and the Nuwa warship, so he was not surprised. However, he could easily imagine the panic and astonishment of the underground locals upon seeing these primeval gods for the first time. Yangjun likely used these corpses to deceive them, convincing them she was a divine envoy, didn't she? Why aren't you talking after seeing me? Haven't you figured out how to trick me yet? Li Yao sniffed, looking at Yangjun's cold, mysterious back. You're acting better than Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. Why have I never noticed you have this side? Didn't you already know I have dual personalities? Yangjun was not angry. She simply walked to the depths of the gigantic excavator and said casually, most of the time in the past, what you saw was the side of me that favors the Nuwa clan, but what you're seeing now is the side that belongs to the Pangu clan. Now that I've brought you to the underground world, I won't keep anything from you. Just open your eyes and observe this side of me. Li Yao stopped and said solemnly, in full wariness, stop walking. What's your real purpose? Yangjun smiled. Don't be afraid. After all, I am your savior. Since I've risked so much to save you from the great Blackstar's clutches and brought you back to my nest for meticulous care, is there any reason I would harm you? There's no need to be so anxious. Honestly, even if I wanted to harm you, I'd much prefer to chip away at your beliefs bit by bit, savoring your furious yet helpless expression, rather than simply savaging you physically. The destruction of a physical form is always the crudest and most boring, isn't it? Li Yao gnashed his teeth. I will certainly remember your kindness. The next time the great black star savages you to the point of near destruction, I will naturally come back for you. However, just because you've done me a favor doesn't mean your actions are justified. You should know more clearly than anyone else that I am a man of principles. I am a selfless, devoted, and loyal cultivator who will not waver in the face of right and wrong. Is that so? Yangjun finally stopped and turned around, looking at Li Yao. A familiar smile gradually appeared on her cold, indifferent face. But I don't feel that I am crossing your lines. Why do you have to act so aggressively, as if I am responsible for something I've done? In that case, let me ask you, what were you doing just now? Weren't you brainwashing the underground wildlings and eliminating their feelings and desires? Li Yao said confidently. Also, can you turn off the light ring above your head for now? Let's just talk nicely and throw away all the occultic sound and visual effects. If you insist on doing that, I can surround myself with dazzling electric arcs and get a head full of golden, explosive hair so that we can communicate on equal terms. Excuse me, I forgot about it. Yangjun waved her hand, and the light ring hovering above her head gradually dimmed, eventually turning into a silver metal ring that was stored in her cosmos ring. She said calmly, if you are accusing me of being pretentious, I will not deny it. After all, neither the residents of the 10,084th district or the ignorant wildlings here will trust an outsider easily. If I had not pretended to be an envoy of the gods, it would have been impossible for me to join them and make them absolutely trust me, so I could settle their wars and conflicts. Besides, by claiming that I am an envoy of the gods, I was not entirely lying, because I am a successor of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. As for your accusation that I've washed away their feelings and desires, I'm afraid you've wronged me and overestimated my influence. Li Jialing hasn't told you that so-called feelings and desires all depend on a material foundation? In places where resources are abundant, communication is frequent and smooth, people's lives are secure, and their future is promising, it's natural for their feelings and desires to flourish. Everyone will be passionate and expressive. They won't be reserved at all. However, in remote, impoverished, and hopeless mountains, people born to spend their entire lives there are naturally taciturn, indifferent, and numb. They have little hope for the future and few desires beyond survival and reproduction. Even if they do have some feelings deep inside, they usually hide them very well. Isn't that only natural? The ecosystem 10,000 meters below the ground is a relatively simple and extremely barren system. Look at the monotonous environment around you. Do you think the wildlings living here, with their limited feelings and desires, require my brainwashing? How ridiculous! Li Yao was unmoved. He simply sniffed and said, then, what were you doing just now? Why did the wildlings of 3 different tribes, who should be fighting each other relentlessly, sit at your feet in harmony? It's true that I taught them certain techniques to control their feelings, but my lessons mainly focused on how to suppress fury and abandon unnecessary hatred, Yangjun replied confidently, as if she felt no guilt at all. After 10,000 years of bloody battles in the areas of darkness and death, few beautiful feelings remain in the minds of the Black Armors, Night Wings, and Red Rings. The only thing they remember is the unshakable hatred. Nobody knows how it originated, but they know they will not stop until 1 or 2 of the tribes are completely wiped out. When I first came to the underground world, the 3 tribes were about to summon all their people for an unprecedented and bloody war. Although they looked hideous, they were still part of humanity, created by Pangu and Nuwa. Regardless of my stance, I did not want them to die at each other's hands. So, I used my abilities to help them settle the conflict and saved the precious lives of 1,000 wildlings. Why, Cultivator Li Yao, is that in violation of your principles? Do you want me to stand by and watch the wildlings slaughter each other until none are left? Li Yao was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, so, you did it for a noble purpose? Does it really matter what my purpose was? Yangjun smiled casually. As the saying goes, judge people by their actions, not their thoughts. Whatever hidden motives I might have had, it's undeniable that I saved the lives of so many wildlings, soothed the pain of the residents of District 10,084 and many other zones, and even organized them in a way that made them highly efficient. Wow, I've done so many great things. I think you should be applauding me. Why are you acting as if I were a criminal? Highly organized? Yes, I remember now. Li Yao said. The way you controlled the wildlings was exactly the same as how the commander of the Covenant Alliance led the common soldiers in the Godly Might prison. I'm afraid that you are not just saving the precious lives of those wildlings but also trying to transform them into your tools, aren't you? It is not exactly control. More precisely, I was merely communicating with the wildlings, Yangjun explained. It is a very special form of communication, akin to direct communication through brainwaves. You might call it telepathy. Theoretically, every ordinary person is capable of telepathy without special training. Our brains are born with this ability. The strong connection between a mother and her child, or between twins, are examples of telepathy due to the overflow of brainwaves. A person might have a strangely familiar feeling when visiting a place for the first time, as if they had been there long ago. In fact, this is because they inadvertently received the brainwaves of passers-by and connected with them. However, in daily life, ordinary people's minds are filled with emotions and self-awareness, and they are accustomed to transmitting information through sound waves. Consequently, this ability is gradually overshadowed. But if one can suppress their emotions to a minimum and try to empty their mind, they can naturally recover the ability of telepathy with some guidance. It's similar to how the blind often have sharp hearing, or how the intellectually disabled can sometimes have brilliant ideas. These are all aspects of the biophysical compensation effect. Therefore, I was not brainwashing the wildlings just now, but simply talking to them through telepathy. It was no different from standing on a podium and giving a rousing speech to rejuvenate the audience. Yangjun had been calm and patient the whole time, and Li Yao, though full of fury, could not vent it at all. He could only ask in suspicion, telepathy? Is that a real thing? Yes, Yangjun said casually. However, it's certain that you cannot master such an ability, because your soul, emotions, and self-awareness are simply too intense. It's absolutely impossible for you to suppress your emotions and completely clear your mind. Li Yao was still not entirely convinced. If there is such a convenient way of communication, where everyone can talk to each other just by thinking, then why have the Panga clan, the Nuwa clan, and humans developed the ability to speak? Isn't that completely redundant? You're mistaken. Language based on sound waves is actually a more advanced form of communication than telepathy, which relies directly on the interaction of brainwaves, Yangjun said solemnly. The biggest problems with telepathy are that it can only convey vague, general concepts, and it makes the entire group think alike. When brainwaves mix, the speed and efficiency of communication may increase, but in the harsh competitions of nature, it's a disadvantage if 10,000 people share only one idea. A single unwise decision could destroy the entire community. While communicating through language may seem inefficient and underdeveloped, it protects the minds of all group members, ensuring that each person remains an independent individual capable of independent thought. As a result, the community as a whole can have a multitude of different ideas, and the diversity and richness of decisions are maximized. That is the most important and safest approach on the path of evolution. Chapter 2365, Join the Noble Cause. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized it made sense. When he discussed the Imperium situation with Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, back during his time in the Star Glory Federation, and when he talked with Li Linghai about the development of the battle after joining the Imperium, both had compared the Imperium to the Covenant Alliance, explaining the features of the Covenant Alliance warriors. With their telepathy, ability and a system of high efficiency and absolute obedience, the Covenant Alliance had been on the winning side in the war against the Imperium for 1,000 years, despite being a barren country based in a corner of the cosmos. However, as time passed and the war fell into a stalemate, the fatal flaws of the Covenant Alliance gradually came to light. These flaws were rigidity, lifelessness, and a lack of creativity in their society. From top to bottom, everyone in the Covenant Alliance thought the same way. This problem was even more severe in the Covenant Alliance than in the Imperium. After all, no matter how decayed and corrupted the Imperium was, the major forces never lacked creativity when they plotted against each other. During the Imperium's counterattack, the Covenant Alliance's weaknesses were fully exposed, allowing the Imperium's army to secure a gratifying triumph by exploiting them. Yangjun told Li Yao that there was no apparently flawless ability in the universe that came without a price. It was like how no fierce beasts could endlessly increase their strength and speed without eventually collapsing. The seemingly powerful ability of telepathy was, in fact, a deadly trap in the path of evolution. The convenience of communication and the ease of organization were, for the time being, traded for the independent thinking and diversified development of the entire community. When the Pangu Civilizations Alliance first emerged, it was evident that more carbon-based civilizations, such as Pangu, Nuwa, Kwafu, and Hoi, were engaged in millennia of wars among themselves. Some civilizations chose to establish their societies through brainwave communication. When language civilizations encountered telepathy civilizations, they were often caught off guard by the enemy's efficient communication and meticulous organization. However, once they withstood the initial attacks, the creative tactics of the language civilizations, along with the strategies and plans formed independently in their minds, often turned the tide in favor of the language civilizations, allowing them to completely annihilate the telepathy civilizations. Therefore, when the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was truly established, the 13 carbon-based civilizations reached a consensus that languages based on sound waves would be the medium of communication to ensure the independence and diversity of individuals. However, the ability to use telepathy to transmit information directly through brainwaves was retained for controlling generic flesh puppets, such as human beings. As resources dwindled and their conflicts escalated, many within the Pangu Civilizations Alliance began to question language communication. They believed that the existence of languages led to misunderstandings, contradictions, and social disparities, and that only a complete shift to telepathy could achieve true harmony and equality. When the civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan reached its peak, the Pangu clan, to resist the Nuwa clan corrupted by extraterrestrial devils and obsessed with individuality, favored opinions that fully supported telepathy. Since Yangjun possessed the legacy of the Pangu clan, she naturally had this ability. Seeing Yangjun diligently and openly confess the fatal flaws of telepathy, as if she were genuinely being honest, Li Yao couldn't help but ask why she was spreading such an ability underground, knowing the many shortcomings of telepathy. Yangjun opened her hands and replied, "I don't really have a choice in this situation. While using language is a more advanced form of communication than telepathy, the underground wildlings have forgotten most of their languages over the past 10,000 years of war in darkness. They can only communicate using a few simple syllables. However capable I am, it's impossible to teach the wildlings human language in just a few days, right? Due to the entanglement of many negative factors, including their feuds and the resource shortages caused by earthquakes, their conflicts have intensified to the point where total war could break out at any moment. The Stupa sect of the ancient sages sector, where Master Bitter Cicada comes from, has a saying that, saving one life is better than building a 7-floored pagoda. I was desperate to stop the conflicts that had lasted for 10,000 years and save the lives of thousands of wildlings. Therefore, I had to communicate with them through telepathy, by activating their brainwaves in an emergency. It was a helpless choice. Seriously? Li Yao bulged his eyes and tried to find a loophole in Long Yangjun's sacred and flawless face. Since when did you become so great? I am the dual successor of Pangu and Nuwa, after all, Long Yangjun said with a curl of her lips. The Pangu clan is mankind's father civilization, and the Nuwa clan is mankind's mother civilization. As a representative of the parent civilizations, isn't it natural for me to try to save individuals of the child civilization? What's so great about that? After thinking for a long time, Li Yao's expression grew more serious. Are you subtly implying that I am your son? Long Yangjun. Why are you always so low? It has occurred to me that talking about civilizations and philosophies with you is a complete waste of time. Fine, I withdraw my question. Let's say you can communicate with those wildlings through telepathy. Then, how did you persuade them to give up their hatred? Did it really not involve any of that creepy and evil brainwashing stuff? Long Yangjun was amused. Why are you still bothered by things like brainwashing even now? Back in the Star Glory Federation, your textbooks told the Federation citizens that the leadership of the Imperium transformed all those whose spiritual roots were awakened into selfish, bloodthirsty immortal cultivators through evil brainwashing. In the Imperium, their textbooks told their people that the Covenant Alliance turned everyone into emotionless idiots through evil brainwashing. But, in reality, isn't the education the Star Glory Federation imposes on adolescents, who are like blank slates, another form of brainwashing? Why are you so certain that your ideas are absolutely correct? All in all, brainwashing may be real, but it isn't exactly how you pictured it. It's impossible for me to be so omnipotent as to control the minds of 1,000 people and brainwash all of them. Li Yao's curiosity was almost overflowing. Then how did you make the wildlings obey you? Very simple, Long Yangjun said. I found the battlefield where the black armors, the night wings, and the red rings were about to fight. Then, I intimidated them with my daunting spiritual energy and demonstrated my strength by blowing up a stone column almost 5 meters tall with one punch. Even the most ignorant beasts should know it's better to retreat, not to mention that they were still human beings with some wisdom. Naturally, they did not have the courage to defy me. After that, I transmitted certain fuzzy information into their heads through telepathy, letting them know that I had inexhaustible food and resources and could lead them to live in a place 100 times better than this one. The Nepenthe believers did bring a tremendous amount of compressed food from the upper towns, enough for the wildlings to have a great meal. The hatred among the wildlings had lasted for 10,000 years. They didn't have to fight their final war that day. The frequent earthquakes and volcano eruptions destroyed their food sources, forcing them to fight to reduce the population. Now that the food problem has been resolved, why would they fight at all? Do you understand now? There's nothing superstitious about it. If it were you, you probably would have done the same, wouldn't you? The only difference is that you would shout aloud and make silly speeches, leading to awkward silence between you and the wildlings. In contrast, I could simply send brainwaves through telepathy, preventing the disaster in the simplest way. But it turned out that right after I finally completed everything with great effort, and they laid down their weapons to sit together in harmony, you suddenly appeared and lambasted me without understanding the situation. You questioned my purpose without a shred of proof, assuming I would bring disasters to the world, taking the moral high ground as a cultivator, and freely judging others. It might be an exaggeration to say I feel wronged, but seeing you so furious does chill my heart. I really want to dig out my heart to ask myself why I took such great risks to save you, and why I did things that were not beneficial for me at all. Wouldn't it have been much easier to stand by and watch the wildlings fight and kill each other until everyone is gone? In that case, I wouldn't be blamed or cursed, right? Well, Li Yao was left speechless, scratching his head hard. Then, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, that's not right. You said earlier that you would lead the Wildlings to a heaven 100 times better than this place. Where exactly is this heaven? Up. Yangjun extended her narrow, long finger and pointed at the top of the cave. One of the 4-digit or 3-digit towns. Although they are still filthy, murky places compared to the planet's surface, aren't they much better than this inferno at the border between the crust and the mantle? Rest assured, I never thought to lie to them, even though they are wildlings, Li Yao said. But how is it possible? Li Yao found it hard to believe. Most of the underground towns are already crowded, with barely any living spaces, aren't they? Even the residents of the 10,084th town can barely move upward, even if they want to. Much less the hideous, brutal, and disobedient wildlings. Why would the residents in the upper towns welcome them? How are they going to make a living even if they get up there? That's not a problem. They will be welcomed. Yangjun said with a smile. Nepenthe has everything planned out. Nepenthe is currently organizing a great uprising that involves dozens of towns and hundreds of factories. They are now in dire need of valiant, fearless warriors as vanguards. Those wildlings are the best warriors for the uprising. That's why the Nepenthe believers have come here to sincerely invite them to join the noble cause. That explains a lot. Li Yao was greatly enlightened. I was wondering why you suddenly became so great. I thought you had come here to stop the war of the wildlings because you were sincerely trying to save the people. But that didn't seem like your style at all. It turns out, you're just deceiving those wildlings to become the cannon fodder of your scheme. Wrong. It's not a scheme but an uprising. They won't be cannon fodder, but the warriors of a righteous army. Yangjun said with a smile. The life of the Imperium's people is already unbearable due to the dual oppressions of the immortal cultivators and external enemies. Even the situation tens of thousands of meters below the ground is the same. The past 10 years of the Imperium's counterattack have almost drained every last drop of blood from its people. The drastic political changes over the past few months, especially the fall and collapse of the Dongfang family, have also had severe consequences. It is inevitable that all the classes below the ground are affected as collateral damage. Many factories and energy bases below the ground originally belonged to the Dongfang family, but now that the reformists are determined to eradicate the Dongfang family, all the major forces are attacking it together. These factories and energy bases are certainly fat meat that everyone drools over. When the high and mighty big shots fight each other in the struggle for power up above, even the losers will have a chance to maintain their basic dignity. But for the small fries living below the ground, whose livelihood depends on the factories and energy bases, if the factories stop for one day, their whole families will be hungry for one day, and if the factories stop for 10 days, none of them will survive. That still doesn't account for the collapses of buildings, fractures of tubes, fires, and leaks of poisonous gas caused by the battles of the immortal cultivators underground. The critical assets of the underground towns have changed hands multiple times. To make up for the losses, the new owners further exploit the workers through any means possible, often leading to workers being starved due to lack of work, dying from exhaustion due to overwork, or being accidentally killed when caught in fierce battles between the immortal cultivators. In short, most of the hominoids living underground have endured enough oppression. By launching a grand uprising to seize the factories and energy bases, they will secure enough food, compressed air, and coolers. This is their instinct for survival. Is there anything wrong with that? Li Yao said solemnly, there is certainly nothing wrong with that. If I were there, I would certainly join such an uprising myself. But how does this relate to the wildlings? Yangjun chuckled. Since they've decided to go all out, they'll certainly need to unite all the forces they can. The wildlings are part of the human underground civilization and are naturally tough and dangerous hunters. Of course, they must be invited to join the great cause. True, the uprising is risky, and 99% of them are likely to be suppressed, but the Wildlings were already prepared to die. In the wars among the Black Armors, Night Wings, and Red Rings, there would be no winners. Even if some survive, they wouldn't last long before going extinct. Since they would die either way, don't you think it's more meaningful for them to die fighting against tyranny in a noble cause? Speaking of which, I actually learned my ideas from the legendary, glorious, sacred, and lofty vulture Li Yao, the founding father of the Star Glory Federation and the dominator of 3 sectors. Father Li once taught us that the Federation was too weak and the Imperium was too strong, and that the Federation would certainly be smashed into pieces if hit by the Imperium's iron fists. However, the Imperium could not win the support of the people with its governance of violence and cruelty. The hominoids, who made up 99% of the total population, were likely very dissatisfied with the rule of the ruling class. They were like a powder keg filled with infinite energy, ready to be detonated with a single spark. Therefore, anyone who had a chance to sneak into the Imperium must find a way to awaken the hominoids and ignite the fire of resistance that would illuminate the universe. As long as all the hominoids were roused and resisted the tyranny bravely and relentlessly, no matter how huge and overwhelming the Imperium of true human beings was, it would collapse without being attacked. That is exactly the tutelage of our noble Father Li. I have always regarded Father Li as the greatest man in the entire universe. I recite Father Li's quotes 3 times every night before I go to sleep, and I've been carrying out Father Li's directions in my work scrupulously. That's why Nepenthe came into being and why such a great uprising is to take place. Why, are you bold enough to suspect Father Li? Li Yao was stunned for a long time before he took a deep, deep breath. Why do you look so angry? Yangjun said casually. Your nostrils are so wide they could be stuffed with 2 eggs. It seems you are truly dissatisfied with Father Li. Do not twist what I said. That was not what I meant at all, Li Yao frowned, his veins protruding. It's true that I said the strengths of the billions of ordinary people of the Imperium must be activated, and that they should fight for the rights they deserve when the time comes. But this is based on 2 conditions. Firstly, the ordinary people must be truly awakened to understand their situation and the path to completely change their fate. Only then will they follow the cultivators, as the blood of the strong should be shed first. Secondly, there is no reason to suppress the feelings, desires, and will of human beings and transform them into ignorant beasts. That's not how you achieve your purpose. Let's talk about those Wildlings. They have lived underground for 10,000 years, losing most of their wisdom. Their intelligence might be on par with a 5-year-old's. Can you really make them understand the idea of fighting for their freedom by resisting tyranny in just half a day? How is that possible? Even if they appear to follow you willingly on the surface, it's still just a deception. Is such an action any different from tricking a bunch of 5-year-olds into going to war with fancy talks? As for the Nepenthe believers from the upper towns, they might possess fundamental wisdom and judgment, and they have willingly abandoned their feelings and desires to be your tools. But ask yourself with a clear conscience, will you lead the charge as the Serenity Seraph and face thousands of aggressive immortal cultivators, or even Blackstar the Great, who has come for reinforcements, before everyone else? Will you? I'm sorry, but my body structure is different from yours, and I don't have an organ called conscience inside my body. Yangjun said with a smile, however, I don't need a conscience to give you a straight answer, which is that I certainly won't. I will never charge into the front lines. That's a foolish thing only an idiot like you would do. I won't even lurk in the rear to command the battle. In fact, the upcoming Great Uprising has little to do with me. The most I've offered is a tiny bit of guidance to push the situation where I want it to be. Don't forget that I was in the Royal Palace and then with Dongfang Wang as the director of the Demon Hunters Association for the past 2 years. It would have been impossible for me to plan such a meaningless and suicidal uprising in person. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized it made sense. Neither Queen Li Linghai nor Prime Minister Dongfang Wang was easy to deal with. Yangjun must have devoted all her attention to them. It was both impossible and unnecessary for her to instigate such an uprising of hominoids. As for your criticism, it may be very reasonable, but it is too ideal, Yangjun said, as calm as before. If it were you, how would you have cleaned up the mess below the ground? Would you have taught them languages and what makes a human for 10 years, followed by the ideas of the cultivators for another 5 years before finally letting them awaken their determination to resist? What if all the wildlings killed each other during those 10 or so years? What if they didn't kill each other, but all starved due to the food shortage? What if the immortal cultivators noticed your tricks during your protracted preparation and suppressed all the wildlings who were half-awakened? Li Yao, you are a good man, and you are an out-and-out good cultivator. Perhaps it is because of people like you that I am not entirely disappointed in human civilization. But just being a good man cannot solve the complicated, infinite problems in reality. In many cases, you cannot afford to wait in an emergency and must be cruel and heartless to settle problems quickly. In the midst of drastic changes, if a few ants are accidentally sacrificed, although it is very pitiful and not quite right, is there anything else you can do? Li Yao completely calmed down. He suddenly realized that Yangjun was using a different approach to infuriate him, to locate the loopholes in his beliefs, and to breach his mental defenses easily. After more than 100 years of life-and-death adventures and clashes of beliefs with so many great figures of the time, Li Yao's soul had already been polished to indestructibility, and his heart was as pure as a newborn baby. Even though he looked shocked and angry at times, his mind and soul were never easily shaken. What is your purpose exactly? Ignoring the details, Li Yao went straight to Yangjun's motive. I don't believe that you are doing everything genuinely for the sake of the underground locals. You must have a certain purpose for establishing this so-called Nepenthe and instigating such a great uprising, and it can't be entirely for the benefit of the locals here. Let me take a guess, is it related to the Covenant Alliance? Smart. Brilliant sparks flashed in Yangjun's eyes as she looked at Li Yao with great interest. That's why I have to constantly remind myself during our competitions that the person standing before me is the extremely smart, sleazy, and dreadful Monster Li. I must not be fooled by your childish appearance, which almost looks like a middle school student. This is really exhausting. However, you are only half right. What happens beneath the capital is not deeply connected to the Covenant Alliance. This is just my personal interest. I want to conduct a social experiment to explore the origins of the Covenant Alliance. It's as simple as that. With the universe as your laboratory and billions of mortals as your pawns and subjects, Li Yao said, this is indeed as expected of your identity as a dual successor of the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization. Don't overstate it. Thousands of experiments are required even to synthesize a new strengthening drug or design a new crystal suit, Yangjun remarked. So, shouldn't we run a small-scale experiment to see if a certain ideology will affect the future of billions of people? If you don't run an experiment, how do you know whether the ideology is righteous? Is your ideology naturally justified just because you are passionate and hot-blooded? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, fine, let's not waste time on unimportant details. Tell me about your specific experiment. Since you are exploring the origins of the Covenant Alliance, how is the underground world of the capital related to it? The Covenant Alliance couldn't have originated from beneath the capital of the Imperium, could it? Of course not, but it might have originated from the same logic. Yangjun suddenly leaned close and said mysteriously. Don't you find it strange that the descriptions of the Covenant Alliance's origins in the history books of the Imperium of true human beings are all fuzzy and ambiguous? It seems like this far-flung, bizarre country rose precisely with the birth of the Great Black Star 1,000 years ago, and the path of ultimate benevolence and the 3 fundamental laws were already very complete back then. Here's the question. We know that there was absolutely no alliance of the Holy Covenant 10,000 years ago when the Star Ocean Imperium was founded, and it was even less likely for the Covenant Alliance to have been created during the Great Dark Age that followed, because the entire universe was ruled by demons then. In other words, until the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed 10,000 years ago, the worlds that worshipped the Pangu civilization and observed the three fundamental laws were dominated by normal people, who had feelings and free will. The local governors could have been cultivators or dictators with the immature ideas of immortal cultivators, but they couldn't have been desireless, emotionless puppets, much less reborn members of the Pangu clan, right? Li Yao was slightly stunned because he had never considered the problem before. He couldn't help but nod his head. It seems correct. Take the Heaven's Origin sector, for example. Although the Heaven's Origin sector is at the edge of the cosmos, we have never forgotten the glories of the Star Ocean Imperium and regarded ourselves as descendants of the Supreme Emperor. The memories are still fresh after 10,000 years. The worlds under the control of the Covenant Alliance can't be more remote than the Heaven's Origin sector. So, the people who dominated those places at the beginning were naturally good or bad experts, who should have been perfectly normal human beings with feelings. That's right, Yangjun said. If it were normal human beings who lived in those worlds at the beginning, how exactly did they abandon their feelings and become cold, heartless puppets step by step? Even if they had indeed excavated tremendous relics of the Pangu clan, or even certain brainwashing temples as you put it, which could be dated back to the primeval age, they could have totally made use of what was beneficial for themselves and discarded what was harmful. Just because they utilized the technologies and magical equipment left by the Pangu civilization does not mean they had to become the puppets of the Pangu clan again. Think about it. If it were you who discovered a massive relic of the Pangu civilization, would your first thought not be to learn and digest the technologies inside, or to repair all the powerful magical equipment, but to send your head into some strange device to be washed? Li Yao shook his head and said, I certainly wouldn't do that. Of course, you are not an idiot, and you wouldn't do that at all, Yangjun said. But were the initial people of the Covenant Alliance all idiots, willing to be the Pangu civilization's most loyal slaves, most docile livestock, and the most precise tools for no good reason at all? Furrowing his brows, Li Yao thought for a long time. Then, did someone force them to do that? Perhaps. That's exactly what I want to find out through my social experiment, Yangjun said, holding her arms as she sat on a fossilized primitive corpse and swung her legs. I am different from you. You have been educated with the ideas of the cultivators since you were young, and you have fought for those ideas your entire life. At the same time, you have received the most abundant returns and have become an indispensable part of the cultivator world. You are even some sort of symbol. It can be said that your personal value is highly realized on the path of the cultivators. Their ideas have been completely integrated into your life and cannot be excised at all. Making you doubt or even oppose the ideas of the cultivators is like forcing you to cut your own flesh or even kill yourself. It's absolutely impossible. But I am different. The dual bloodlines I carry and my unique fate allow me to see the complex universe and the paths, each with their own characteristics, from 4 different perspectives. I am a person from ancient times, but I can also be modern. I can be a member of the Pangu clan, but I can also be part of the Nuwa clan. I can even free myself from all identities and be a lonely yet unique observer, wandering through the universe and the 3,000 sectors. Observers understand a game better than its participants. The difference between you and me does not lie in computational ability or thinking patterns, but in the fact that I am more unrestrained. This allows my ideas to be less hindered by stances and preconceptions, enabling me to think more calmly and less emotionally. As a cultivator, when you hear of a country like the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, you might feel disgusted and rejected intuitively, believing that the Covenant Alliance is even more inhumane than the Imperium of true human beings. But for me, there is no such thing as humanity. Or rather, both the extreme approaches, to release emotions fully or to repress them entirely, are aspects of humanity. What interests me more is not whether the Covenant Alliance is right or evil, but how it was born, how it rose, and where it is headed. Why did the initial people of the Covenant Alliance willingly abandon their emotions? If they were forced, who forced them? Do you not think that if someone did force the initial people of the Covenant Alliance to abandon their emotions, that person would, in fact, be the worst villain of all? Since half of me carries the legacy of the Pangu civilization, there is a connection between me and the people of the Covenant Alliance who revere Pangu as their supreme god. It is only natural for me to consider the origins and the future of the Covenant Alliance. If somebody contorts the philosophies of the Pangu civilization and does evil things under Pangu's banner, they will be false gods and evil gods. As a true god, I must destroy them, don't I? Of course, when I first came to the Imperium from the Federation, I hadn't thought that much yet. At that time, I had just awakened all the heritages inside my body. It felt like I had just opened my eyes after being reborn. I only wanted to travel and get to know this beautiful but strange new world. Yangjun seemed to grow tired after talking for a long time. Leaning against the giant corpse of the primeval creature, she smiled at Li Yao lazily and said, "Do you want to know about my experiences in the few years after I left the Federation? It's a long story that I wouldn't tell anyone else. I'm only willing to tell you because of our special relationship." Wait, let's get one thing straight first. Li Yao felt his hair standing on end. What special relationship do we have exactly? You can't be ambiguous about that. Thanks to your hospitality, I was brought to the Star Glory Federation from the Ancient Sages sector. At that time, I certainly clung to the thigh of Vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors and the founding father of the Federation, a lot, Yangjun said. In return, you clung to my thigh without any courtesy after the battle against Blackstar the Great, didn't you? So, we are in a relationship of mutual thigh-clinging. Isn't that a special relationship? Stunned for a long time, Li Yao gave up resisting. Fine, whatever you say. After all, I am a righteous man, and I am not scared of gossip. Just go on. He sat straight with his legs crossed before the giant corpse, his eyes glowing. Tell me now. What exactly have you been through in the Imperium? For the record, while I am a firm, unwavering cultivator, it doesn't mean I am an obstinate, stubborn fundamentalist. Since you know me well, you should know I am always ready to rectify my mistakes. After all, I'm already used to being challenged by other people's ideas. If you have a point, I will simply borrow your insight and integrate it into my beliefs. I certainly won't persist in my own theories doggedly. I knew you would be an open-minded friend, Yangjun said with a smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to tell you these things. Yangjun began to recount her story unhurriedly. She told Li Yao that she had not lied to him when she was awakened in the Ancient Sages sector. She had never intentionally kept the legacy of the Pangu clan a secret. Her bizarre, twisting past was unknown to her. She was a warrior of the Nuwa clan who had been corrupted by certain uncanny forces of the Pangu civilization in some way. After the fierce battles and the extraordinary views she saw in the Star Glory Federation, the strengths of the dual heritages began to awaken within her. It was not until extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian activated his plan, and both she and Li Yao fell into the virtual space, facing the immense energy of the extraterrestrial devils, that her heritages were fully awakened. The Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization, order and freedom, law and chaos, 2 opposite forces immediately began a fierce battle inside her mind, splitting her personality and leaving her lost. She left the Federation at that time because she intended to find a peaceful and quiet place in the vast space to sort through the messy, overwhelming strength within her. Otherwise, if she had lost control while in the Star Glory Federation, it wouldn't have been good for either herself or the Federation. Chapter 2359, Every Mortal Suffers. After learning how to control the two contradictory strengths within her, Yangjun journeyed to the Imperium of True Human Beings using an escape capsule from the primeval age. Her primary target was the capital in the Imperial Terminus sector, renowned for housing the largest library in the Imperium and being a half-vacuum region where the four Kurfürst families engaged in constant conflict. This made it easier for her to take action. At first, Yangjun did not plan to infiltrate the royal palace. She was new to the area and unfamiliar with the customs of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the details of its major forces. Furthermore, the major cities on the capital's surface were riddled with surveillance cameras, and her presence could easily be detected once her trail was exposed. The royal palace was a sensitive location, and she needed to be fully prepared before making any moves. Therefore, Yangjun entered the underground world of the capital through the bottomless, massive chasms. Her intention was to gather basic intelligence about the Imperium of True Human Beings indirectly and establish a few bases where she could temporarily hide as shelters. She chose the underground world partly because it was chaotic, murky, and mostly free from the intrusive surveillance of crystal cameras. More importantly, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the other 11 allied clans had left behind significant relics beneath the planet's surface during the primeval age, hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Imperial Terminus sector, a hub for space jumps across the 3,000 sectors due to its numerous wormholes, had been a strategic location fiercely contested by Pangu and Nuwa. Yangjun's former self had been a common soldier in the primeval war. Naturally, she was not aware of the precise coordinates of the relics. However, due to her knowledge from the primeval age, once she entered the underground world and approached the relics, she would mysteriously sense them. If a primeval relic was truly located, it would be much easier for her to excavate it. With this in mind, Yangjun camouflaged herself and ventured deep into the underground world, immersing herself in the life of the hominoids of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Leaving aside the glittering, splendid cities of immortal cultivators on the planet's surface, even the hominoid worlds below ground were distinct, with clear boundaries. Every few thousand meters deeper felt like crossing a barrier between two worlds with entirely different characteristics. The districts 0 to 9, located 100 meters below the surface, were once important military strongholds. Today, they are controlled by powerful sects of immortal cultivators. Besides a small proportion of low-level cultivators, the residents are mostly senior hominoids who serve as vassals to the immortal cultivators. These senior vassals are more like the immortal cultivators' toys, pets, tools, and pawns than true vassals. Their life's pursuit is to win the favor of the immortal cultivators by satisfying their unusual demands. In essence, they are like what cats and dogs are to humans. In the hominoid worlds, these senior hominoids often take on the most glamorous and eye-catching professions, such as superstars in the entertainment industry. When they dressed up and danced on the 3D light beams, countless lower hominoids regarded them as sacred, inviolable goddesses or handsome, charming princes. Little did the lower hominoids know that their goddesses were nothing more than playful cats and dogs in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, and the seemingly good-looking and valiant princes, after exiting the stage, had to kneel before the feet of old and ugly female immortal cultivators and lick their toes. Meanwhile, no matter how hard the senior hominoids tried to attract attention, they could only draw low-level immortal cultivators no higher than the building foundation stage. High-level cultivators were not enticed by mortals at all. If they had any desires, countless low-level immortal cultivators would naturally throw themselves at them. Although it sounded rather contemptible, the senior hominoids living in the one-digit districts had ostensibly secure and dignified lives. At first glance, these districts were not significantly different from the cities of immortal cultivators on the planet's surface. After all, the immortal cultivators were here for fun. If the environment were a mess, how could they enjoy themselves? Yangjun spent some time here with great interest. According to her, she even adjusted her body into a male form and had a subtle relationship with a popular female star, which almost angered a few sects of immortal cultivators, before she left for the districts numbered 10 to 99. These two-digit districts, ranging from -100 to -500 meters, were the second class of the underground hominoids, where the brainworkers among hominoids lived. Finance, education, the spiritual nexus, design, fundamental political affairs. These professions seemed respectable and attracted most of the high-end talents among the hominoids. However, since the real creative and exploratory work was monopolized by the admin type, creation type, and research type immortal cultivators on the planet's surface, the hominoids underground were only given fundamental tasks that required extensive repetitive computations. Dissected into various steps, these tasks were distributed to the hominoids, reducing their seemingly respectable work to massive, monotonous inputs, calculations, and outputs. They were called brainworkers, but their situation was no different from that of farmers tilling the land under the scorching sun. In fact, their pain was even greater than that of ancient farmers. At least, the farmers in the ancient sages sector that Long Yangjun encountered could work from sunrise to sunset. In contrast, modern brain farmers typically worked at least 14 hours a day. If given temporary tasks with high workloads, they might work up to 20 hours a day. Such intense mental labor was certainly too much for their brains. However, the immortal cultivators had developed various tonics and energy pills for them. After taking these medications, their brain cells would be energized, allowing them to work for 3 consecutive days without sleep. The consequences, however, were not minor. These hominoids would lose their longevity, develop abnormally large heads, or occasionally die suddenly. Despite these risks, the brain farmers did not dare to slack at all, and it became a habit to work 16 hours a day. Even if their immortal cultivator bosses did not demand it, they would still volunteer to stay and overwork. On one hand, the living environment and the medical and educational resources in the two-digit districts were moderately better than in the lower areas, and the daily cost of living in these districts, with their more or less complete infrastructure and public services, was exorbitant. To make ends meet, they had to exploit their lives to the fullest. On the other hand, their immortal cultivator bosses had set deadlines for the brain farmers, with a due date for every major assignment. If they failed to complete tasks on time or made too many errors upon submission, they would face immediate execution. Resources and deadlines served as both carrots and sticks. When used in tandem, these measures domesticated the brain farmers into something akin to livestock. The three-digit areas, ranging from the 100th to the 999th district, located from -500 to -3,000 meters, were filled with component factories where assembly lines were widely utilized. Most civil and basic military magical equipment were manufactured in these underground factories, especially the magical equipment that was shipped from the central worlds of the Imperium to the peripheral worlds. For such basic civil magical equipment, the quality was secondary, and the focus was on low cost and high production. To maximize profits, the workers on the assembly lines in the magical equipment factories underwent the most specialized training and suffered the harshest exploitation. They were almost transformed into oddly shaped components, precisely integrated into the assembly lines. It was said that the best assembly line workers could weld 50,000 coils to different chips daily, with an efficiency higher than that of spiritual puppets and a cost 1/3 of theirs. It was the potential that humans could unleash that kept most jobs involving the production of low-level magical equipment in human hands, rather than being taken over by spiritual puppets. According to the immortal cultivators, this served as a defense for human dignity. Naturally, the assembly line workers wouldn't feel great about welding 50,000 coils each day, but their working environments and conditions were still much better than those of the residents in the four-digit districts below them, which ranged from -10,000 to 20,000 meters in depth. The 1,000th to the 9,999th districts were areas for energy exploitation and resource recycling. Hominoids at the bottom level resided in these areas. Some battled the magma in the scorching and suffocating geothermal factories, some risked collapses and explosions while mining minerals, and others eagerly awaited the garbage that fell from above. To them, these pieces of garbage were treasures that could be salvaged, cleaned, and repaired for reuse. These areas were like vast graveyards of magical equipment, with extremely harsh living conditions and the highest intensity of labor. The average lifespan was the lowest, and the accident-related death rate was the highest, making it a living hell. Even in hell, there were different levels. The 4-digit districts, with the lowest average lifespan, were still within the statistical records of the authorities, and both the geothermal factories and rare metal mines were under the control of the immortal cultivators. Further down, in the 5-digit districts, such as the 10,084th district, known as the Forgotten Corners, most residents were responsible for producing synthetic food for the vast underground world. They were the true farmers and never counted in statistics at all. Every mortal suffers, Yangjun sighed gloomily, forcing a benevolent look on her face. After seeing the misery outside the capital of the Imperium, I finally realized that you weren't lying. The hominoids of the Imperium of true human beings truly live in anguish and agony. Chapter 2360, Ugliness Below the Ground. Li Yao secretly felt a bit ashamed as he listened. It was true that he had come up with the idea of activating the strength of the common people in the Imperium of true human beings, to mire the immortal cultivators in a wrath that was essentially a black hole. However, after sneaking into the Imperium and witnessing the miserable, desperate lives of the so-called sinners in the martial meritocrat sector at the beginning, he soon got involved in the power struggle between the reformists and the 4 Kurfürst families, with Queen Li Linghai at the helm. This left him with barely any time to pay attention to the lives of the Imperium's common people. In that regard, Yangjun, despite being a malicious foreigner, had deeper observations and insights than he did. Li Yao, however, had always kept an open mind. From many past opponents, including Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, and the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, Li Yao had learned many new ideas, blending them with his own to forge the strength that propelled him forward. Since Yangjun did have a point, Li Yao would simply listen quietly. Yangjun continued. From the space fortresses beyond the atmosphere to the metropolises of the immortal cultivators on the planet's surface, down to the dark towns below the ground, the entire world of immortal cultivators is a massive cage and arena. The irony is that, in most cases, it is the people inside who have willingly built this cage and arena. Within this cage and arena, everyone is both the oppressed and the victim, yet everyone is also an oppressor and an inflictor. It is exactly as they say, in an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The senior hominoids living in the 1-digit districts belong to the highest class of ordinary people. They appear to be glamorous, wealthy, and eye-catching superstars, yet they must kneel and force a smile before the immortal cultivators, abandoning all their pride and dignity. When they grow old or less attractive, they are immediately discarded like garbage. Is their fate not pitiful? However, how condescending are these superstars, who appear so humble and wretched before the immortal cultivators, when they face smaller stars or those working for them. If they regard themselves as nothing more than pets, they certainly will not see others as human beings. They will only pass on the humiliations they suffer at the hands of the immortal cultivators to those beneath them. In such scenarios, are they any less monstrous than the immortal cultivators who toy with them openly? On the other hand, when faced with loyal supporters from the lower districts, they quickly don an immaculate mask, spouting eloquent phrases they do not believe, to deceive their supporters by any means necessary. This is so the supporters will willingly donate their life savings, making their idols even more spectacular. Their idols never cease to thank the supporters from the lower districts, acting as if they were born for these supporters and that their supporters are as significant to them as their parents. However, I have witnessed their true attitudes backstage. They mock the bottom-tier supporters, viewing them as fools and swine. They laugh at the foolishness and subservience of the supporters who consider their yawns and farts the latest fashion and follow it. The immortal cultivators are their real patrons, and the dirty people from the lower districts do not even have the privilege to approach them. The situation in the two-digit districts, where the brainworkers reside, is exactly the same as in the first-class districts. Those brain farmers have to run excessive calculations every day under the relentless pursuit of deadlines. Naturally, their lives are more than miserable. Few of them ever consider whether such a life is right or if they should rise to resist. Instead, they often shift their suffering onto the hominoids who are even lower than them, namely, the servants who cater to their daily needs. You know that the brain farmers are dedicated to computations and are almost melded into the crystal processors. Their limbs have significantly shrunk, and they are not very fond of outdoor activities. Therefore, many servants live in the two-digit districts to look after these brain farmers. The brain farmers are in a seemingly trendy business. They have access to the latest crystal processors and the most up-to-date information. Their wages are dozens of times higher than those of the people below them. Living in the illusion that they are the cornerstones of the Imperium, they can be quite nasty toward the servants. I'm sure you can imagine it. The simplest example is that every brain farmer often hires 3 to 5 servants, who dress them, feed them, and even wipe them after they use the toilet. They are also never short of bed slaves to satisfy their biological desires. While they may argue that most of the servants are legally hired from the districts further down, a closer look reveals that it is still oppression for teenagers, who barely have any education, to serve others or even sell their bodies for their entire lives, isn't it? However, most of the brain farmers have already become accustomed to it. They even believe that mental laborers are destined to rule over physical laborers, thinking they are mind laborers themselves. Hee. Do they really deserve it? Those people can be even meaner than the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators have easier ways to obtain resources and money. In many cases, when they are in a good mood, their pets and slaves can live well for a year and a half because of their generosity. But while the brain farmers consider themselves advanced, they have to rely on their meager wages for their livelihood. After they pay their bills on payday, how much money will they have left to give their servants? Therefore, they often come up with all kinds of bizarre reasons to nitpick at their servants and cut their allowances. The best the servants can hope for is to keep themselves warm and fed. Over time, it's only natural that the servants hold deep grudges, and the contradictions between the two parties become more and more intense. Some even propose the theory that servants are natural-born thieves and must be monitored every second with a crystal camera hovering above each of their heads. It's safe to say, this is the most direct and general form of exploitation. Listening attentively, Li Yao couldn't help but have mixed feelings. It's true that those who travel far know much. When they discussed how immortal cultivators exploited ordinary people during the anti-immortal cultivator education in the Star Glory Federation, they often only thought of slaves in the mines, farms, and army. Who could have thought that there was such devastating exploitation and slavery in the seemingly unattractive service industry, and who could have thought that the exploitation and slavery were not from the immortal cultivators but from senior hominoids? Long Yangjun sneered, of course. Don't presume that the servants, the assembly line workers living in the 3rd class, and the miners living in the 4th class are any decent folks. Their minds are, in fact, the darkest of all, but they are too weak to vent their anger in reality, and often unleash all of it on the spiritual nexus. In the beginning, they blatantly threw profanities at others on the spiritual nexus to release their pain from failures. Gradually, this way was not enough to fill their empty hearts, and they began to snoop on others' pain. It seems the more painful others are, the happier they will be. With such a mindset, many bizarre videos where people mutilate themselves or even swallow live cockroaches and rats appeared on the spiritual nexus. You might find it surprising, but the more painful, cruel, and mind-boggling the videos are, the more popular they become among the bottom-level hominoids. Even the performances of big stars can't match the popularity of a clip showing an ordinary person eating a basin of cockroaches. By the time such dark, sensational content was no longer enough to fill their empty minds, the catharsis reached its peak, the slaughter streams. Who do you think the majority of the audience for these slaughter streams are? The immortal cultivators? Wrong. If the immortal cultivators want to kill anyone, they can certainly do it on their own. They're already tired of killing each other every day. Who would be interested in watching a bunch of ordinary people fight each other? Most of the viewers of the slaughter streams are miners, servants, and assembly line workers living in the third and fourth classes. These people are not content with merely watching the slaughters. They often pool their money and pay gamers in places like Land of Sins to kill someone in specific ways. Whatever meager wages they earn through dangerous and hard labor are quickly transferred to a certain killer. Once the money reaches their pockets, they will carry out brutal murders of people they don't know, far away. This is what's happening in thousands of underground factories and mines when workers seek a fleeting moment of joy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Humans truly deserve to be the best carriers of extraterrestrial devils. Dense cold sweat trickled down Li Yao's forehead. Recalling what he had seen in the Martial Meritocrat sector, he couldn't help but sigh. Since they are so passionate about the slaughter streams, it's no surprise that they meticulously clean and package the garbage from the upper districts and sell it back, pretending the goods are brand new. Yangjun said casually, "It seems everyone is hopelessly evil, and only the fifth-class farmers, like the residents of District 10,084, are the innocent, good guys, doesn't it?" But that's not necessarily the case. How do you think they manage to breed such large and fat rockworms in such a harsh environment with so few resources? Have they added certain additives of unknown origin, and are these additives harmful to humans? Hee hee. Most of the rockworms don't end up on their own dinner tables anyway. Besides, the upper levels peg the compressed oxygen at such a high price. If they don't make the rockworms fatter and get more compressed oxygen back, how can they possibly survive? Don't you think so? Chapter 2361, Devil of Desire. Li Yao slapped his thigh and remarked in a loud voice, "Yes, you can't be more right. This is exactly what we discussed when we were still in the Star Glory Federation. Suppressed by the immortal cultivators' idea of survival of the fittest, the whole civilization will only become a hierarchy of exploitation. Those in the divinity transformation stage oppress those in the nascent soul stage, those in the nascent soul stage oppress those in the core formation stage, those in the core formation stage oppress those in the building foundation stage, those in the building foundation stage oppress those in the refinement stage, those in the refinement stage oppress the ordinary people, and the ordinary people oppress and hurt each other. Eventually, it will escalate into everyone against everyone. Such an imperium of true human beings has wasted most of its strength on internal strife, even though it boasts millions of immortal cultivators, starships, and hundreds of prosperous worlds. It's only reasonable that the Imperium is no match for the Covenant Alliance. The Imperium might not even have the power to destroy a barbaric and remote country like the Star Glory Federation. This is exactly why I have sneaked to the center of the cosmos, swearing to turn the Imperium of true human beings upside down. Yangjun smiled casually and shook her head. If you think that I'm just talking about systems and ideologies, and that the chaos here is only caused by the cruelty inherent in the true path of immortality, you would be too shallow and short-sighted. In my opinion, this is not a problem unique to a country or a civilization but a terminal disease caused by the character that all intelligent life shares. While the Imperium of true human beings is so decayed, was the Great Qian dynasty, where I once lived, any different? The Star Ocean Republic was founded by the cultivators, but did it not become corrupted in its final years? There is still the Great Dark Age of Demons, which is too distant for us to know the well-being of the people at that time. However, the Blood Demon sector, as a living fossil, can offer us some insight. Inheriting the Four Pillars system from the Great Dark Age, the Blood Demon sector paralyzed the people with baseless superstitions they called obliteration, rebirth, immortality. Had it not been for your arrival, wouldn't the demons at the bottom of the Blood Demon sector still be mired in these lies? The Great Qian dynasty was established by ancient cultivators, the Blood Demon sector was governed by demons, the Star Ocean Republic was founded by cultivators, and the Imperium of true human beings was created by immortal cultivators. For forces from different eras and places, each with entirely different systems and ideologies, but the results are the same. Do you still not see that it is an inherent flaw in humanity, and that only the idea of the true path to immortality is flawed? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said firmly, that is not the case in the Star Glory Federation. I believe the Federation will certainly follow the true path of cultivators to its end. The strong will protect the weak, and the weak will support the strong. When the entire civilization is united, it will certainly advance to a realm that the Great Qian dynasty, the Demon Beast Empire, the Star Ocean Republic, and the Imperium of true human beings never reached. Is that so? Yangjun asked. If the Star Glory Federation is entirely different from the four nations above, may I ask what exactly was the magical equipment graveyard where you were born? Also, I'm told that there are underground ghost cities in the Federation, and countless people live beneath the planet's surface. Of course, I don't need your defense to know that most of the Star Glory Federation's underground cities are relatively shallow, with environments not nearly as harsh as those in the Imperium. The Star Glory Federation is also working to improve conditions on the ground, and places like magical equipment graveyards are becoming fewer. However, in my opinion, the Star Glory Federation is an exceptional case and cannot represent humanity as a whole. When the Star Glory Federation was born, it faced severe military threats from the Blood Demon sector, with each day potentially being its last. People had to stick together, the strong and the weak had to support and fight for each other. After the Star Glory Federation defeated the Blood Demon sector and the survival pressure eased, two giants, the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, emerged. Within the next several hundred years, it is highly unlikely that you could defeat them. Naturally, the Star Glory Federation cannot abandon unity. Additionally, a series of fortuitous events and remarkable factors, such as yourself, have played a role. The Star Glory Federation discovered Boneyard, which is rich in resources, and the Kunlun Relic, which holds significant ancient treasures. These advantages in resources and technology have contributed to the Federation's current flourishing golden years. I've been pondering an interesting question: what if you weren't there? What if there had never been a person named Vulture Li Yao in the Federation's history? What would the Federation have become? Would it have fallen into the bottomless abyss when it could no longer bear the gravity of humanity, exactly like the Ancient Sages sector, the Blood Demon sector, the Star Ocean Republic, and the Imperium of true human beings? The more Yangjun spoke, the softer her voice became, and the more mysterious her expression grew. In the end, she even blew at Li Yao. Cut that crap. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Such questions are purely hypothetical. No matter how I answer, I'll only step into your trap. Li Yao said solemnly, perhaps humanity is truly shaped by the environment, but since the Star Glory Federation can brilliantly bring out the best in humanity today, you can't argue that humanity only has darkness and evil. Anyway, no matter what you say, I won't believe that humans are born evil. No matter how difficult it is, I will do my best to make the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance just like the Federation. Then, you have chosen the longest, hardest, and most twisting road, Yangjun said gloomily. As your best friend, it pains me to watch you face obstacles, crying and bleeding, on a road destined to fail, only to surrender and give up in the end. Stop. Li Yao furrowed his eyebrows. You're such a horrible, best friend. I think we should just be regular friends. Whatever you say, Yangjun replied with a casual smile. Anyway, I've seen too much of the darkness of humanity, from the ancient sages sector to the Federation and from the Federation to the Imperium. Life in the ancient sages sector was extremely cruel, and everyone would starve after a famine. As a result, there were primitive rebels like Heaven-Battering King Qi Chongsheng and Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. But at that time, I thought it was only because the civilization was too underdeveloped. After I came to the Imperium of true human beings, which is 10,000 years more advanced than the ancient sages sector, with highly abundant resources, synthetic food to feed everyone, and more people entitled to entertainments and convenient facilities that even ancient emperors never enjoyed, I still see many people living in pain. In the underground worlds tens of thousands of meters down, the 5 classes are like 5 separate universes. Everyone spends every second in extreme anxiety. On one hand, they fear falling deeper into the abyss, on the other, they strive to climb upward by any means possible. But even if they reach the world of sunlight and become immortal cultivators, so what? Will they ever be free from the endless conspiracies and internal brutality? Perhaps the pain of human beings stems not from the insufficiency of resources but from the expansion of desires. Or rather, it is precisely because of the insatiable nature of everyone from top to bottom that resources are so scarce. Desire is something that can never be satisfied. The desires that can be satisfied are not true desires at all. Humans, on the other hand, are creatures who will find a way to exhaust whatever resources are given to them, aren't they? Do you remember what I told you before I left the Star Glory Federation? Humans are devils, and devils are humans. Every human's mind is made of a devil, and when the devil wriggles, struggles, and screams, those are the feelings of the human. The more humans feed the devils, the stronger and hungrier they become. As the appetites of the devils grow larger, humans' desires will also grow stronger. It is an endless vicious cycle. Hee hee. What are these so-called extraterrestrial devils exactly? Do they really mean devils that come from lands beyond the 3,000 sectors? That is obviously not correct. Devils are found everywhere in the 3,000 sectors. Is it possible that there are no extraterrestrial devils at all, but only devils of desire? Stop glaring at me with those bulging eyes. I'm not criticizing humanity condescendingly, as if I were a god. As I said earlier, I do not believe that intense feelings are a uniquely evil nature of mankind. On the contrary, I think it is likely a special gift left by the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. Perhaps every civilization of carbon-based intelligent life, with individuals whose brains are closed and independent, will inevitably witness the polarization of individuals and the rampant flooding of desires. This is why they have all been destroyed. The Pangu Civilization's alliance must have realized this problem. They were terribly afraid of their feelings and called their emotions and desires devils, trying their best to seal their inner devils. To avoid emotional fluctuations in the complex and dangerous environments, they even abandoned the exploration of the outside world and created a tool called humanity to explore and modify the universe on their behalf. As for themselves, they might have exiled themselves to a meditative state where they could feel nothing, right? However, despite all their efforts, they could not stop the rise of desires. A rebel eventually appeared among them, the Nuwa clan. The extremity of everything often leads to its opposite. The result of repressing feelings and desires for a long time was the most complete indulgence. Led by the Nuwa clan, all the intelligent beings in the alliance, who could not tolerate the lack of feelings and desires, rose up to resist, ultimately leading to the great collapse of the primeval civilization. Wait. Li Yao was confused. On one hand, you claim that feelings and desires are extremely dangerous and will lead to destruction. But on the other hand, you say that feelings and desires are inevitable and will unleash immense power if repressed. So, which side are you on exactly? Why are you being silly again? Long Yangjun smiled. I have the dual legacies of Pangu and Nuwa. Of course, I'm on both sides, and I think they both made excellent points. Fine. Li Yao rubbed his nose and had to admit that Yangjun's self-defense was too reasonable. She was neither male nor female, neither of ancient nor modern times, neither human nor purely of the Pangu or Nuwa clans. She was, indeed, the most self-contradictory being in all the 3,000 sectors. Li Yao's attitude toward such a contradictory person was rather complex. If he regarded her as a friend, he found her belief that humans were born evil unacceptable. It seemed they should just part ways given their differing beliefs. But if he saw her as an enemy, she had just rescued him from Blackstar the Great, and she openly and frankly disclosed all her evil plans and changes of mind to him. She even revealed her most secret base. Li Yao couldn't help but find this amusing. It would be inappropriate for him to burst into fury. After pondering for a long time, Li Yao thought he had found a loophole. He said, "Wait, since your previous self experienced the primordial war firsthand, you should know that the Pangu civilizations failed to prevent their doomsday even though they suppressed their feelings and desires. The Pangu clan was still annihilated in the end. Therefore, whether humans are born good or evil, simply repressing, sealing, or erasing feelings won't help. In that case, why did you found the so-called Nepenthe, and play moves that have been proven useless on humans again?" "The reason is very simple," Yangjun replied with a smile. "Because Nepenthe was not founded by me at all." "What?" Li Yao felt as if he were talking to a deaf person. "What do you mean? Are you not the Serenity Seraph?" "Yes, I am the Serenity Seraph. When I was active beneath the capital as a foreigner, I had to use a disguise. Could I have just told everyone I was a eunuch from the ancient sages sector?" Yangjun said matter-of-factly, "I only taught some of the locals how to forget their pain and suppress their feelings as the Serenity Seraph. I never intended for them to spread the techniques and form a Nepenthe. What could I have done? I'm quite troubled by this." "Is that so?" Li Yao looked at Yangjun suspiciously. "Of course it is. You should know that I'm a very selfish person. For me, the most important thing is to find my origins. I certainly don't want to invite any unnecessary trouble." Yangjun pursed her lips, as if she were upset. As the saying goes, the bigger trees catch more wind. What could I possibly gain by establishing a Nepenthe? Those people are neither skilled in combat nor intelligence gathering. Their organization is full of flaws and will collapse after the first blow. They'll only serve as a burden and expose my presence. I must be seriously delusional if I were to lead such a group. If I really intended to set up an evil organization, I would have hired a team of professionals first. That does make sense." Li Yao realized that Yangjun had once been the founder of Ghost Character, a professional intelligence and assassination group in the Great Qian dynasty. It was unlikely she would recruit followers through superstitions, as Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu had done in the past. Before Li Yao could raise new questions, Yangjun had already shared her experiences from below the ground. According to Yangjun, although she had witnessed many mortal sufferings, she did not initially plan to intervene. As a newcomer, it was best to keep a low profile. However, later, she witnessed an impending devil outburst in a large mine 15,000 meters underground. In a devil outburst, the legendary extraterrestrial devils would arrive from the void, consuming countless people and amplifying their feelings and desires to the maximum, causing them to lose control and become possessed, destroying everything in sight. This was the greatest catastrophe, defined in the Star Glory Federation's textbooks. However, Yangjun told Li Yao that most devil outbursts were not as fantastical, and the devils did not necessarily come from extraterrestrial lands billions of light-years away. Every person's mind harbored an infinite number of devils. When the devil-filled brain world was in balance, the host would have normal thinking and stable emotions. However, when an external force completely disrupted this balance, leading to the uncontrolled expansion and overflow of some devils, the person would become deranged and possessed. Once deranged, a person's brain waves would become highly powerful and contagious, easily spreading the condition exponentially. The process was akin to viral infection and sound wave resonance. In meditation healing, this phenomenon was also known as collective hysteria. Of course, under normal circumstances, no matter the suffering or anxiety, it was not easy for the devils within a person's mind to completely lose control. Some triggers or fuses were required for the collective hysteria to escalate into an outburst of devils. Lives such as extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen were naturally the best inducers, but they were often too rare. Most triggers for devil outbursts were not as terrible. Vengeful thoughts lingering from decades ago or devilish artifacts excavated from underground ruins, carrying weak tenebrum energy were enough to stimulate and transform desperate and resentful ordinary people. It was due to stellar radiations and cosmic storms barely piercing the thick rocks to reach the underground world 10,000 meters deep. As a result, the final brainwaves of victims who died tragic deaths hundreds of years ago might be perfectly preserved into vengeful thoughts that could linger for centuries. Moreover, the devilish artifacts that the Nuwa clan once used to unleash tenebrum energy were not uncommon. Thus, small devil outbursts were anything but unusual. Indeed, it was not just a capital issue. In the various sectors of the Imperium of true human beings, low-intensity devil outbursts occurred frequently. Even though most outbursts were suppressed quickly, they greatly drained the Imperium's national power, which was a significant reason for the Imperium's struggles against the Covenant alliance over the last 1,000 years. Logically, I should have just let it be. After all, devil outbursts were a common occurrence in the Imperium. The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the local sects of immortal cultivators were all there to handle the incidents. What did it matter to me? Besides, I had the heritage of the Nuwa clan. The Nuwa clan harnessed tenebrum energy and revered absolute freedom and chaos. So, I could almost be considered kin to the devils. Long Yangjun blinked her eyes and said, I should have just ignored it and watched the ordinary people, as they went on a rampage, be ensnared by uncontrollable tenebrum energy, transforming into hideous devilish beings, destroying the mines where they lived and worked, before being suppressed by the immortal cultivators who would soon arrive. However, as I was about to turn and retreat back into the darkness, countless heroic images suddenly appeared in my mind. Naturally, the first to appear was you, Vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors. I thought that if it were you, you would certainly not turn a blind eye to the impending tragedy but would do your utmost to stop and change it. I'm not joking. Perhaps I was indeed deeply influenced by you during our battles side by side over the last couple of years. I suddenly felt that you were right. If you only care about yourself and do not try to alter others' fate and even the entire world when you possess the greatest strength, what good is that strength? It's like having a mountain of gold but being reluctant to spend even a single coin. Are you planning to bring all your gold and jewelry to your coffin? Stop it, Li Yao said, you can say and do whatever you want, but please don't act as if you're doing it because of my charisma. Long Yangjun smiled and continued, at that time, I had 2 options, the Nuwa clan's method or the Pangu clan's approach. The Nuwa clan's method involved appearing as a Nuwa clan member, enveloped in overwhelming dark energy, to better train, beautify, prolong, and intensify the possessed army's damage. Long Yangjun stated that she didn't truly care about the consequences or have any bias against the chaotic, freedom-focused arts of devils. However, she had witnessed what the extraterrestrial devils Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen accomplished in the Star Glory Federation. No matter what she did, the minor devilish outbursts before her couldn't compare to the magnitude of trouble caused by those extraterrestrial devils. So, what was there to admire? In contrast, the Pangu clan's legacies had recently awakened within her body and had never been practiced. She was eager to try them out. Therefore, she infiltrated the group of miners about to rampage and absorbed the devils overflowing from their minds. After extracting all the devilish influence and centuries-old accumulated resentment, she averted a major disaster before it could occur, without setting off any alarms. The immortal cultivators were entirely unaware of it. Absorbing the devils and the vengeful thoughts was just the first step. The miners' situation remained unchanged, they were still in agony and filled with rage. If they were left alone, there would certainly be new outbursts of devils, sooner or later. Therefore, Yangjun kindly taught them ways to forget their pain, suppress their anger, and pacify their souls. The miners were all uneducated and unrefined, and Yangjun was also unwilling to expose her traces and identity. Thus, she came up with Serenity Seraph as her pseudonym and named the simple techniques she taught them as Serenity Arts. I swear, I did not mean anything malicious or have any long-term plans in the beginning. It was purely because the miners were in such pain and anger that they would become mentally deranged at any moment if left alone. In that case, they would be truly hopeless. Besides, I was very curious whether the Pangu clan's secret techniques to suppress feelings were really effective. That was why I decided to give it a shot, Yangjun said solemnly, as if it were not her fault at all. Who could have predicted that things would somehow get out of control later? According to Yangjun, she only chose the few most anguished and resentful miners and taught them the Serenity Arts to help them escape their relentless and unforgettable agony. To teach these uneducated miners the complex techniques, she had to use telepathy, directly imprinting the arts into their minds through brainwave transmission. Initially, it was a minor experiment, but she greatly underestimated the potential of the underground hominoids. The Serenity Arts and telepathic method spread like wildfire among the miners, moving from one tunnel to another, from one mine to 10, and from the mines to the geothermal factories and even to the assembly lines above or the financial districts higher up. It was only then that I realized the underground hominoids, regardless of their class, carried so much anxiety and pain, and had a high demand for the Serenity Arts. Yangjun chuckled, not thinking it was a big deal. I've always enjoyed killing and sabotage, and I rarely do anything good, but the spread of the Serenity Arts, which helped so many people relieve their pain, is certainly one of them. But when you relieved their agony and anxiety, you also erased their joy and happiness. Li Yao observed coldly. Li Yao, why can't you understand? Just look around. Yangjun raised her voice slightly, her eyes growing intense. For the people living here, the universe is a hell, their own kind are fiends, and life is suffering. They rarely experience any joy or happiness. The seething black venom in their minds is nothing but endless pain and unrelenting anxiety. Do they have any joy or happiness to lose? I never forced anyone to do anything. Even when I gently assisted the miners who were at risk of losing their minds, I explained the side effects of the Serenity Arts and the methods of telepathy in great detail and with complete honesty. I told them that these techniques were similar to leucotomy, where parts of the brain tissue are removed. While they could help reduce pain, there was a significant risk that you would never experience the feeling of happiness again. Can you guess their response? Those miners said they had never felt happiness in their perilous lives, so it didn't matter to them at all. At first, I was not fully aware of the characteristics of the Serenity Arts. It was only a fragment of the knowledge I gathered from vague ancestral memories. How could I have known that practicing the Serenity Arts would be like drug addiction? How could I have predicted that they would seek greater tranquility after being tranquilized, more comfort after being comforted, and further relief from pain once it was somewhat alleviated? But whether it is an addiction or not, at its core, it was their own choice. It is said that patients near death from terminal illnesses are permitted to receive certain high-intensity anesthetics or drugs to alleviate their extreme suffering, in the spirit of humanitarianism. Then, for the pitiful hominoids living in the underground worlds, who are on the brink of self-destruction from the outbreak of devils, is their mental suffering not a form of terminal disease? Isn't providing them with the Serenity Arts also in the spirit of humanitarianism? Let me be more candid. Flies only lay eggs in filth. If the world were truly peaceful and bright, and everyone was living happily, no one would be swayed, no matter how much I tried to deceive or beg them to practice the serenity arts. But the reality is that they are crying and begging me to relieve their pain, no matter the price. After all, they already have nothing to lose. You're right. The world is wrong. Li Yao stood straight and argued, not giving in. That's exactly why we should change the world, not the people exploited and enslaved by it. Don't say, we, when it's just your personal opinion, Yangjun said casually. Perhaps you are a benevolent great hero sworn to save all people, but as for me, even if I'm not a bad guy, I'm still a selfish person willing to do things only when they don't harm my interests. If I can help someone by lending a hand, I wouldn't mind, but if you're asking me to challenge the entire world at the risk of my life, that's too demanding and outrageous, isn't it? Besides, the situation was highly urgent, and the devils could break out at any moment. I had no choice. If I didn't teach them the serenity arts, I'd watch them become mentally deranged, consumed by violent feelings and desires, degenerating into insane, mad people. That was the only cure I had. If you were in my shoes, what could you have done? Li Yao, just set aside your biases and think about it calmly. If I haven't lied about anything until now, can you find anything wrong with what I did? Was it against your code of chivalry? If your soul were in my shell, and you were faced with thousands of half-lunatics about to go on a rampage when you were entirely alone, would you have made a better choice? Li Yao's eyes bloodshot, he stared at Yangjun and thought hard for a long time. Then, he managed to say, while you do have some points, I am still suspicious that you are not as kind-hearted and innocent as you claim. You taught the miners the serenity arts likely to test the technique's power or figure out its specific uses. After all, knowledge retrieved from ancestral memories can be fuzzy and disordered. It was necessary for you to test and sort it out. Don't deny it. Although I don't have any proof, based on my understanding of you, it was probably the case. Look, you're being cynical again, aren't you? Yangjun said with a smile. Even if that was on my mind, so what? Is the Almighty Fatherly going to punish someone for their thoughts? Is thinking in violation of any law? Li Yao coughed and said, we're off the topic. Let's focus on Nepenthe. What is that about exactly? Very simple. As more and more people learned the methods of telepathy and then practiced the serenity arts, they naturally formed a secret society. Yangjun opened her hands and raised them, as if surrendering, to show her innocence. That truly wasn't part of my plan. The gathering of so many people wouldn't do me any good. However, on second thought, I realized that the birth of such an organization was inevitable. Human beings can only be effectively motivated by certain instructions or when seeking the significance of their lives. Li Yao was confused. What do you mean? Literally what I said. Everybody is living for something, not just to eat and sleep, Yangjun explained. Human beings were initially created by the Pangu clan and Nuwa clan as their tools. Since they were tools, their creators naturally imbued them with certain instructions to ensure they would work diligently, right? After the fall of the primeval civilizations, when humans survived, they began to be driven by their emotions and desires. The meaning of their lives became the fulfillment of these emotions and desires. Precisely because these feelings and desires are never fully satisfied, humans continue to move forward incessantly. Do you understand now? The commands from the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan and the impulses from their desires are all part of the meaning of life. But now, the underground hominoids who practice the serenity arts have suppressed their emotions and desires to an extremely low level, leading to a significant lack of inner motivation. Furthermore, there is no higher being like the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan to provide external commands. This raises the question, what are they living for in such a situation? Right. Li Yao was greatly enlightened. This is indeed a serious problem. Humans cannot lack beliefs. Even the most evil or cliched beliefs still serve as motivations to push people forward. Those who have completely lost their beliefs become like spiritual puppets without any commands. They will have no reason to do anything at all. Therefore, having lost their past beliefs, they will naturally seek or create new ones to give their lives meaning, Yangjun said. It might have been due to my oversight, but I couldn't have predicted this, could I? Thankfully, they did not need my help to come up with a set of new ideas, which were the prototype of the doctrine of Nepenthe. The doctrine of Nepenthe holds that all the sufferings in the world stem from excessive desires, and all mortals in the universe are tormented by the devils of desire. Even the high and mighty immortal cultivators are mere slaves and puppets to the devils in their heads. It is precisely because they are haunted by these devils and have lost their sanity for a long time that immortal cultivators brutally exploit ordinary people, and the ordinary people abuse each other, turning the universe into an endless hell of infinite darkness and horror. Therefore, there are no true, immortal cultivators in the world, only the possessed who pretend to be immortal cultivators. What governs the imperium of true human beings is the devils themselves. Even if all the planets in the 3,000 sectors are drained, it is impossible to satisfy the insatiable desires of the possessed, whose cravings are as deep as black holes. They are, in essence, the worms of the universe, destined to drag the 3,000 sectors into destruction. To protect the universe and restore true tranquility, the first step is to eliminate the feelings and desires in one's own mind, returning to the original, pure state. Next, it is necessary to assist others tormented by emotions, freeing them from eternal pain and anxiety. Finally, everyone must unite and, without fear, purge the false immortal cultivators on the planet's surface. The universe will not achieve ultimate salvation until the last immortal cultivator is purged and destroyed. Henceforth, human beings will live in peace with the universe, carefree and forever, without any wars among themselves. Wait, let me see. Li Yao blinked his eyes rapidly and asked suspiciously, why do the ideas of this Nepenthe sound so much like the approaches of the Covenant Alliance? It's almost like a smaller version of the Covenant Alliance. You're absolutely right. Yangjun nodded vigorously, as if she had been greatly wronged. That's why I said I was innocent. Nepenthe wasn't founded by me, and their core ideas didn't come from me. It was the spies of the Covenant Alliance behind everything. The spies of the Covenant Alliance? Li Yao suddenly grew alert. He was told that the immortal cultivators' tyranny over the underclass naturally sparked intense resentment and resistance among them. Since the cultivators' ideas had declined 1,000 years ago, the spies of the Covenant Alliance had a perfect opportunity to fill the vacuum. The Imperium today is teeming with Covenant Alliance spies everywhere. They have a set of solutions that can perfectly simulate feelings to help them pass the Imperium's ring tube test that is supposed to distinguish between human beings and demi-humans. They have been spreading the ideas of the Covenant Alliance blatantly in the Imperium, exactly as described, including the philosophy that desires are the greatest enemies of civilization, and that only by completely purging and erasing the possessed immortal cultivators can a civilization live in peace with the universe, etc. Such absurd notions would have no place in countries like the Star Glory Federation, where the nation is thriving, society is orderly, and the people possess independent will and a healthy mind. However, under the cruel governance and suppression in the Imperium, countless people, including many immortal cultivators, lived in the deepest agony, unable to see a future where everyone brutalized each other like beasts in a jungle. As a result, some abandoned the true path of immortality and shifted to the path of ultimate benevolence, which eschews personal desires in favor of a greater belief. Ensure that your partner are on the same page. You can explore the depths of these themes further in your writing or discussions. Otherwise, here's the continuation of the narrative. Li Yao once encountered a colonization team of the Imperium in the Kunlun relic. Tang Qianhe, the navigator in the team, was a spy of the Covenant Alliance who had betrayed the true path of immortality and embraced the path of ultimate benevolence. At the peak of the core formation stage, Tang Qianhe was a rare and senior spy who would not easily expose themselves. Instead, they would lurk like ghosts in the deep ocean, revealing their true appearances only in great events such as the opportunity to bring a Pangu clan member back to life. However, there were still many low-level spies, as well as unwitting pawns, who disseminated the path of ultimate benevolence throughout the Imperium's territory, unfailingly and fearlessly. Their feelings, highly repressed, left them with no fear of death but only infinite loyalty to the path of ultimate benevolence. They were absolutely unafraid of death, no matter how the immortal cultivators suppressed them. Even if 10,000 were killed today, they would rise again tomorrow like wild grass that can never be burnt away. The Imperial Terminus sector was a power vacuum where the four Kurfürst families checked and balanced each other, making the immortal cultivators' control over the lower echelons relatively weak. Naturally, the underground worlds here were the best places for the spies of the Covenant Alliance and the believers of the path of ultimate benevolence to conduct their activities. Meanwhile, the techniques of the Covenant Alliance shared the same origin as Long Yangjun's heritage, making them highly exchangeable and complementary. Some of the spies of the Covenant Alliance were also familiar with tricks similar to the Serenity arts, but theirs were flawed, incomplete, and not as effective as Long Yangjun's. The methods of telepathy were the same. The people of the Covenant Alliance could communicate telepathically, but their techniques had been misinterpreted many times and were naturally not as refined as Long Yangjun's first-hand methods. After the underground hominoids practiced the Serenity arts and telepathy under Long Yangjun's tutelage and organized themselves, they attracted a lot of spies of the Covenant Alliance and believers of the path of ultimate benevolence, like magnets. The governance of the Imperium of true human beings at the lower levels was chaotic and corrupt, but the spies of the Covenant Alliance had been deeply rooted there, dedicated to solving the practical problems of the poor. Even when issues were unsolvable, they were willing to comfort people's troubled minds. Therefore, the spies of the Covenant Alliance were quite popular at the lower levels. Despite the Imperium's brainwashing, there was always a group of people who sympathized with or even supported the spies of the Covenant Alliance, making it the ideal ground for the path of ultimate benevolence to flourish and bear fruit. With established beliefs in place, the believers of Nepenthe naturally did not need to create a new path, nor were they capable of doing so. Under the deception of the spies of the Covenant Alliance, it was natural that the doctrine of Nepenthe became a simplified version of the path of ultimate benevolence. If left unchecked, it wouldn't take long for the so-called Nepenthe to become a branch and an advance base of the Covenant Alliance within the Imperium. As Li Yao listened, a thought suddenly occurred to him. So, there are still spies from the Covenant Alliance in Nepenthe now, who are authentic natives of the Covenant Alliance? Long Yangjun shook her head with a smile and explained that Li Yao had mistaken spies of the Covenant Alliance for spies from the Covenant Alliance. While there were indeed some spies of the Covenant Alliance in Nepenthe, they were all natives of the Imperium, born and raised locally, even if they had been brainwashed by the path of ultimate benevolence. Conversely, those who had brainwashed them were not necessarily authentic spies from the Covenant Alliance, but also believers of the path of ultimate benevolence who were born and raised in the Imperium. The war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance had dragged on for 1,000 years. The people of the Covenant Alliance had begun infiltrating the Imperium around 700 to 800 years ago. After hundreds of years and generations, they had become deeply rooted in the Imperium and had become part of the nation. You shouldn't consider the Alliance of the Holy Covenant purely as a hostile country on the outside. Long Yangjun paused, then continued, let me use a metaphor from the ancient sages' sector. You should regard the Covenant Alliance as a combination of an invasive, hostile country and the uprising within. If the Imperium is compared to the Great Qian dynasty, the Covenant Alliance would be the Ghost Qin plus the White Lotus cult and the Heaven-battering army. That is why it is so difficult to eliminate the Covenant Alliance. Long Yangjun told Li Yao. After discovering that certain dubious individuals were approaching the miners she had enlightened, she captured and interrogated a few out of curiosity but found little useful information. This was not because the Covenant Alliance's spies were too organized, rather, they were too disorganized, almost acting independently. Thus, it was impossible for Yangjun to trace their leader. The Covenant Alliance's activities in the Imperium are not based on any organization, but on the ideas of the path of ultimate benevolence. Organizations can be detected and uprooted, but ideas are nearly impossible to extinguish, Yangjun explained. The path of ultimate benevolence haunts the Imperium skies and earth like a ghost, drawing many to awaken on their own. The Covenant Alliance spies I caught were originally common workers, farmers, and students. They had all forsaken everything to embrace eternal peace, unable to bear the cruel oppression and the dark life. What could I do with them? Even if I uncovered the mentors who taught them telepathy and emotional suppression, they would just be more common workers, farmers, and students. What could I do with them? As for their mentors, they were likely executed by the immortal cultivators. All I could do was watch. Faced with such a complex situation, even Yangjun was at a loss. But of course, she was not the most lenient person in the world, and she would certainly take action if others were corrupting her followers or even snooping on her secrets. In the beginning, she had been focused on intelligence collection and her own training. By the time she noticed, Nepenthe had already grown to a significant size with its own ideas. Quite a few spies of the Covenant Alliance were even inquiring about her, wondering if this Serenity Seraph was a senior spy from the Covenant Alliance who had come to guide them in disseminating the path of ultimate benevolence and cleansing the Imperium. Yangjun broke into a cold sweat. The last thing she wanted was to be drawn into the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. If the leaders of the Imperium were misled into believing that a senior spy from the Covenant Alliance named Serenity Seraph had appeared in the capital, wouldn't she be killed in no time? Yangjun swiftly dealt with the talkative spies of the Covenant Alliance and then took control of Nepenthe. She established a set of rules to rein in the believers. With her experience running the ghost character, handling a small organization like Nepenthe was more than manageable. All the rules could be summarized in one sentence: whatever Nepenthe's believers did was fine, as long as they kept it secret and maintained a low profile. Most importantly, they should not reveal the identity of the Serenity Seraph, and should not expect her to clean up their messes. Initially, Yangjun thought Nepenthe was just a nuisance. However, as Nepenthe grew more active underground, she discovered that it was not entirely without merit. First of all, Nepenthe acted like a massive magnet, constantly drawing in spies from the Covenant Alliance. Through the interaction between these people and Nepenthe, Yangjun was able to study the origins of the Covenant Alliance. She was highly suspicious that the Covenant Alliance had developed slowly and precisely like Nepenthe at the beginning. If she could truly uncover the origins of the Covenant Alliance, it would be much more convenient for her when she eventually infiltrated it. This was exactly what she meant by social experiment. Additionally, the believers of the Covenant Alliance possessed certain brainwashing and telepathic techniques. Although these techniques were crude and incomplete, they shared the same origin as Yangjun's techniques and could help her fuzzy knowledge, which she had awakened from her genes. Most unexpectedly, some Nepenthe believers gradually expanded their influence to the fifth class below ground, including 5-digit towns like the 10,084th district, and helped her locate many secret primeval relics. Note: Bouzhou was used to replace make up for in the last sentence to maintain the flow. If you prefer make up for in English, it can be changed back. Chapter 2365, The Supervillain this time. The Imperial Terminus sector had been the capital of the Demon Beast Empire and the human civilizations for tens of thousands of years. It served as the main battlefield in the conflict between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God 10,000 years ago, and it was also the last battleground during the demon's collapse over 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, it held a crucial role in the primeval wars that took place hundreds of thousands of years ago. A wealth of relics lay hidden beneath the ground. Many of these relics were discovered by the underground hominoids. However, the hominoids suffered greatly in the past. Whenever they accidentally leaked information about the relics, the ruthless immortal cultivators would raze their towns. After enduring such lessons countless times, all the underground hominoids became cautious and reticent, careful never to divulge any information to outsiders. Anyone with a loose tongue would be cut by their fellow townspeople until they bled out. As a result, it had been nearly a century since the immortal cultivators had unearthed any valuable relics from below the ground. They believed that most of the relics had been depleted. After Nepenthe reached the Forgotten Corners 15,000 meters underground, its followers quickly gained the trust of the locals. Ironically, in the underground realms, the locals trusted the believers of Nepenthe and even the spies of the Covenant Alliance more than they did the immortal cultivators. The intelligence gathered by Nepenthe's believers concerning the relics proved to be a significant asset for Yangjun. Her innate sensitivity to primeval relics made her particularly attuned to such information. Based on the new data, she soon discovered dozens of primeval relics in quick succession. Most of the relics had decayed, corroded, and melted into fossils, but some were still perfectly preserved due to fortuitous conditions. She found many rare treasures, including the Colossus heavenly crystal she was using right now. Guided by the Nepenthe believers, I discovered a series of valuable relics and obtained a Colossus and other magical equipment for self-protection. I also gained a deep understanding of my heritage. Finally, I was prepared to travel among the cities of the immortal cultivators on the planet's surface, Yangjun explained. Moreover, Nepenthe had already gained considerable influence at that time. Fearing it would attract the attention of the immortal cultivators as it grew, I hurried to leave the underground world. Despite the believers' persuasion, I insisted on returning to the surface. Later, I encountered some immortal cultivators of the Dongfang. After a series of events, I infiltrated the royal palace as Dongfang Mingyue, and the rest is history. That's about it. After I returned to the surface and especially after I infiltrated the Dongfang family, I had minimal contact with the Nepenthe believers below. They could develop as they wished, and any trouble they caused would be none of my business. For Prime Minister Dongfang Wang, having someone who practices Tenebrum energy in his service might not be a big deal, but if I were suspected of being a senior spy of the Covenant Alliance, it would be quite terrifying. Thus, I had no long-term plan initially. The situation has evolved as it has simply because one thing led to another. If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't have thought to come back to guide the Nepenthe believers at all. It can't be helped. Who could have known that Blackstar the Great would suddenly come back to life and even control the surface of the capital? I had no choice but to bring you and Li Yao to this place. After all, there were no surveillance cameras here, and some of the people here were more or less useful. It was only after I returned that I discovered Nepenthe had grown 10 times larger than when I left, and it was planning a shocking uprising. If it worked out, it would likely help the residents of hundreds of towns to eliminate their pain, cleanse their souls, and return to eternal peace. I swear, none of those were my plans. They did everything on their own. I never thought they would go so big, and now I'm having a headache myself. Fame often leads to disaster. When hundreds of underground towns go on a rampage together, it will be impossible for the Serenity Seraph to keep a low profile. I will be deeply remembered by Blackstar the Great, Queenly Linghai, and the brutal men of the 4 Kurfürst families, who will hate me. Even the experts of the Covenant Alliance will learn of my existence. I haven't decided whether I should join the Covenant Alliance or just be a happy devil yet. Such a headache. Come on, Monsterly, I have confessed everything. In short, I have been innocent and unfortunate in the whole incident and have gotten into so much trouble unexpectedly. Please help me come up with a solution to fix the mess. Yangjun crossed her hands and looked at Li Yao with a cute and pitiful expression. Li Yao's goosebumps rose when she stared at him. Taking a deep breath to keep his head calm, he analyzed every word Yangjun said carefully before shaking his head. That's not right. What's not right? Long Yangjun's eyes bulged, water welling up in them. She bit her lips softly and trembled with self-pity. I offered to tell you everything because I considered you a friend. I almost cut my heart open to show you, but you still don't trust me. Didn't you say you would treat me as a friend from the beginning? Or maybe, are you still holding on to the idea that people not of my kind always think differently, and you reject me because I'm a monster? Cut the crap. No one is a better actor than me. Li Yao's eyes were like two deep wells, one red and the other black. His face remained extremely calm and thoughtful as he paused to consider for a moment. Perhaps everything you said is true, but the same truths, arranged in different orders and ways, can lead to different, even opposite conclusions. Do you know my greatest suspicion about your entire theory? Your passiveness. You were almost led by the possessed miners, the Nepenthe believers, and the spies of the Covenant Alliance, and you couldn't stop the situation from escalating. Such passiveness, blindness, and weakness do not align with the lead eunuch Wang Shi, who could manipulate the 3 saints, 4 rapscallions, 1 monk, and 1 emperor like toys, nor with Long Yangjun, who tricked me and the entire Federation and only confessed to being a spy of the Pangu clan at the last moment. So, is what you said really the truth? Did you really want to save lives out of sheer kindness in the emergency, only to find things gradually spiraling out of control? Or perhaps, are there invisible strings pulling the possessed miners, the Nepenthe believers, and the spies of the Covenant Alliance, and do all those strings ultimately end up in your hands after many twists and turns? Long Yangjun rolled her brilliant eyes repeatedly. Why would I do that intentionally? What could I possibly gain by gathering such a group of people? Yes, you could, Li Yao nodded and held up 3 fingers. First, you could use them to conduct your social experiment to explore the origins of the Covenant Alliance and decide whether to support it. Second, you could use Nepenthe to attract the spies of the Covenant Alliance and learn their techniques, which would significantly supplement the gaps in your hereditary memories. Third, only by establishing Nepenthe could you infiltrate the forgotten areas and win the trust of the residents of the 5-digit towns, thus locating the primeval relics buried 20 to 30,000 meters underground as quickly as possible. I don't know if you have any deeper motives, but the 3 benefits alone are enough to justify the risk of establishing Nepenthe. Long Yangjun listened in silence, then remarked without any emotion, "It does sound reasonable. Unfortunately, it's all just your speculation. You don't have any proof." "No, I don't. I have no doubt I won't find any proof either," Li Yao said, looking at Long Yangjun solemnly. "So, I can only ask you as a friend, is my speculation correct?" Long Yangjun bit her lips softly and stared at Li Yao intensely, almost to the point of tears. But suddenly, she burst into laughter, her pensiveness gone, as she kicked wildly and clapped her hands. "Monsterly truly lives up to the name. Even such disguises can't fool you. As I expected, your usual stupidity is just a facade, and your current appearance is the real you. Assuming, listen closely, I'm saying this is just an assumption, that your guess is correct, and I did indeed enlighten and push someone initially to steer the incident in my favor. What will you do, and what can you do? Fight me and even kill me? Can you solve the problem by killing me? Apart from me, thousands of spies of the Covenant Alliance are secretly setting up Nepenthes of all sizes throughout the Imperium of true human beings. Admit it, Li Yao, the battle you face this time is unlike any in the past 100 years. In the past, you faced specific enemies. No matter how ferocious, powerful, or overwhelming they were, the problems would be solved and the world saved once they were taken down. In the Flying Star sector, you killed Xiao Xuanzi and halted his grand illusionary plan. In the Blood Demon sector, you eliminated Elder Nether Spring and won Jin Tui's support, shattering the Spore stratagem. After returning to the Star Glory Federation, you killed Lu Zui and Zhou Jingdao, saving the Federation yet again and paving the way for the new Federation. During your second return, you defeated the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and killed Hai Ming and the extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen, saving the world at the critical moment once more. It's always been like this. Simple and straightforward each time. It's almost like a virtual game where a supervillain stands at the end of each level, and all problems are solved once the supervillains are defeated. But not this time, Vulture Li Yao. It's not so simple this time. Even if you kill me, you won't solve the problems of a Nepenthe. Even if you kill Blackstar the Great, another schemer, more greedy and brutal than him, will rise. You might be able to completely destroy the 4 Kurfürst families, but you can't destroy all the warlords and nobles. You might sneak into the Covenant Alliance 100 times, crawl through the ventilation tubes and sewers, and eventually execute its leader, but, you can never completely eradicate the soil from which the Covenant Alliance springs. Perhaps what Prime Minister Dongfang Wang said before his death was right. This time, your enemy is no longer a specific schemer, tyrant, or dictator, but the boundless universe itself and the dark side of human civilization, illuminated by the stars of the infinite cosmos. I'm very curious and looking forward to the result. Can you truly defeat the cold sea of stars and the dark side of humanity? Chapter 2366, Attack the Great Iron Plants. Long Yangjun's voice grew louder until she stood straight and leaned in close to Li Yao, eyeing him with a mocking, provocative gaze. Li Yao fell silent for a long moment. Ha! Long Yangjun grinned. Got nothing to say now? You're wrong, Li Yao replied, slowly shaking his head and taking a deep breath. He met Long Yangjun's gaze and continued, while I am indeed an uncommon genius in the universe, skilled in combat, stealth, maintenance, analysis, strategy, and action, blessed with countless trump cards, making me one of the most unique individuals in the entire universe, I have never fought alone in any battle over the past 100 years. There has never been a case where I single-handedly resolved a problem and saved the world. Countless loyal brothers and friends have fought alongside me every time. Countless seemingly insignificant individuals, whose names I never knew, have joined me in the struggle for their own and everyone else's fate. I've never felt that I saved many people, we simply worked together to save ourselves. When we faced Xiao Xuanzi in the Flying Star sector, countless cultivators fought and sacrificed their precious lives alongside me, so we could finally confront Xiao Xuanzi face to face. When we resisted Lu Zui in the Heaven's Origin sector, it was the Federation citizens who raised their hands, waved the Rising Dragon of the 9 Stars flag, and shielded me all the way to the Parliament building, revealing Lu Zui's true face. During the second time I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, when I fought the extraterrestrial devil in the realm of spirits, the national anthem of the new Federation, sung by so many people together, granted us infinite strength. This allowed us to finally destroy the realm of spirits, disrupt the extraterrestrial devils, and rouse Professor Mo Xian's real soul. You were there with me at that time, and you were saved by countless ordinary people who burned their souls and lives. Have you forgotten about it? In the fierce battle against the Black Wind Fleet, who was the greatest contributor to the dozen colossi arriving in time to sabotage the space gate? It wasn't me, but a common Federation officer named Helian Lai. He sacrificed his life to stall the creation of the space gate. I will remember him forever, and so will the Star Glory Federation. So, don't think that you can scare me by intentionally exaggerating the coldness of the universe and the darkness of humanity. Yes, individuals are insignificant when faced with the overwhelming sea of stars, but insignificance does not equal humility. Human beings will never admit that they are humble, and I will never fight alone. It's the same this time. Behind me is the Star Glory Federation. I believe that every cultivator and every citizen of the Star Glory Federation will fight side by side with me. We will carry the best of humanity with us and illuminate the dark universe, even if we are burned to ashes. I believe that even in the Imperium of true human beings, in the cruel, dog-eat-dog worlds of immortal cultivators, countless people are unwilling to sink into the mire. They will be awakened and seek a different path. If they are willing to abandon their feelings and embark on the so-called path of ultimate benevolence, is it really so hard to let them try the path of the cultivators? I also believe that even the people living 30,000 meters underground have some brightness in their lives, despite the exploitation and sorrow. Do you know that the children were singing when I left the 10,084th district? They were singing. If the children can sing, why can't the adults? Nobody can deprive them of their power to sing. Not the immortal cultivators, and certainly not the Covenant Alliance. I will do my best to defend their songs. This time, Long Yangjun bit her lip and fell silent. Then there's you. Why do you have to be so snarky, as if you've seen through humanity in the universe, which disappoint you greatly? Li Yao extended his hand to Long Yangjun and said sincerely, "Come with me, and let's see if we can change the world together. It's going to be fun." Long Yangjun trembled, unsure if she should be shocked. She eyed Li Yao as if he were an idiot and remarked, seriously? I just complimented your smartness, and you're turning into a silly person again? Knowing clearly that I am a devious villain full of schemes who might trick you at any moment, you're still trying to persuade me? Why? Do you really think I'm your best friend? It has nothing to do with that, Li Yao said. In fact, I've tried to persuade each and every one of you. Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, Zhou Zhengdao, and even the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian. Every one of you is 100 times more capable, ambitious, and wiser than me. If you are all willing to embark on the path of the cultivators and help your own kind in the right ways, the whole universe will certainly be brighter. Some of those people have indeed been convinced by me and have become my friends. So, I'm certainly reluctant to fight you. Stop flattering yourself. Do you really think Bai Xinghe and Jin Tui were convinced by you? Long Yangjun spat on the ground. They were obviously taking advantage of you to achieve their own purposes, all right? Who do you think is as gullible as you? Despite your high cultivation, you are as simple and childish as a high school student. Illuminate the whole universe? Come on, man, this is not a movie set. Do you have any idea that it was something even the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were incapable of? None of the prehistoric civilizations that existed trillions of years before the Pangu clan and Nuwa clan were able to do that, and you want the civilization of humanity to accomplish it? The odds are next to none. Next to none is still not none, right? Li Yao said. The odds of winning the top prize in a lottery are close to zero, but doesn't a lucky dog win it every single time? Why can't the civilization of humanity be the lucky dog that hits the jackpot? Do you know what is the key to winning a lottery prize? The key is that you have to buy a lottery ticket first. If you don't buy it at all, doesn't that mean you've abandoned your chances? If you think about it, it's true that the Pangu civilizations, the Nuwa civilizations, and the thousands of prehistoric, advanced civilizations before them all failed to achieve it, but what does that mean? It means that no one has ever won the lottery yet, and the money in the prize pool must be astronomical now. Then, if mankind's civilization wins the lottery, it will certainly be a great windfall. Long Yangjun, rendered speechless, was stunned for a long time before she covered her forehead and said, "Idiot. It suddenly occurs to me that I'm talking to a wall. I'm so tired." Those who are ignorant are fearless, Li Yao said. Of course, I'm not as smart as you, Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, or Blackstar the Great. So, I'm always puzzled about what you're scared of. Even if the universe is truly so cold and humanity is really so dark, why can't you fight it valiantly, knowing you'll die eventually anyway? What's the big deal? Forget it, Long Yangjun waved her hands and said in exhaustion, I don't want to debate useless philosophies with you anymore because it occurs to me that you're about to drag me to your level and defeat me with your abundant experience in stupidity. No matter what fancy speeches you give, it won't help. Let's see how you're going to fix the Nepenthe problem. In 3 days, Nepenthe is going to attack the Great Iron Plants. Will you stop them? Great Iron Plants? Li Yao blinked. What is that? Yangjun told Li Yao that the Great Iron Plants was an area several thousand meters above the 10,084th district, containing various plants inside the rocks. The region housed numerous geothermal factories, heavy component manufacturers, and rare metal mines. The rare metals, after being refined using the infinite geothermal energy, were delivered to the assembly lines for fashioning before being shipped to the planet's surface. Such a practice was more cost-effective, and the heavy pollution would be kept tens of thousands of meters below the planet's surface without affecting the fresh air and clean water on the ground. The underground residents nicknamed the place Great Iron Plants. It was also the center of the hundreds of nearby towns. Almost all the locals worked for the Great Iron Plants or were engaged in indirect service for the factories, either upstream or downstream in the supply chains. The official name of Great Iron Plants was Black Iron Group, whose CEO was named Li Minghui. He was a typical man who cared only about his own interests. His surname was not originally Li, but He. He used to be a destitute, bottom-level immortal cultivator who was not appreciated on the planet's surface. It was also said that he once tricked major sects for their resources. In desperation, he had to flee to the underground world to make a living. However, he was skilled at flattery and bribery. He somehow befriended a big shot from the Dongfang family, whom he revered as a foster father. He even changed his surname from He to Dongfang, becoming Dongfang Minghui. With the Dongfang family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families, as his backing, Dongfang Minghui naturally thrived in the underground world. It didn't take long before he seized a mine of rare minerals. In the following decades, he expanded his corporation through all kinds of shameless approaches, building it into the Black Iron Group, a minor celebrity in all the underground worlds today. The most impressive skill, however, was not his cruel, cunning methods or his shameless character, but his keen senses. When he sensed that the Dongfang family was about to fall apart, he joined the Li family in advance and respected a prominent figure of the Li family as his foster father, just as he had done before. He changed his family name from Dongfang to Li. He also provided substantial evidence about the dark history of the Dongfang family, which he had meticulously collected over the past decades, to help the Li family undermine the Dongfangs. Naturally, he did not forget to bribe his new foster father with a fortune to ensure he would not be maligned. Thus, regardless of the political changes on the planet's surface, the man had been enjoying his life below ground for decades. He was almost the local ruler of the 1,000 square kilometers around. Chapter 2367, Super Brainwave Magnifier. Li Minghui has been seeking fathers everywhere. His fathers were certainly not fools. Why would they admit him as their foster son without a good reason? Yangjun explained, the only reason is that the man offers them a fortune every year and helps the immortal cultivators on the planet's surface earn the interests from below the ground. Li Minghui claimed he could turn granites into oil. He is almost the most brutal and harsh of all the immortal cultivators underground. The death rate in the mines and factories affiliated with the Black Iron Group is 30% higher than in other underground mines and factories. It must be noted that hominoid workers and miners are already treated very harshly elsewhere, but his treatment is 30% even more brutal. You can imagine how atrocious it is. After gradually extending the tentacles of the Black Iron Group to hundreds of underground towns, 10,000 meters above and below, with the support of the Dongfang family, he completely controlled the Dark Lands. Workers have to be exploited in his factories during the day and by synthetic food and compressed air provided by his corporation at a high price at night. The prices are at least 50% higher than in other towns, yet the quality is lower. However, he has monopolized the business, and the workers do not have a second option. Whoever dares to smuggle synthetic food and compressed air from other providers will be beaten to death and thrown into the geothermal furnaces, to be burned into nothingness. Only by exploiting every rock and every hominoid beneath the ground could he amass a substantial fortune to offer the high-ranking members of the Dongfang family, thus maintaining his Dongfang surname. It should come as no surprise that his territory nearly saw an onslaught of devils. Yangjun informed Li Yao that the hominoids under the Black Iron Group's control had already been living in dire conditions for decades. Over the past half-year, the region experienced a series of high-intensity earthquakes, causing the collapse of numerous mines and the destruction of several energy factories. Consequently, the Black Iron Group's resource extraction slowed considerably. Li Minghui, enraged by this, intensified the exploitation of his workers. The conflicts between the reformists and the four Kurfürst families dealt another severe blow to Li Minghui. Although he was astute enough to escape and change allegiances before the Dongfang family's downfall, it cost him a fortune to change his name from Dongfang to Li. Otherwise, why would his new adoptive parents treat him like a dog? It was rumored that he had spent half of his wealth on a vast array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare primeval artifacts to earn his place in the Li family and gain acceptance from a powerful new father. He assured his adoptive father that, under his supervision, the Black Iron Group would see a surge in resources and profits over the next few years. For Li Minghui, losing half of his wealth was a grievous wound, akin to cutting his heart, tearing his veins, and draining his blood. To compensate for such a heavy loss, he resorted to even more severe exploitation of the underground hominoids. Therefore, in the last few months, Li Minghui had essentially transformed into a rabid dog. In the towns and factories controlled by the Black Iron Group, the production quota had been doubled. The hominoids were overworking day and night, increasing the likelihood of accidents and deaths by half. Many hominoids either died from exhaustion or in accidents, often without a trace. On the other hand, Nepenthe had hit a bottleneck after its development and expansion in the dark. If it were to grow further, it would certainly be discovered by the Black Iron Group. Rather than wait to be exterminated, they might as well launch an active attack, even if it meant certain death. This was significantly better than being buried in a mine collapse or an energy factory explosion. This is the background of the impending riot, which really has nothing to do with me, Yangjun said with a wry smile. Apart from teaching the hominoids the serenity arts and methods of telepathy at the beginning, I never interfered with Nepenthe-specific operations. After becoming the president of the Demon Hunters Association as Dongfang Mingyue, I had even less reason to stay in touch with the Nepenthe believers, who were destined for annihilation. So, I decided to keep my distance. I truly had no idea they were planning such a significant event in the underground world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to return here, even while fleeing. It's been more than 10 days, and given Blackstar the Great's methods and Li Linghai's position among the reformists, they must have already taken control of the capital planet's surface, or even the entire Imperial Terminus sector. After the Nepenthe believers' commotion underground, Blackstar the Great will certainly notice it, which means we will have to run to somewhere else. Frowning, Li Yao asked, since you are the prestigious Serenity Seraph, can you not persuade the Nepenthe believers not to act rashly? Yangjun shook her head. As I said, I never interfere in Nepenthe-specific affairs. All planning and operations are commanded by the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe. The Grand Guardian has a high position and prestige among the believers. He is as respected as I am. After all, I was away for years. Although I taught them certain techniques initially, it was the Grand Guardian who, through hard work, expanded Nepenthe tenfold. Besides, faced with the brutal oppression of the Black Iron Group, where countless hominoids suffer and die miserably in factories and mines every day, do I have any reason to stop the resistance of the Nepenthe believers? Li Yao said solemnly, but they stand no chance at all. It will only be suicide. Yangjun chuckled and sighed. Li Yao, don't you understand? In the rebellion of the White Lotus cult and the riot of the Heaven Battering Army in the Ancient Sages sector, the resistance of Starlight in the Imperium of True Human Beings, or the upcoming uprising of Nepenthe, does anyone really care if they stand a chance? Even a dog will bark and bite before it is butchered. Humans must not be more docile than dogs, right? Li Yao clenched his fists. With fury in his eyes, he growled, "Black Iron Group. Li Minghui. Then, what exactly is the purpose of Nepenthe's uprising? Kill Li Minghui? Killing Li Minghui is naturally part of the plan, but more importantly, it's about occupying a central geothermal factory of the Black Iron Group, Long Yangjun said. Nepenthe has unearthed an ancient treasure from a primeval relic, which can significantly enhance brainwaves, magnifying them countless times so they can penetrate through the rocks and spread far. If all Nepenthe believers enter a state of telepathy, allowing their brainwaves to resonate with each other, and if these enhanced brainwaves are spread via the super brainwave magnifier, they will be able to influence the residents of thousands of surrounding towns. Everyone will forget their pain, anxiety, and worries, and appreciate the eternal tranquility when their emotions are stripped away. Consequently, the scale of Nepenthe will expand 100-fold immediately. He. In such a way, regardless of the outcome, they will have made a significant impact. Everyone living on the capital planet, and even throughout the entire Imperium, will know of their beliefs. That's precisely what the Grand Guardian and all the Nepenthe believers are planning. However, the super brainwave magnifier requires enormous energy and can only be powered by the largest geothermal factory of the Black Iron Group. Therefore, they must first occupy the Great Iron Plants. What? Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting that they plan to create 100 times more Nepenthe believers overnight? Yes. Let me reiterate, it has nothing to do with me, Long Yangjun said, her brows furrowing deeply as she spoke, clearly upset. What can I do when they are planning something so massive? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. You're worried that you will be affected by the incident, but you don't want to deal with it in person, so you're just passing it to me? Please don't put it like that. As I told you at the beginning, I won't keep anything from you. Long Yangjun's distress turned into a smile. If I hadn't told you about this grand scheme, how would I be any different from Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, and all those other supervillains? Besides, I'm really curious about what you're going to do. Destroying the super brainwave magnifier and even killing the Grand Guardian and the central leadership of Nepenthe might be easy, but are you really going to do that? If you do, then what? Li Yao considered in silence for half a minute before he said, what about the Black Iron Group? Where does Li Minghui stand? Ha! I knew you'd want to be the hero again. But not this time. Your body can't handle it. Long Yangjun said, having dominated the underground world for decades and being the local tyrant of 100 towns, Li Minghui is no ordinary person. He is an immortal cultivator at the beginning of the nascent soul stage, skilled in both combat and administration. He has also gathered the most ferocious gangsters, known as the Black Iron Sect, who serve as the Black Iron Group's muscle during expansion and territory disputes. Recently, due to the political changes on the planet's surface, the situation underground has become quite tense. Li Minghui, who values his life above all else, has spent a fortune to introduce a fully automated defense system, mostly composed of 5,000 of the most advanced battle puppets. It is estimated that they are 3 times stronger than Xiao Xuanzi's Grand Illusionary soldiers during the riot in the Flying Star sector. If you were still in the divinity transformation stage and had an intact, well-supplied colossus, those gangsters and battle puppets wouldn't be a problem for you. But your body is now falling apart, your soul is lackluster, and your colossus is a pile of garbage. By a comprehensive evaluation, can you still carry out the strength of the nascent soul stage? Let's say that you can somehow miraculously carry out the combat ability of the nascent soul stage, but your chances of winning are close to zero when you are drowned in the ocean of 5,000 puppets and countless desperados. 2368 The Grand Guardian. What about you? With expectation gleaming in his eyes, Li Yao bit his lips hard. You can take down Li Minghui, can't you? Whatever you want me to do. Yangjun was amused. I'm truly puzzled by your thought process now. Why are you still ignorant of the situation? Both of us are badly wounded, and we don't have a stable base to treat our injuries, maintain our crystal suits and colossi, and replenish our ammunition and fuel. Meanwhile, the most terrifying fiend in the Imperium of true human beings in the past 1,000 years is searching for us right above our heads. If he detects even the slightest trace, a handful of experts at the divinity transformation stage, a dozen at the nascent soul stage, and 100 at the core formation stage will come after us. We can barely keep ourselves safe right now. We're like rats on the street that everyone will stomp on. In such circumstances, you're asking me to charge at 5,000 battle puppets and an equal number of immortal cultivators and execute their leader entirely on my own? Have you overestimated my abilities? Do you really think I'm a reincarnated god? Forgive me, but my previous self was a footman in the primeval war. Well, fine, not a footman, but a special soldier. But so what? I can get tired, I can bleed, I can be hurt, and I can die. If my colossus is blown up, I'll have nowhere to repair it. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures, ammunition, and fuel I bring with me are limited and precious. If I really kill Li Minghui and only attract Blackstar the Great's luxury hunting team, how will we resist them? With your tongue? Besides, even if I can take down Li Minghui despite all the obstacles, then what? Can you stop Nepenthe from carrying out the massive brainwashing plan with the super brainwave magnifier? Don't look at me. As the Serenity Seraph, I have no justification to prevent them from doing that. Li Yao opened his mouth but was lost for words. Do you see? Yangjun said with a bitter smile. You've realized that the trouble this time is highly unusual, haven't you? Where is the Grand Guardian? Li Yao gritted his teeth. I want to meet him. You can. The Grand Guardian is in a mine affiliated with the Black Iron Group. We can go to find him together with these wildlings. Yangjun opened her hands and said, however, he is an overzealous believer of Nepenthe, devoted to the abandonment of feelings and the embrace of eternal tranquility. I estimate that you will never talk him out of his plan unless you chop his head off. Why? Li Yao couldn't help but feel curious. Has he completely given up his feelings and become a puppet of the path of ultimate benevolence? More or less, Yangjun said. The Grand Guardian was an ordinary miner in the Black Iron Group, with 2 sons. His first son was a miner just like him, but his younger son had unusual gifts and an extraordinary computational ability. His younger son was the hope of his entire family. To raise his younger son, the Grand Guardian and his first son worked tirelessly in the mines without any reserve. They were the most distinguished workers in the hundreds of mines affiliated with the Black Iron Group every year, and even won dozens of competitions against the most advanced mining puppets. Known by their co-workers as Iron Men, they were highly respected. However, when his first son turned 20, the 2 of them worked too hard for a bonus and failed to notice the impending danger. When the tunnel collapsed, they had no time to escape. Although the Grand Guardian survived the accident, his first son was tragically killed. Hooked, Li Yao asked, what happened next? Because the Grand Guardian and his son were the most excellent workers in the Black Iron Group, even someone as petty and brutal as Li Minghui had to offer condolences and provide the Grand Guardian with a substantial compensation, Yangjun explained. Later, the Grand Guardian's younger son used the compensation to move to an upper town and was admitted to a reputable school. After graduating, he began working in the offices of the Black Iron Group, using his brain rather than his hands, unlike his father and brother. Later, While working on the version iteration for the automatic mining system, the younger son worked tirelessly before the deadline and injected an excessive amount of brain exciters. Suddenly, his cerebral vessels burst, and he died unexpectedly. Li Yao was speechless for a moment. After some thought, he asked, "What about his wife?" "The Grand Guardian must have had a wife, right?" "He did, at first, but she passed away when the two sons were very young due to organ failure caused by a malignant tumor," Yangjun replied. "The Grand Guardian's wife used to work in a purification factory of the Black Iron Group, where a lethal gas was gradually released during the refinement of a rare metal. If the protection measures were not in place, it would have been possible for many diseases to be triggered. Many workers died in the same way as the Grand Guardian's wife. After his wife died, the Grand Guardian considered his two sons his entire life. He raised them through all the trouble, both as a father and a mother. He never expected they would end up like this." Li Yao couldn't hold back any longer. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What a miserable man! Is it strange?" Yangjun said casually, "Haven't the textbooks of the Star Glory Federation been saying that ordinary people suffer because of the immortal cultivators' tyranny? The brief summaries in the books have countless bloody examples in reality. There are too many people in the underground worlds who share similar experiences with the Grand Guardian. Do you think the path of ultimate benevolence is so popular and that so many people offer to abandon their feelings and desires for any other reason? So, what are you going to say when you really meet the Grand Guardian? Brother, there is still light in life. We should all move on and forget the unhappy things of the past. Just boost your feelings and desires and relish the fun of life." Something like that? Li Yao clenched his hands so hard that his knuckles cracked. He gritted his teeth and snapped, "I'll figure out what to do. Then, I'll be watching you solve the problem." Yangjun stared at Li Yao thoughtfully. "Or, I'll watch you admit your mistake and concede that path of ultimate benevolence is partly reasonable and is one of the justified paths, just like the path of the cultivators and the true path of immortality." When Li Yao and Yangjun left the enormous excavator, he felt that the darkness around him was even more profound, hideous, and pungent. It was like a web of black mists that could not be torn apart, consuming countless people. It also resembled the stomach of an overwhelming beast, where humans were mere bugs destined to be corroded and digested, leaving no trace behind. "Brother Yao," seeing the two emerge, Li Jialing hurried to greet Li Yao and bowed dutifully to Yangjun. "Sister Long. Good boy." Yangjun smiled. "Your brother Yao seems to be caught in a conundrum. You'd better not disturb him over the next few days. Why don't you spend more time with me? We can discuss the real path you should follow." "Get away." Li Yao glared. "Who says I'm caught in a conundrum? I will find a solution. So, stay away from an innocent young man like Li Jialing." While they were talking, deafening noises suddenly echoed from the giant cave. Li Yao looked at Yangjun suspiciously, somewhat dazed. "Brother Yao," Li Jialing glanced at Yangjun, somewhat fearful, and pointed to the depths of the cave. The Nepenthe believers handed over some magical equipment to the Wildlings. There's no telling what they're up to. Li Yao frowned and glanced at Yangjun. Yangjun sniffed and gestured for them to follow. The three of them approached the source of the sounds, only to discover a dozen Nepenthe believers dismantling heavy boxes. Inside, they found magical equipment being distributed to the Black Armors, Night Wings, and Red Rings, all eager to try it out. Most of the equipment was gray and brown, resembling large pebbles. Strangely, when some of the equipment was given to the Wildlings and they bit their fingers, smearing blood on the devices, the gears began to glow golden, and the rock-like shells cracked open. Inside were sleek, uniquely designed, and powerful-looking weapons. Tests confirmed their potency. Once the weapons unfolded through their complex mechanical structures and attached to the wildlings' arms like knuckles and blades, they emitted a dazzling brilliance. With a wave of their arms, the wildlings shattered giant stalagmites hundreds of meters away, the thunderous sounds echoing through the cave. Very powerful. Li Yao's eyes gleamed with excitement. As an expert in magical equipment, he immediately recognized not only their power but also their minimal recoil. They also featured auto-navigation and auto-attack capabilities, making them ideal for ordinary soldiers and low-level trainers. However, wasn't it wasteful to equip such advanced devices to the unintelligent wildlings? Li Yao eyed Long Yangjun suspiciously. Long Yangjun smiled and explained, "After my discovery, the Nepenthe believers further excavated many relics and battlegrounds from tens of thousands of years ago, and they found a lot of ancient magical equipment. However, most of the magical equipment in the activation state was too rusted to be used again. The magical equipment in the hibernation state was mostly intact, but they could only be activated and used after blood recognition. As an insider, you know that blood recognition is just a gene test. If the magical equipment was produced by the demon dynasties more than 10,000 years ago, only the genes of demons and their descendants could activate the weapons. If they were produced in the Star Ocean Imperium, it is likely that only the soldiers of the Star Ocean Imperium and their descendants could activate them. In the worlds above, bloodlines have been diluted and mutated due to intermarriages. It's a shame that the magical equipment cannot be activated because the gene tests cannot be passed. The wildlings living underground, on the other hand, had little contact with the outside world. Their bloodlines are pure, and they retain the genetic features from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, their blood can often activate the magical equipment that others cannot." Bing Bing's questions left Li Yao significantly enlightened. He had been pondering whether the underground wildlings were the finest warriors, despite their brutish nature. After all, they were not very intelligent. With Nepenthe now prospering, it seemed they did not need the assistance of a few wildlings. Why, then, at such a crucial juncture, would they send a group to gather wildlings? The purpose, it turned out, was to unlock the weapons that had lain dormant for 10,000 years using the blood, or more accurately, the pure genes, of the wildlings. That made much more sense. As the potent magical weapons emitted a dazzling light, shattering countless stalagmites and stalactites, the entire cave was enveloped in a brilliant, aggressive mist. The wildlings emerged from the darkness, their eyes wide with shock and longing as they gazed upon the magnificent weapons. For the wildlings, who had lost most of their sanity and retained only the instinct to kill, these weapons were clearly more alluring than anything else in the world. What was peculiar, however, was that despite the longing in their hearts, the wildlings and the Nepenthe followers showed little excitement. They remained as calm as the water in a deep well, like machines programmed with the directive to kill. Li Yao couldn't decide which was more frightening, the savage, hideous wildlings with their expressive faces or the humans, who, though obedient, were mere empty shells. A flurry of thoughts churned in Li Yao's mind. He couldn't help but remember Fist King Lei Zhonglia, the machine expert he had encountered in the Land of Sins. The Fist King was not a human, but with highly advanced databases and optimal screening mechanisms, he could perfectly simulate human emotions and even self-awareness. As a result, people tended to forget that he was not a human of flesh and blood but a machine of iron and steel. The people before Li Yao's eyes, on the other hand, were undoubtedly human beings, but they were doing their best to abandon their flesh and souls to become cold machines. Machines wanted to become men, and men wanted to become machines. What exactly marked the boundary between machines and men? Men were nothing more than machines made of countless cells. Were they any different from the machines made of metals? If there were really a civilization of machines, would the civilization of mankind be any different? Brother Yao. Li Jialing couldn't help but approach Li Yao. Rubbing the goosebumps on his arm, he said in a low voice, "Those guys are so creepy. They are like the emotionless people of the Covenant Alliance. I'd rather face the ferocious immortal cultivators than confront those cold, inhumane monsters. After spending a long time with Li Yao, though he never admitted it, Li Jialing considered him less and less of an immortal cultivator, or at least not a pure one. Li Yao was silent. Before his heartfelt conversation with Long Yangjun, he had nothing but 100% disgust and wariness toward the emotionless, machine-like individuals. But right now, Li Yao sighed and said in a low voice, "How could there be the emotionless Covenant Alliance if there weren't the ferocious immortal cultivators?" What? Li Jialing was rather surprised. "Brother Yao, what did you say?" "Nothing." Li Yao clenched his fists, his face colder than ever. But two stubborn fires ignited in his eyes, as if he were about to blow up the ice that sealed the souls of the Wildlings and the Nepenthe believers with his sparks. Staring at them for a long time, he said, word by word, "Let's go back up and see what changes we can bring to this absurd world." When Li Yao, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, and the Nepenthe believers returned with the large group of Wildlings who had found peace, the 10,084th district looked entirely different from when they left. Every sign suggested that a war was imminent. The 10,084th district was one of the towns where Nepenthe had been most successful. More than half of the residents were Nepenthe believers, and the remainder were sympathizers and supporters. This time, Nepenthe had decided to overthrow the Black Iron Group's rule in the area through a riot. Naturally, everyone in the 10,084th district was mobilized. By the time Li Yao and his companions returned, the town was enveloped in a hazy golden mist. The air was filled with the rich, savory aroma of rock worms being butchered and roasted for food. The red lizards, however, were no longer butchered. They were the best horses that could turn the people into underground cavalry, moving freely through the tunnels. From the hollow stone columns, countless young people emerged in lines, sitting cross-legged like cold statues. They stared at the dim, illusory light above, chanting incantations in solemn unison, entering a state of telepathy. It was unclear whether this was just their daily brainwashing or a pre-war speech. Note, translates to mobilization in English, but it can be left as is if the context is clear to the reader. The pre-war mobilizing speeches were supposed to be the most thrilling, blood-boiling moments, but all that filled the town, inside and out, was a pervasive gloom and lifelessness. It gave Li Yao the illusion that he was watching the activation of countless battle puppets in a trance. Even the children, usually the most lively, were too frightened by the heavy and dull atmosphere to laugh and sing. They seemed to have disappeared. Li Yao couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. He wanted to help the people who had lost all hope, who no longer trusted the world or themselves, but he did not know where to start. It felt like being trapped in an impenetrable iron room with no windows or doors, while raging flames burned outside. The chances of breaking free were slim to none. Perhaps Long Yangjun was right. The battles he faced at the center of the cosmos were different from those at its edges. This time, his enemy was not a specific foe, neither the four Kerfurston, nor Dongfang Wang, Lei Chenghu, Long Yangjun, Li Linghai, or even the Great Black Star. The real enemy was a world that had become twisted, topsy-turvy, and absurd. Could he win this time? Or, more precisely, could he somehow win the trust and support of the majority again? While he was resolute in his conversation with Li Jialing, Li Yao found himself feeling lost and uncertain after returning to the stone pillar where he was resting. "Honorable guest, please have dinner." Just as Li Yao was feeling dejected and at a loss, the door knocked again. The same girl who had brought them food earlier returned. She still appeared cold, reserved, and unapproachable. Bowing courteously at Li Yao first, she then placed a tray of food before him, precise as a meticulously devised machine. However, compared to yesterday, the frost in her eyes had slightly thawed. Perhaps she had sensed Li Yao's effort in repairing the air circulation system. Preoccupied, Li Yao did not pay much attention to the girl's subtle change. He simply thanked her and continued planning his next move. But to his surprise, the girl did not leave. Instead, she stood silently before him. Is anything wrong? Li Yao raised his head and looked at the girl, curiosity in his eyes, only to see a hesitant face concealed under the wide hood. She seemed much more emotional than the cold machines. It appeared that the girl had only recently joined Nepenthe, and her ability to express feelings had not yet been fully suppressed. Slightly relieved, Li Yao said with a smile, "Don't be scared. If there's anything you want to say, just speak. Do you have any magical equipment that needs maintenance? Or maybe you want to learn how to repair the air circulation system? That's not a problem." "Not exactly," the girl said after a long hesitation. She then took off her hood and the mask of her coldness. Widening her black, bright eyes, she summoned her courage and asked, "I only mean to ask. Does the honorable guest come from the surface of the planet, far, far from here?" Li Yao smiled. "That's right. I do come from the surface. To be more precise, I'm from the sky, even higher than the ground. My name is Li Yao. What's yours?" He was supposed to give a fake name, but for some reason, he did not want to add another layer of disguise when faced with the girl who had willingly removed her cold mask. So, he might as well give his true name. Even if Blackstar the Great found him, so what? He would certainly drag Wu Yingqi to die with him if he must. "My name is Bing Bing," said the girl. The underground world was often intolerably hot, with temperatures easily exceeding 50 degrees. Ice blocks made from cooling rune arrays were almost essential for survival. Therefore, many locals had Bing in their names, which also meant peace and auspiciousness in many underground dialects. Bing Bing was a rather common name there. Bing Bing introduced herself with some unease and secretly observed Li Yao. Seeing that the important person from above did not grow angry but encouraged her to continue speaking with a smile, she clutched a corner of her clothes and said, "If you come from above, you must have seen the real sun, haven't you? They say the sun is brighter than 10,000 fire flowers combined. Is that true? I can't even imagine what the sun looks like." "Of course it's true," Li Yao couldn't help but smile. "It's more than 10,000 fire flowers. When the sunlight is at its brightest, it's more brilliant than 1,000,000 fire flowers blooming at once. I can't describe how spectacular it is, but I'm sure you'll have a chance to see the sun, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the billions of stars with your own eyes one day." "Okay," Bing Bing bit her lip and bowed deeply to Li Yao. "Thank you, honorable guest." Despite her thanks, she didn't move, appearing even more hesitant, as if unsure whether to continue asking questions. "No," Li Yao, who was too sharp to be fooled even by Xiao Xuanzi, by Xinghe, or Lu Zui, said. Naturally, a little girl's thoughts could not escape his attention. "Bing Bing, what you really want to ask is not about the sun, but something else, right? If so, just ask me. Brother Li Yao will certainly tell you the answer if I know it." "Thank you, Brother Li Yao." Encouraged by Li Yao, Bing Bing grew braver. Her worries finally surfaced, and she raised the questions that had been haunting her for a long time. Nepenthe is about to fight a real war up above, nothing like the defenses against the Wildlings. My father and mother will go to the front line. Brother Yao, since you are from the ground, you must have been through real wars, right? What are they like exactly? Will we win? Will anything happen to my father and mother? 1. Note, Bing Bing means, ice ice. She is not the player of the former wings, though. XD 2370 Flowery bugs, sweet stones, and ocarinas. Li Yao was slightly stunned by her questions. He observed the girl named Bing Bing carefully. She was around 15 years old, an age between a child and an adult. Although her face showed the indifference of emotional detachment, it was nothing more than a thin layer of ice. Beneath the cracking ice, her true feelings were beginning to flow out. Something in Li Yao's heart stirred. He asked in a soft voice, "Bing Bing, do you not want your parents to fight in the war?" "I don't know." With intense confusion in her eyes, Bing Bing hesitated for a moment. "Our town fought Wildlings and other towns before. It was only a few hundred people at most, but too many already died. I've seen some of the dead bodies. Their faces were all bleeding, their guts spilling out, and their limbs crushed. It was horrible. I'm told that hundreds of thousands of people are going to fight in this war. I can't even imagine what it will be like. I'm scared that my parents will end up like that and never come back." Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, "Have you told your parents what you think? Why do they have to participate in the war?" "Yes, I have." Bing Bing nodded firmly and said, "But they said they have to join the war because the Serenity Seraph and the Grand Guardian both told them that as humans, we should not live in fear and indignity underground for our entire lives. We are meant to live under the real sun and the blue sky. At the very least, we should go to the surface and see what the sun looks like at least once in our lives. To see the sun on the ground, we have to fight a war and blast away the crust, tens of thousands of meters thick, that blocks our way. I don't really understand what my parents meant. The fire flowers are already very beautiful. Is the sun really so spectacular that we need to watch it at the cost of so many lives? I told my parents I was scared and asked them not to go, but they said that if I recited the Serenity Arts with full attention more often, I would soon fear nothing." Li Yao thought for a moment. Seeing the deepening sorrow on the girl's face, he asked, "But you didn't recite the Serenity Arts well, did you?" Embarrassment immediately showed on Bing Bing's face. She hesitated and said, I did recite the Serenity Arts well. Every day, when the adults practiced it, my friends and I always read it together. But for some reason, I never fully understood it. I couldn't focus my attention and be completely devoted to it. Maybe it's because I didn't know if I should become what my parents look like." Li Yao frowned. "You don't like what your parents look like now?" I don't know." Bing Bing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head slightly. "My parents are indeed a bit strange now. They either pace back and forth without saying a word every day, or sit cross-legged chanting the Serenity Arts, or stare at the light above their heads, lost in a trance like stalactites. Even when they talk to me, there's little warmth in them. It feels completely different from the past. But I didn't like how they looked in the past either. In the past, they were always sighing and complaining. Not only did they often fight, but they also lashed out at me or even abused me. But I never blamed them, because I had already grown up and knew how troublesome and painful their work was. They had so many things to take care of and so many problems they couldn't fix. Sometimes, when I was half asleep, I could still hear my mother crying softly. At the very least, after practicing the Serenity Arts, my father and mother stopped fighting, sighing, or sobbing in secret. There's now a light in their eyes. When they chant the Serenity Arts with everyone else, they have a new vigor that I can't quite describe. So, I think the life right now is perhaps the best for them. I just don't know if I should forget both the unhappy and happy things like they do." Attracted, Li Yao couldn't help but squat down to be at the same height as the girl. "Do you have any happy experiences in such a place? Would you like to share them with me?" "Of course I do." Bing Bing smiled sincerely. Perhaps it was because she hadn't smiled in a long time, her smile was like a blossoming bud. "Did you know, Brother Li Yao? Deep inside a crevice 2 kilometers from town, there grows a kind of purple fire flower. A very, very small bug, even smaller than ants, lives inside its pistils. We call them flowery bugs. The flowery bugs don't have any color, but if you shake them hard, they vibrate their wings and unleash a colorful brilliance. It's very beautiful. In the past, before Nepenthe arrived, my friends and I liked catching the flowery bugs best. We would catch a lot of them, hold them in our hands, and shake them hard. Then, we would blow at them. Wow, when hundreds of flowery bugs were blown out by us, they were like fireworks. We often competed with each other to see whose fireworks were the most splendid. The way you shook them and the force you used to blow both mattered. I always blew the biggest and most beautiful fireworks. I remember the time when we found the deepest, darkest, and most spacious cave to blow the fire flowers. When my partners and I blew the flowery bugs at the wall, the whole cave was illuminated. It was the most glamorous thing I had ever seen. We were so enthralled that we forgot about the time until the adults came to find us. Naturally, we were all punished when we got back, and we were grounded the next day. None of us could leave the house for a long time. The more she talked, the more excited she became. Her face was blushing, and there was not the slightest trace of coldness on it anymore. She was just an innocent and cute girl like any other girls of her age. Also, do you know that the stalactites have different flavors? There is an icy, moist, and cool stalactite we call sweet stones. In the hottest season, we all like to go to sleep while hugging the sweet stones. That is the most comfortable thing. After Bing Bing began to talk, there seemed to be no stopping her. With brilliance beaming out of her eyes, she went on, also, stones with a lot of holes can be found in a lot of relics. When you blow at them, they make very pleasant sounds. If you block different holes, the pitches of the sounds change too. We call such stones Ocarinas. Note, the text has been cleaned and some grammar has been corrected, but some errors remain as they may be part of a stylistic choice or character's voice. However, considering a smoother version. Also, did you know that stalactites have different flavors? There's an icy, moist, and cool variety we call sweet stones. In the hottest season, we all love to go to sleep while hugging the sweet stones. It's the most comfortable thing. After Bing Bing started talking, there seemed to be no stopping her. Her eyes shone with brilliance as she continued, also, stones with many holes can be found in various when dozens of ocarinas are played together and a handful of flowery bugs are released. We lie on the sweet stones, listening and watching. That is the happiest moment for me. Li Yao seemed to truly see the beautiful scene in the endless darkness and hear the giggles of children mingled with the delightful sounds of the ocarinas. He couldn't help but feel entranced. Bing Bing pursed her lips and said softly, "My best friend's name is also Bing Bing. Everyone calls her Big Bing Bing and me Little Bing Bing. I am best at releasing the flowery bugs, while Big Bing Bing excelled at playing the ocarina. She could play hundreds of melodies from long, long ago. Everyone loved listening to her, even the flowery bugs I released. We always worked together. When she played the ocarina, the flowery bugs I released would dance. It was truly beautiful. But her father was eaten by a demon beast while scavenging in the relics. Since then, she has been diligently practicing the serenity arts with her mother. She no longer goes out with us or plays the ocarina. I visited her once and asked her to join us, but she said she had forgotten all the tunes. I was very sad. I didn't want to be like Big Bing Bing. I didn't want to forget how to release the flowery bugs. Every time the town gathered to practice the serenity arts, my mind was filled with memories of the flowery bugs, ocarinas, and the various flavored stalactites we used to lick. That's probably the reason why my partners all picked up the serenity arts, but I never got the hang of it, right? Li Yao remained silent. Looking at the girl's gray cloak, he asked, "Why did you join Nepenthe if you don't want to practice the serenity arts? Was someone forcing you?" "Force me? No." Bing Bing rolled her eyes and said, "It's because the people of Nepenthe are all good and the only ones who have ever offered us help from the upper areas. Our town is so poor and remote that no one ever came to help us, no matter what disaster we faced. I heard that the people who occasionally came down from the upper areas were very mean, and anyone who met them wouldn't have a good end. Only the people of Nepenthe have sincerely helped us. In our most difficult times, they brought us crystals, fuel, and compressed air from the upper worlds, helping us survive the hardships. They're not as arrogant or brutal as others from up above. They say we are all equal, brothers and sisters. They eat and live with us, telling us about the upper worlds, and help us dig tunnels, reinforce the walls, maintain the magical equipment, and defend against demon beasts and wildlings. Many Nepenthe believers we didn't know have sacrificed for our town. They are buried around our town, continuing to protect us. Since Nepenthe has been so good to us, isn't it only reasonable for us to join them? Besides, even though they can no longer play the ocarina or fly the flower bugs after practicing the serenity arts, they are indeed free from troubles and pain. When they chant the serenity arts together, there is a kind of resonance that makes them smarter and stronger. Brother Yao, aren't you an honorable guest brought by the Serenity Seraph? How could you not know this? Aren't you the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe? 2371 Fight for the Melody. Faced with the girl's clear eyes and her matter-of-fact arguments, Li Yao almost felt ashamed of himself. After a long moment of bewilderment, he finally shook his head and said softly, "No, I am not the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe. I am a cultivator." A cultivator? Bing Bing blinked her eyes for a long time and asked, "What is that?" Li Yao could come up with 200 definitions of a cultivator any minute, but he suddenly felt his mouth was too dry to speak under the girl's clear, water-like gaze. After thinking for a long time, he struggled to say, "Bing Bing, listen to me. Have you ever thought that the world shouldn't be like this, and that your life shouldn't be like this? This world shouldn't be dark and violent, ruled by immortal cultivators. It definitely shouldn't be a cold, emotionless place where everyone has lost the ability to sing and smile. The world can and should be something else. It should be a place where the strong protect the weak support the strong, and everyone works together to overcome the problems that arise during the development of civilization. They should trample on all obstacles and leave our most brilliant mark in the dark and cold universe, releasing as much heat and light as possible. In such a world, a girl like you shouldn't be wearing a gray cape, hiding in a suffocating, dull cave, breeding rock worms to avoid starvation, never having a chance to see the real sun or the billions of shining stars. No, it shouldn't be like this. You should be living carefree and happy under the blue sky and white clouds, or at least in settlements with a comfortable temperature, clean air, water, and food. You will receive the best education to unlock the infinite potential within you and for the future. In the future, you can choose to be a doctor, teacher, soldier, engineer, or any profession you desire. If you love flowery bugs, you can become an entomologist and study them for your entire life. If you want to sing, you will sing. If you want to dance, you will dance. You can spend your youth however you choose. Your parents are the same, they won't sob in the middle of the night, even if they are not brainwashed. Bing Bing listened in astonishment, filled with confusion and fear. She mumbled, "How is this possible? How can such a world exist? Isn't it just a dream?" "Yes, it is exactly a dream, one that might not be realized for a very long time," Li Yao said, pointing at himself. "But cultivators are the people who vow to make such a dream a reality." Bing Bing didn't fully understand. Observing Li Yao's face, she asked timidly, "So, Brother Li Yao, are you a good person too? Are the cultivators better than Nepenthe?" "Absolutely," Li Yao said firmly. 100 times better." "Then why?" Bing Bing lowered her head and said gloomily, "If the cultivators you describe are so good, Brother Yao, why haven't any come to our aid in the past few hundred years?" Li Yao was speechless for a moment. Blushing, he sighed and had to admit it frankly. "Right, Bing Bing, your criticism is very valid. Cultivators have been too weak and ineffective for the past 1,000 years, to the point that our dream is now seen as a lie and a joke because it is too distant and beautiful. So, it's perfectly normal that so many believers in the path of ultimate benevolence have emerged underground. As a cultivator who has arrived late and has done nothing for you, I have no right to criticize those who believe in the path of ultimate benevolence or to condemn the organizers of Nepenthe and the spies of the Covenant Alliance who have infiltrated the underground worlds. At the very least, they have been helping the people and resisting the immortal cultivators during the years when there were no cultivators. I just want to tell you that, for the people living in the deepest part of the planet, if you didn't want to die silently under the oppression of the immortal cultivators, you had no choice but to join Nepenthe and worship the path of ultimate benevolence. But now, you have a third option, a better one. The cultivators are back at the center of the cosmos to correct the mistakes we made 1,000 years ago. So, trust me. Whatever happens, don't give up on the things you cherish, don't abandon the memories of catching flower bugs and playing the ocarina, and don't forget how to laugh and cry. One day, you will see the real sun, and you will dance and sing under the blue sky. I, and all the other cultivators like me, will fight for that day to come. Li Yao's enthusiasm clearly intimidated the little girl. Bing Bing was stunned for a long time, then she observed Li Yao carefully for a while. She was more or less relieved and grinned again. Brother Yao, although what you said is rather weird, you don't strike me as a liar. Of course, I'm not a liar. Li Yao said. But why? Why are you fighting for people you don't know? Bing Bing looked at Li Yao in confusion. You are very strange as the Nepenthe believers when they first came to the underground world. The Nepenthe believers said we were all the lambs of the gods. We were brothers and sisters created by the gods together, so we had to help each other. Are you helping us for the same reason? Li Yao shook his head. I don't believe in lambs of the gods. As for why I'm helping you. He suddenly noticed a silver object on the girl's waist, shaped like a cone and resembling a conch. He thought of something and asked, is that an ocarina? Can you play a tune for me? This is Big Bing Bing's ocarina. She gave it to me and said she didn't need it anymore. Bing Bing's face dimmed. Although she didn't know what Li Yao meant, she still took down the ocarina and began to play. Even though they were thousands of meters below the ground, the sound still reminded Li Yao of the boundless universe. For the next 3 minutes, Li Yao listened in silence. After the tune finished, Bing Bing wiped her lips, somewhat embarrassed. I hope it's not too bad. Big Bing Bing would have played much better. Not at all. It's very pleasant. It's been a long time since I last heard such a wonderful piece of music. Li Yao took a deep breath and smiled. Then, you might think that I'm fighting for you for such a wonderful melody. Huh? Bing Bing's eyes widened. You might be too young to understand this, but you can remember it deeply now. Human beings cannot live without the sun, just as much as they cannot live without songs. Looking into the girl's eyes, Li Yao said, I hope that wherever I go in the universe, I can hear people singing. Perhaps that's the reason for my fighting. As for your parents, rest assured, nothing will happen to them until I fall. Trust me. Li Yao's solemn face was like a sharp sword piercing Bing Bing's chest. The girl jumped like a startled deer. Thank you, Brother Yao. You are as good as the Serenity Seraph. Bing Bing bowed deeply to Li Yao and left, half in panic and half in confusion. Li Yao, however, couldn't calm himself down for a long time. Watching the girl's back disappear through the door, he suddenly thought of something and called out, wait. Bing Bing suddenly turned around and looked at Li Yao shyly. Wait. Li Yao's eyes burned more intensely. He waved his hand at the girl and said, come here. Something very odd has just occurred to me. Bing Bing, you said that your partners had all memorized the Serenity Arts, and you were the only one who couldn't grasp it. So, in fact, you are the most impious believer of Nepenthe among your peers, aren't you? Blushing, Bing Bing replied, Probably. Then, does everyone else know? I mean, the other people in town and the Nepenthe believers from above? Li Yao asked. They do, Bing Bing said. In the state of telepathy, the countenance and behavior will be very usual. You can easily tell who is pious and who is not. Everybody knows that I'm very special. Then, it is quite peculiar, Li Yao said. Since so many pious believers are out there, why is the most impious person selected to bring food for me? Does the Serenity Seraph not know the matter? She does too. Bing Bing said. The Serenity Seraph knows that I cannot memorize the Serenity arts. But she is very nice and likes me very much. She told me that I shouldn't force myself if I could not understand the Serenity arts, and that it was the most important thing to be myself. Right, just like Brother Li Yao, she asked me not to give up the fun of catching the flower bugs and playing the ocarina. What? Li Yao was greatly surprised. She knows all that? So, it was her idea to send you to bring food for me? Yes. Bing Bing nodded her head vigorously. The Serenity Seraph specifically asked me to deliver food to the honorable guests. She also said you might ask me strange questions and say things that don't make sense. She told me not to be scared, saying that although you might jump up and down like a gorilla on fire when you get excited, you are actually a good guy. All I needed to do was answer your questions dutifully. Li Yao was speechless. He waved his hands. Got it. Thank you for taking care of me, Bing Bing. You can go back and take a rest. Okay. Bing Bing turned around and left. Just as she was about to exit the stone column, she suddenly turned back and said, Brother Li Yao, the Serenity Seraph was right. You are really a good guy. Li Yao looked at the girl as she disappeared into the mist. He pondered Long Yangjun's intentions and suddenly smiled. Long Yangjun, what exactly are you up to? He mumbled to himself. At first, you posed a riddle that seemed to have no answers, plunging me into despair in the competition of beliefs. But then, you arranged for a seemingly nonchalant yet adorable and impious believer of Nepenthe to ignite my fighting spirit. Are you posing a question to me, or are you questioning yourself? Do you want me to submit to your beliefs, or do you want me to utterly crush them? Is it possible that deep down, you also know that the path of ultimate benevolence won't work out, and you still have some hope for the path of the cultivators? Trapped in confusion, dilemmas, and contradictions, you can't find an answer, but you're too proud to ask me directly. So, you hope I can find an answer for you in this roundabout way? What an odd guy. If that's the case, then as you wish. I will give you an answer, the answer of the cultivators. 2372 Clean the Cultivators Gold Brand. A day later, Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and Li Jialing, leading the brawny soldiers they had carefully selected, climbed through the zigzagging cracks and unknown, abandoned wells, ascending several thousand meters on the giant excavators that resembled earthly dragons. Finally, they approached the altitude where the great iron plants were located. On their way, they passed countless desolate or dying towns. The 5,000-meter mark underground was generally a boundary. The towns above and below this line had entirely different views and purposes. The towns established above the 5,000-meter line were primarily to accommodate the excess population on the surface and to expand human living space. The towns below the 5,000-meter line, however, were almost all created due to the discovery of a certain resource. Both rare mother lodes and residences from tens of thousands of years ago were enough to attract immortal cultivators who descended like locusts, bringing with them countless hominoid slaves. These hominoid slaves often attracted even more people, and a lively, thriving town would often spring up spontaneously in a very short time. However, the good days did not last. Once the mother lodes were exhausted or the treasures in the relics were all collected, it meant the end for the towns. The immortal cultivators, having had their fill, would simply leave, but they typically would not take the hard-working hominoid slaves or the service industry workers who had gathered to serve them. The fates of these people were all tied to the mother lodes and relics. They were barely capable of anything other than mining or serving as laborers in the exploration of relics. After the resources were exhausted, the fate of those abandoned by the immortal cultivators was certainly more than miserable. Apart from the stronger individuals who could risk passing through the narrow, deep cracks and tunnels to seek their fortune in other underground towns, most were destined to await death in desolation and darkness, ending even more pitifully than the residents of the 10,084th district. Li Yao had seen too many such towns on his journey. Many towns had been entirely wiped out, leaving behind fluorescent bones that emitted a gloomy light and rusted, collapsed mining magical equipment, now lifeless, like iron and skeletal tombs. But what was even more heart-wrenching were the towns where the residents had not all died but were still struggling in desperation. Their faces, resembling living skeletons, were filled with hunger, their eyes radiating a brilliance that Li Yao found too painful to meet. Nepenthe, naturally, thrived in these desolate towns. Wherever they reached, as long as it was not a place where everyone had perished, some Nepenthe followers would come to greet them, offering clean, drinkable water and taking away the roasted meat from the 10,084th district, which was then ground into powder and mixed into porridge to prevent the residents from choking. Judging from the residents' gratitude as they devoured the food, Li Yao estimated that they would never betray Nepenthe, even upon the threat of death. The religion certainly had the people's support. According to Yangjun, Nepenthe was not the only religion flourishing in the underground worlds. In fact, a myriad of peculiar beliefs and organizations had been rapidly developing in the remote towns across every sector of the Imperium. Some people worshipped Nepenthe, some trusted the Covenant Alliance, some believed in the Chi cult, and some even placed their faith directly in extraterrestrial devils. There was a peculiar training method called Devil Dance that was popular among them. Overall, as long as they could temporarily forget their pain, with their wounded and broken bodies paralyzed for a moment, and they were given a slim chance of defeating the immortal cultivators, those humble hominoids were willing to believe in anything, from gods to devils. Let me put it this way, Yangjun summarized, the people here believe in everything except the true path of immortality and the highest authorities. Li Yao thought of something and intended to ask Yangjun about the ideas of the cultivators. But on second thought, he realized that Starlight had been active at the edge of the Imperium for hundreds of years, reborn dozens of times after destruction. The more it developed, the greater it became. Was this not partly due to the cruel oppression by the immortal cultivators? Indeed, the image where he announced the return of the cultivators in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been spread across the entire Imperium via the spiritual nexus. It was likely that many hominoids within the Imperium had been awakened, were training themselves, and were preparing for resistance, with Cultivator as their goal. Perhaps there were also people deep within the capital planet who had been moved, shocked, and convinced by the ideas of the cultivators. He should have more confidence in the ideas of the cultivators and stop underestimating himself. Even the Chi cult and the extraterrestrial devils had their followers. Could the ideas of the cultivators truly be devoid of any appeal? There must be people who trusted the cultivators, looked forward to their rise, and were willing to become cultivators, regardless of the cost. In any case, the journey into the underground worlds was a great eye-opener for Li Yao, making him realize how decayed and corrupt the foundation of the Imperium had become. The reign of the immortal cultivators had lost its effectiveness. People preferred to believe in the emotionless path of ultimate benevolence or follow the extraterrestrial devils rather than trust the immortal cultivators above them. How ironic and pathetic was that? No matter how the immortal cultivators brainwashed the lower-class people, promoting the idea that true humans are supreme and hominoids must sacrifice everything, their rule is about to crumble. Li Yao thought to himself, the people of the Imperium have abandoned the true path of immortality with their real actions. In the next second, it will be the cultivators' turn to show our sincerity and win as many people as possible from the Covenant Alliance, the Chi-Yu cult, and the extraterrestrial devils. Such a goal can only be achieved through wisdom, not force. Even if he were at his peak, with the best gear and not heavily wounded, it would be impossible for him to simply kill the leaders of the Covenant Alliance, the Chi-Yu cult, and the extraterrestrial devils one by one. After all, these leaders had gained widespread support by doing a lot of good or at least providing comfort to the people. If Li Yao were to act recklessly, he would completely destroy the appeal of the cultivators. I must find a way to build the brand of the cultivators. Right now, the common people at the heart of the cosmos have had enough of the immortal cultivators. They are turning to the cult simply because they have no other way out. The path of the cultivators is a business that dates back 10,000 years, with prodigious invisible assets. As long as we can re-establish the brand, there's no reason we can't compete against the Covenant Alliance or the Chi-Yu cult. Li Yao scratched his chin. Well, I'm best at creating brands. After taking a brief rest in a desolate town, many warriors joined Nepenthe's army and marched upward with them. Li Yao secretly observed the army. The quality of the soldiers exceeded his expectations. They were all incredibly strong, and it was hard to imagine that such a group could have been raised in the resource-scarce underground worlds. Although their spiritual roots were not awakened, they all had bulging muscles and prominent temples, indicating they were all skilled fighters. Li Yao secretly compared them to the general troops of the Star Glory Federation and found that they were not far behind in terms of physical quality. After some thought, Li Yao realized this was likely due to a survivorship bias. First, the refugees who fled to the underground worlds over the past 10,000 years were certainly the elites and experts from the surface. Thus, their bloodlines were powerful from the start. The harsh environment and resource scarcity in the underground worlds screened out the relatively weaker individuals over the 10,000 years, their genes eradicated in the endless darkness. Those whose bloodlines have survived to this day are naturally the most stubborn and strong. Most of the warriors in the army used to be miners and relic explorers. They were the best type of soldiers. Miners were sturdy and highly organized. To control the complex and precise magical mining equipment, they had to be at least somewhat educated. At the very least, they knew how to operate a lot of magical equipment and maintain simple structured civilian magical equipment. This meant they could control military magical equipment with only minimal training. Additionally, to reduce costs and increase productivity, the mine owners of the Imperium of True Human Beings often modified their miners insanely. Objectively, this transformed the miners into beings of nearly infinite strength. Consider this: if a miner's work efficiency surpassed that of a spiritual puppet, they must also be capable of smashing someone's head into pieces. In the Heavenly Ring sector, one of the 4 new worlds of the Star Glory Federation, a major minor uprising against the rulers had occurred. Ding Ling Dang, who had organized and experienced the uprising firsthand, later shared the details with Li Yao. Li Yao learned just how terrifying well-trained and organized miners could be. This was even more true for relic explorers. Although immortal cultivators used hominoids as guinea pigs, placing them in unexplored relics to test traps and defense rune arrays, and 9 out of 10 guinea pigs perished in accidents, those who survived the trials of the relics could become terrifying monsters. Boss Bai, the pirate potentate Li Yao encountered in the Flying Star sector, was originally such a relic explorer. Another example was Heaven Battering King Qi Chongsheng, one of the 4 rapscallions of the Ancient Sages sector, on par with Long Yangjun. Qi Chongsheng and his Heaven Battering army were grave robbers at the beginning, another form of relic explorers. While the relic explorers were far fewer in number than the miners, they served as the captains and lieutenants of the army. Each one had been lashed by the immortal cultivators with electromagnetic whips to explore unknown relics and survived when many of their companions were killed. Naturally, they harbored deep resentment toward the immortal cultivators. Armed with the magical equipment excavated from warehouses, shelters, and relics, this army was truly not to be underestimated. There was a real chance they could achieve something great. In the great iron plants, since they had already been gathered into an army, they would certainly be discovered if they moved together. Most of the soldiers hid in the abandoned towns and mines not far from the great iron plants, and were ready to surge forth at a command. Only Yangjun, Li Yao, Li Jialing, and a few experts in the army were bold enough to approach the great iron plants and contact the local Nepenthe believers who were directly commanded by the Grand Guardian. The underground world was essentially a vast maze of countless caves connected by tunnels and crevices. Theoretically, it was easier to defend than to attack. Sending an elite troop to block a critical tunnel between two caves could prevent anyone from passing. However, the Great Iron Plants was a well-developed mining area that had been active for 100 years. The number of complex, interconnected tunnels and shafts was overwhelming, even for the most experienced miner, who might not know where a deep, dark branch inside a certain tunnel led. To transmit fresh air and clean water from the surface to the depths and to transport precious resources from below to above, extensive ventilation and logistical systems were necessary. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the demons, the Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Ocean Republic, and, of course, the Imperium of true human beings, had all constructed such tube systems. The abandoned tube systems from previous regimes became the best shortcuts for covert movements, eluding the few immortal cultivators in the area. Among the Nepenthe believers were old miners who had spent their entire lives with rocks. Li Yao, too, was an unparalleled expert in navigating ventilation tubes. They crawled from the cracks into the ventilation tubes, from the ventilation tubes to the tunnels, and from the tunnels to an abandoned cave that had been drained decades ago, smoothly and without meeting any trouble. According to the regulations of the excavation in the Imperium of true human beings, caves that had been completely drained must be filled with rocks and rapidly consolidating liquid metals to ensure the stability of the entire tectonic structure and to prevent massive collapses and tectonic movements from affecting the worlds of immortal cultivators on the ground. However, the cost to refill the caves with rocks was very high. For the greedy, corrupt immortal cultivators, the regulations were nothing but nonsense. The Black Iron Group was initially under the name of the Dongfang family. Since the capital was not the Dongfang family's territory, why would Li Minghui care about the regulations at all? Therefore, the Great Iron Plants were surrounded by dark, empty caves that had been abandoned. The Nepenthe believers spent a few years digging through most of the caves before carefully covering them with disguises. The rocks in the area were like a tree hollowed out by ants, full of holes inside but showing nothing on the outside. Li Yao and Yangjun crawled out of the depths of such a cave, bypassing the guards of the Black Iron Group and appearing on the rocks not far from the Great Iron Plants. Wearing gray capes, they seemed to blend seamlessly with the nearby rocks. Observing the Great Iron Plants from their high vantage point, the first thing they saw was the magma well at the center of the factories, looking like an erupting volcano. The torch, ignited by billions of fires, burned and screamed furiously. Although they were several kilometers away, they could still feel the scorching heat. Sparks seemed to splash on their faces with each blink. According to Yangjun, beneath the Great Iron Plants lay a place where three fiery spiritual energy veins converged. These veins produced a highly intense and stable fire-class spiritual energy. In modern cultivation civilization terms, there was a magma belt beneath the Great Iron Plants, characterized by extremely high temperatures, high pressure, and a very stable geological structure. Additionally, several nearby rare mineral deposits, with high reserves and exceptional quality, led to the establishment of many purification plants to refine the minerals using geothermal energy. The refined minerals would then be transported to the planet's surface as concentrates, significantly reducing costs. Li Yao looked into the distance and saw the geothermal plant constructed around the Well of Flames, along with the mines, purification plants, and processing plants built around the geothermal facility. There was even a factory that produced components for magical equipment. Large and small refining furnaces rose like coal giants to the dome of the space, making the otherwise spacious underground area feel suffocating. The most challenging issue in underground refining was not water but the disposal of toxic waste. Li Yao noticed that numerous large tubes with powerful suction forces were distributed across the dome and walls of the great iron plants. These tubes continuously pumped out the heavily polluted air, almost solid in its dirtiness. After multiple filtration processes, the toxins were compressed into small cubes, and the purified air was recirculated. Despite the 1,000 most powerful industrial air cleaners operating at peak efficiency, the air was still filled with various noxious odors. Even Li Yao felt slightly uncomfortable, as if someone had stuffed clumps of rubber and asphalt into his nostrils. He truly wondered how the workers and their families managed to cope. In fact, the Imperium of true human beings is much like the new Federation before your return. Many demon workers are used here. To be more precise, the demonic cells within the bodies of the lowest-tier workers are activated through various drugs, granting them a multitude of uncanny abilities that come with severe side effects, Yangjun said in a low voice. Or rather, ever since the demons' reign collapsed 10,000 years ago, humans have never stopped exploiting demons at the center of the cosmos. Aside from high-level demons, the strong and sturdy low-level demons make the best workforce. Who could have had the heart to slaughter all the livestock? Wouldn't it have been a tremendous waste? Of course, to uphold the dignity and pride of mankind, and for the sake of humanitarianism, the crude methods of completely transforming humans into bizarre-looking demons are rare today. However, the partial modification of human organs or the selective breeding of humans with certain demonic genes to produce offspring with specific functions, much like breeding pet dogs, has never ceased. For the workers living in the heavily polluted factories underground, their respiratory systems resemble demons more than humans, enabling them to survive and work in the toxic environment. But this benefit comes at a price. The demonic genes can only enhance their working abilities during their prime years, they cannot prevent lethal heavy metals from accumulating in their bodies. The end result is a significantly shortened lifespan and potential damage to their intelligence. For the factory owners, that is not truly a cost at all. After all, they don't need the miners to live out their natural lives or to have high intelligence. Controlling the workers will be easier if they are less intelligent. Li Yao felt both fear and rage. Those immortal cultivators are truly despicably vile. I'm afraid you're wronging the immortal cultivators, Yangjun said coldly. The immortal cultivators are merely the successors of the practice, not its founders. Back in the Star Ocean Republic, those hypocritical cultivators built model factories on the planet's surface during the day, places that were beautiful and full of flowers and birds. But beneath the ground, where sunlight never reached, weren't they doing exactly the same thing? After all, since the demonic genes of those workers had been activated, they could be considered corrupted by demons, or simply a part of them. Demons are mankind's greatest enemy. So, shouldn't both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators feel no guilt in enslaving these demons? Li Yao was silent, suddenly appreciating Jean Xinyue's resistance against the demons over the past 100 years. Without her resistance, would the Star Glory Federation have maintained so many cruel factories like these today? These were certainly not the things Li Yao envisioned in his ideal world. Aside from the deadly gas, the deafening noise from the 1,000 air cleaning devices operating at full power also hovered above the great iron plants, like thousands of venomous snakes finding their way into everyone's ears. Li Yao tried to conceal his spiritual energy to the minimum and relied on his tough body to resist the noise. But very soon, his mouth was dry, his heart was racing, his back was covered in sweat, and his veins were throbbing. Countless dark, bloody thoughts flooded his mind. How about it? Yangjun said with a smile. You understand now why so many people are crying, screaming, and begging me to practice the Serenity Arts, don't you? It will certainly be worth it if the skill can do nothing else but resist the ceaseless noise. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao observed the air-cleaning magical equipment above his head that was running loudly. He shook his head and said, "This is unreasonable. Even if it's a high-power industrial air-cleaning system, as long as it's carefully produced and regularly maintained with the replacement of sound-dampening pads, such ear-splitting noise should be impossible. There's no reason why the Imperium of true human beings can't solve a problem that the Star Glory Federation can handle. Like you said, it needs to be carefully produced and regularly maintained with the replacement of sound-dampening pads," Yangjun replied. "Each replacement means that parts of the factories have to be shut down, which is very costly. Compared to such high costs, it's much cheaper to simply provide 3 headsets to every worker and their family each month. Which approach do you think an immortal cultivator like Li Minghui would adopt?" Li Yao frowned. "The air cleaning system runs continuously, meaning the noise never stops. Wouldn't it be very inconvenient for the local residents to talk to each other with their ears plugged every day? Such an inconvenience can't be better," Yangjun said. "They might as well not talk and just keep quiet, working diligently for the immortal cultivators. Wouldn't that be much better?" 2374, Rise in the Chaos. Silently, Li Yao focused his spiritual energy on his eyes and observed the workers in the great iron plants with keen attention, maximizing his eyesight. From this distance, the workers, busy with the furnaces, tubes, and iron scaffolds, resembled black and brown ants. Most were tightly wrapped in gray capes, wearing simple protective respirators and eye patches. Their skin, exposed to the air, was smeared brown and black by dust and pollutants. Due to the protective earplugs, they moved sluggishly, like underwound mechanical reptiles or lifeless zombies. Li Yao finally understood why Nepenthe could spread far and wide in the area without detection. Whether or not the workers practiced the Serenity arts, they appeared equally emotionless, like machines suffering from mental fatigue. Most were occupied deep within the mines or factories, out of direct sight. Yet, Li Yao noticed workers dragging carts of raw minerals from the caves in rows. Even such a simple task that could be easily managed by spiritual puppets was given to the hominoid miners. The only spiritual puppets Li Yao saw were the monitors stationed at the commanding heights. In the great iron plants, it was machines that oversaw the labor of humans, maintaining a cruel and bloody order. Li Yao even saw a cross-shaped execution terrace in a corner of the factory area. A hominoid miner was tied to it, and a battle puppet was brutally lashing the miner's scarred back with an electromagnetic whip. Pa! 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 Flesh, blood, and sparks flew together. The hominoid miner was screaming in excruciating pain, his cries of misery echoing through the air. 100 other hominoid miners were forced to watch by the battle puppets. Their faces were obscured by masks, making it impossible to discern their expressions, but their trembling shoulders betrayed their extreme fear and anger. The bloodstains around the execution terrace were a clear sign that someone was brought here for punishment almost daily. Li Yao clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "What crimes has this worker committed to deserve such a whipping?" Yangjun replied, "He has been whipped more than 10 times, so it's likely a major crime, such as damaging the mining magical equipment, rather than a minor offense, like taking too long in the toilet." Li Yao was surprised. "What? Taking too long in the toilet is a crime that warrants a whipping?" "Certainly. The immortal cultivators keep so many workers and provide them with monthly wages not to create an opportunity for frequent toilet breaks," Yangjun said. "Based on gender and age, everyone is allotted a specific toilet time. If you exceed that time by more than 5 minutes before returning to your post, you are violating the rules of the great iron plants and must be whipped once." Li Yao was stunned for a long time. Surveying the commanding heights and firing points around the entire great iron plants, he continued, "I can see that the battle puppets deployed by the immortal cultivators here are indeed far more advanced than Xiao Xuance's grand illusionary soldiers from years ago, but why are there not many civilian puppets? Many simple, repetitive, and cumbersome tasks could be handled by civilian puppets, couldn't they? That is quite peculiar. The Imperium's overall technological capabilities are at least decades ahead of the Federation's. Certainly, here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. It is the case with military magical equipment and battle puppets, but the Imperium's advantages are not as evident in civil magical equipment, civil puppets, and the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. The Federation even surpasses in certain areas. Don't you understand? It's due to the lack of demand in those areas. Long Yangjun whispered, the Star Glory Federation prioritized the welfare of ordinary citizens, which led to extremely high costs for hiring common workers. To reduce expenses, new technologies and resources were channeled into industrial automation and the development of civil puppets, thereby replacing human workers with these puppets. The demand in these areas spurred technological advancements. On the other hand, the Imperium has no such considerations. They can minimize costs by using hominoids without regard for their welfare, rights, or occupational health issues. Additionally, the Imperium employs methods with severe side effects, such as activating demonic genes or overusing stimulants to boost hominoid work efficiency and gain a cost advantage. Under these circumstances, it is natural that the civil puppet industry has not developed in the Imperium. All new technologies and resources are devoted to the exploitation of hominoids. The same applies to the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. Neither the four Kurfürst families, the local warlords, nor tycoons like Li Minghui favor the idea of connecting the entire Imperium because the spiritual nexus represents information, and information is inherently equal, dangerous, and uncontrollable. They prefer to keep themselves secluded, reigning as kings in their own territories, only letting in the information that aligns with their aims to manipulate the hominoids. It would be a miracle if the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus could be developed under such circumstances. Therefore, it is not that the Imperium is less technologically capable than the Federation, but that they have chosen different paths of development. Don't underestimate those battle puppets. I once stole one and dismantled it. They are truly precise, complex, and advanced. I know, Li Yao said, watching a team of battle puppets lash the hominoid before the medical puppets, painted in medical tones, began treating the punished. Another team of battle puppets then escorted all the other miners back to the shafts. The entire process was orderly, with no mishaps. There wasn't even a single immortal cultivator supervising. This indicated that the control crystal processors of the battle puppets were advanced enough to make complex logical judgments autonomously. With such powerful control crystal processors, their combat capabilities could not be weak. However, Li Yao was still somewhat puzzled. Why are no immortal cultivators seen around the entire Great Iron Plants, and the order is only maintained by the battle puppets? Isn't Li Minghui here? From what you've seen, the environment here is too harsh. Naturally, the immortal cultivators would not remain here all day, Long Yangjun explained. Generally, the administrative body consisting of immortal cultivators and the private Black Iron Troop are stationed 500 meters above the Great Iron Plants. Up there, there's a fairly large training ground and rest area, which serves as the residence for the immortal cultivators. As for Li Minghui, he spends even less time underground. He is primarily engaged in pulling strings and negotiating business deals with other immortal cultivators on the planet's surface. However, it's true that the Great Iron Plants have been particularly vulnerable in recent days. The turmoil you caused on the planet's surface has stirred up chaos underground as well. Many underground sects and groups allied with the Dongfang family are now like homeless dogs, living in constant fear. Li Minghui is taking advantage of this situation to expand his territory by leading the most brutal bandits under his command. He is absorbing the forces, large and small, nearby. The Dongfang family's assets are all becoming the Li family's. How else can he make up for the losses from changing sides? The chaos in the underground realms is exactly what Nepenthe is counting on for their planned uprising. There is still one last day before it happens. After observing the guard distribution and environment at the Great Iron Plants, the two of them retreated into the caves and sneaked through unknown gaps to the living areas near the Great Iron Plants. The chaotic huts and caves were the homes of the workers. Not only did the workers' families live here, but there were also many entertainment providers and sometimes merchants who traveled between different underground districts. Compared to the dreary, cold, and lifeless factory areas, the living areas, though developed haphazardly like crazy ant nests or beehives, were at least full of vitality. The sounds of people shouting and bickering sometimes even drowned out the noise from above. According to Yangjun, the immortal cultivators mostly left the hominoids in the living areas to their own devices. They rarely ventured deep into the stinky huts to search for suspects or maintain order, mostly because none of the immortal cultivators were willing to come to such a filthy place where they could gain nothing. Before this, Li Minghui had considered using battle puppets as law enforcement in the living areas to restrain the hominoids. However, he realized that the living areas were too complex and full of unexpected situations for the battle puppets' crystal processors to handle effectively. To transform these soldiers, who were primarily responsible for suppression, into police capable of managing the most trivial issues, the crystal processors would need to be upgraded by at least 2 generations. The cost was prohibitive, and there was little necessity for such an upgrade. Therefore, Li Minghui abandoned the idea and instead appointed certain seasoned, seemingly obedient miners as managers of the living areas. His stance was clear: as long as the factory's productivity was not affected and no significant issues arose, he did not care much about the conditions in the hominoids' living areas. The Grand Guardian of Nepenthe, named Su Zhicheng, was initially a well-known model worker at the Great Iron Plants. After the tragic loss of his 2 sons, the corporation, as a special gesture, appointed him as the manager of a living area. Given his qualifications as the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe, Su Zhicheng had the skills to manage his assigned area effectively. This made it the safest and least problematic area for the immortal cultivators. The workers living there were exceptionally diligent and hard-working. Over time, he gained the trust of the corporation's leadership. More and more living areas adopted his management style, and they gradually joined Nepenthe. Today, all the nearby living areas have been highly infiltrated and controlled by Nepenthe, effectively surrounding the Great Iron Plants and the Black Iron Group instead. Chapter 2375, Succeed, or Sacrifice. Passing the obstreperous huts that felt like a chaotic whirlpool and the underground hominoids tightly wrapped in capes, Li Yao sensed an impending storm from the seemingly peaceful streets. Unusual high-frequency vibrations filled the air. In the darkness of the dilapidated alleys, people sat cross-legged on the ground everywhere, all of them having entered a state of telepathy, passing clandestine signals about the riot tomorrow and conducting final preparations. It was like a volcano, its magma about to rise 10,000 meters high, intense smoke gathered in the crater, and nothing could prevent it from roaring. Amidst the intense reverberation of brainwaves, Li Yao and Yangjun arrived at the home of Su Zhicheng, the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe. As a model worker at the Great Iron Plants and the manager of the living area, Su Zhicheng had the most spacious cave, which was the center of Nepenthe's secret activities. With Li Minghui and most of the immortal cultivators absent from the Great Iron Plants and the uprising set for the next day, the Nepenthe believers ceased hiding their operations. Tall, strong Nepenthe followers entered and exited Su Zhicheng's cave, carrying full packages and in different expressions, delivering his orders to other living areas and even the central posts of the factory districts. Upon seeing Yangjun, all the Nepenthe followers bowed deeply to her. Even Su Zhicheng came out to greet her. The other people were asked to leave, and Yangjun and Li Yao were invited into a room for further discussion. Following Yangjun into the room, Li Yao closed the cave's door and spread his senses throughout the entire cave. The cave was approximately 100 square meters, which was almost luxurious in the underground world, where space was highly limited. It was divided into 3 parts. The innermost section was Su Zhicheng's bedroom, while the outermost area served as his living room and the place where he handled Nepenthe's affairs. There was not much furniture except for a long table made of tempered iron. The space was rather neat and tidy. In the middle part of the cave, which spanned horizontally, was a bunk bed made of iron. There were also many toys made of iron wires, screws, and magical equipment components on a nearby desk. These items, perhaps the most beloved by the house owner, were all glittering from constant handling. On the wall, there were numerous certificates and medals, all carefully preserved in glass frames and hung squarely. This area was likely where Su Zhicheng's sons used to live. Li Yao noticed a detail. The great iron plants were heavily polluted, with the air thick with dust and various sticky pollutants. A table would be covered in a thin layer of grime in just half a day, which was difficult to clean. To avoid drawing attention, Li Yao did not activate his spiritual energy when he sneaked in. His cape was coated in sticky dust after only half an hour, and he couldn't shake it off. The workers' huts he saw on his way here were dark and covered in dust. Su Zhicheng's home was no different. In the outer living room and his own bedroom, there was a dense, black coating on the walls, floor, and even the bed, leaving 5 finger marks if touched. The people here were probably used to such an environment and no longer considered the dust and pollutants to be a big deal. However, in the small room where the bunk bed was kept, it was clean and dustless. The toys on the desk, made from scrap iron, and the certificates on the wall were so spotless they almost glowed. Someone must have wiped them carefully every couple of hours to keep them as shiny as new. Did the Grand Guardian do it himself? Did those certificates and toys belong to his sons? Were the clumsy iron toys pieced together by Su Zhicheng, screw by screw, a long time ago for his sons? With these questions in mind, Li Yao looked at Su Zhicheng, the Grand Guardian and the true leader of Nepenthe. Su Zhicheng had a most common name, which lacked any dominating air or mystery. Just like his name, he was an old worker with a head full of gray hair, a face lined with wrinkles, and scars all over his body. Even though he was about to lead thousands of people into battle against the immortal cultivators the next day, he was still wearing a work uniform that had been mended and washed so many times it had lost its original color. He lacked the charisma of a leader of a rebel army or the ominous presence of a cultist. He was nothing like what Li Yao had imagined an overzealous follower of the path of ultimate benevolence would be. According to Yangjun, amplifying the brainwaves of thousands of people to resonate through telepathy was essentially a brain exercise that could help those at the center of the resonance awaken their spiritual roots. After years of training, Su Zhicheng had miraculously awakened his spiritual root and advanced to the refinement stage. Even so, in terms of level, power, combat ability, sagacity, scheming, or any other ability, Su Zhicheng was still the weakest opponent that Li Yao had ever faced in his entire life. He was so vastly inferior to Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, and the rest that he could not even be compared to them. Despite this, while Li Yao could face Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, and Jin Tui with confidence, challenging them in fierce battles to the very end, he was somewhat at a loss about how to handle Su Zhicheng, who was almost nothing in terms of strength. Serenity Seraph, I've heard that not only have you activated a large batch of ancient weapons, but you have also recruited a vast number of wildlings from the depths of the underground worlds. This is truly remarkable. Su Zhicheng bowed deeply to Yangjun before adding, in that case, we will have greater confidence in the war tomorrow. Like all Nepenthe believers, Su Zhicheng appeared to wear a heavy mask. When he spoke, his wrinkles did not move, and even his eyeballs barely rolled. He did not show any of the anxiety or fury one might expect as a great war loomed. Instead, he was in the eternal tranquility that Nepenthe teachings emphasized. He only looked at Li Yao when it was necessary. If I may ask, Seraph Serenity, this is. After a moment's thought, Li Yao introduced himself. My name is Li Yao. I am a cultivator. A cultivator? Su Zhicheng's eyes remained expressionless. He considered this carefully for a moment before responding cautiously, I have heard your name before. I've been told that you caused a riot in the Martial Meritocrat sector at the edge of the Imperium and killed many immortal cultivators. So, you're against the immortal cultivators too. What are you doing here? I'm here to convince Grand Guardian Su to abandon your uprising, Li Yao said, looking Su Zhicheng in the eye and getting straight to the point. You won't gain anything from this. Su Zhicheng was slightly taken aback, his pupils constricting as if he were about to lash out in fury. However, he restrained himself, turning his gaze to Long Yangjun and calmly asking, May I ask, Serenity Seraph, is this your intention as well? Don't overthink it, Grand Guardian Su. That is not my intention, Long Yangjun replied offhandedly. From the first day I taught you the Serenity Arts, I solemnly promised you that I would teach you only 2 secret techniques and not influence how you use them. Later, when you established Nepenthe and insisted on worshipping me as the Serenity Seraph, we made a deal. I promised not to meddle in the affairs or actual operations of Nepenthe. Whatever you plan to do, I neither support nor oppose. And if you were to come to me for help in a bind, whether I'd lend a hand would depend on my mood. This is the same. You are in full control of this issue. I have no intention of seizing power from you. However, my cultivator friend here has differing views on your operation and insists on meeting with you. From an outsider's perspective, I do feel that he is not entirely without merit. Your operations are too rushed, your enemy too formidable, and the environment too harsh. It's certain that Nepenthe's uprising won't succeed. Not only is the entire Nepenthe likely to be destroyed, but the great iron plants and everyone living here could face their doom. If we can't succeed, we can at least die for it. Su Zhicheng said expressionlessly, word by word. The Serenity Seraph and your cultivator friend have seen our living conditions and the oppression we endure day and night. Do you think we fear death when we live in hell? We should have died a long time ago. If the extraterrestrial devils had arrived that year and corrupted our abnormal bodies and violent souls, we would have gathered into an overwhelming force and swallowed all the immortal cultivators, including Li Minghui. The extraterrestrial devils didn't arrive, and the Serenity Seraph bestowed upon us more brilliant techniques and better communication methods, freeing us from pain and fear. So why should we hold back any longer? As long as we can drag the immortal cultivators like Li Minghui to their deaths with us, we are willing to pay any price. Grand Guardian Su, please listen to me, Li Yao tried to sound harmless and sincere. We, the cultivators, are also against the immortal cultivators and support everyone defending their dignity and glory through violence and self-sacrifice when necessary. So, I'm not trying to stop your sacrifice. However, sacrifices should be meaningful. Meaningless sacrifices won't harm the immortal cultivators at all, much less destroy this accursed world. Li Minghui is just one of the most insignificant immortal cultivators. Even if you die together with him, you will not change anything. Very soon, an even more greedy, shameless, and cruel immortal cultivator will come from above and take his place. Besides, I highly doubt your operation can kill Li Minghui. Maybe even after the sacrifices of tens of thousands of Nepenthe believers, you will only take down a few of Li Minghui's lackeys and thousands of his battle puppets, which won't help at all. A flash of vague brilliance crossed Su Zhicheng's eyes as he said coldly, our operation is certainly more than just killing Li Minghui, but there's no need for an outsider to know our deeper purpose. But I already do, Li Yao said. You intend to activate the super brainwave magnifier and forcefully inculcate the Serenity Arts into countless people, turning them into emotionless Nepenthe believers, don't you? Su Zhicheng was momentarily stunned. He turned his gaze to Long Yangjun, his face trembling slightly, but he suppressed his anger, whether out of fear of Long Yangjun's strength or due to the constraints of his religious doctrine. it was impossible to tell. Yes, it was me who told him, Long Yangjun said, spreading her hands helplessly. However, Grand Guardian Su, you must believe me. This man is unimaginably dangerous and powerful. Even if I hadn't told him about the plan, he would have uncovered and stopped it through some extraordinary means. So, it's better to just be honest with him. That's right. Since the Serenity Seraph was being so straightforward, it was naturally impossible for Su Zhicheng to keep lying. He continued, cold and mechanical. Once we occupy the geothermal plant, we will be able to boost the super brainwave magnifier to its maximum capacity. This will allow everyone within thousands of kilometers to experience the wonders of the Serenity Arts, relieving all their pain and fear. By then, even if we are all killed, even if we fail to execute Li Minghui, it will no longer matter because our ideas will have been spread far and wide. Nobody can stop Nepenthe from propagating and reincarnating in the underground worlds. Li Yao raised his voice, you can't do that. Even if you are willing to abandon everything yourself, you cannot force others to wipe out their feelings and desires. We are not forcing them. We are helping them to forget all the fears and pains and gain the strength to fight the immortal cultivators. Su Zhicheng also raised his voice, declaring like a tolling bell, look around us, at our lives. For hundreds of years, we have lived like swine and zombies, in ceaseless pain and suffering. Everyone regards us as weeds and ants. No one cares about us, no one helps us, no one fights for us. Right now, we finally have the ability to fight for ourselves. Are we going to just abandon it without sharing it with everyone else? Someone will fight for you, in a much better way. Li Yao, unsure how to convince the scarred and stubborn man, could only say, trust me, I'm willing to fight for you, and the cultivators are willing to fight for you too. However, we need to make thorough plans, gather our strength, and wait for a better opportunity so that the inevitable sacrifices will be more worthwhile. The cultivators will fight for us? Su Zhicheng was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his expressionless, hardened demeanor. He said coldly, it's impossible. No one has ever fought for us, and no one ever will. The cultivators and the immortal cultivators are just jackals from the same lair. You are all just a bunch of guys who openly bully the weak and destroy everything with your desires when you are unrestrained after gaining immense power. I remember it now. Weren't the immortal cultivators originally just cultivators? Is there any real difference, despite the change in names? Even in the Star Ocean Republic, which was ruled by the cultivators, the lives of the underground locals were no better. In the end, Nepenthe does not need the help of the cultivators. We will fight for ourselves and all the people who have endured the same suffering as us. We will thoroughly change the world and destroy the root of all evils and injustices, emotions and desires. Stop wasting your time. It's useless. If you want, you can kill me directly. I can see that you are far stronger than me, and for you, killing me would be no different from crushing a bug. In the eyes of experts like you, the underground locals like us are just insignificant pests, aren't we? But let me tell you, even if you kill me, thousands of people just like me will rise up, and the ultimate victory will surely be ours. Su Zhicheng stepped forward, standing straight before Li Yao. He even raised his head, exposing his pulsating carotid artery. Li Yao had not intended to escalate the situation but planned to handle the issue more gradually. He never imagined that Su Zhicheng would be so resolute and stubborn, leaving no room for negotiation. With the situation reaching this point, Li Yao had no choice but to search his cluttered mind for the sharpest tool. I will not harm you, Grand Guardian Su. As I said before, I will fight for all of you and take down those who have driven you to this. Li Yao took a deep breath, calming himself down. However, if you truly intend to spread the Serenity Arts to all the underground worlds through the super brainwave magnifier, you should at least confirm the effectiveness of the Serenity Arts first, shouldn't you? As the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe, you must have fully grasped its essence, right? Please tell me, have you really found eternal tranquility? Have you truly forgotten all your pains? Of course, Su Zhicheng replied without hesitation. Under the enlightenment of the Serenity Seraph, I have forgotten all my pains and completely returned to eternal peace. Nothing dark or foul can corrupt my soul. Then what about the dustless toys and frames in the adjacent chamber? Li Yao stared directly into Su Zhicheng's eyes, as if peering through the man's apparent tranquility and into his soul. The outer room is so dirty, with dust everywhere. For someone deeply involved in your faith, you certainly do not have much time to clean. But why is the inner room so clean, as if you have been cleaning it many times a day? If my guess is correct, that is the bedroom of your sons. The items inside were used by them in the past, weren't they? Tell me, why have you been doing this? Why have you been wiping down these meaningless and useless things? Su Zhicheng's pupils constricted violently. For a moment, indescribable grief and fury almost spilled out from the deepest corners of his eyes like raging torrents. But in the next second, his astounding willpower froze these torrents in place. You dare snoop around my house? Clenching his fists, he questioned in a hoarse voice. Yes. I have indeed snooped at your house very rudely. Observing Su Zhicheng's face carefully, Li Yao remarked, so, you are very angry, and you want to beat me up right now, don't you? No. The wrinkles on Su Zhicheng's face twitched. He struggled to shake his head and said, I've forgotten what anger is. If I were to fight, it would only be for things truly worth it, not over such trivial matters to vent my fury. This is certainly no trivial matter. If I ever encountered a shameless scoundrel who snooped at my family's bedroom without permission, would certainly beat them hard. Li Yao said, look me in the eyes and answer my question. Why do you wipe your son's last belongings many times a day? If you've truly abandoned your feelings and desires, those objects would be absolute garbage that should be thrown into a dumpster, right? Or perhaps, even though you've fully grasped the Serenity Arts and can give up almost all of your feelings, you cannot cut out your love for your sons. Maybe, even if you recite the Serenity Arts again and again, it cannot stop you from missing your sons. You can only wipe the items repeatedly to remember the most beautiful, happy days in the past. No matter how dark and painful life is, there must have been happy moments when the family was together, right? Tell me, is the Serenity Arts really effective? Can it truly make you forget your pain? I don't think so. I think you've been faking it the whole time. You are just deceiving and paralyzing yourself. Love and pain are two sides of the same coin. The more you love, the more you will hurt. Since you can never erase your love for your sons, you can never eliminate the pain of losing them, not in the slightest, no matter how many times you chant the Serenity Arts. Su Zhicheng was breathing faster. His tranquil eyes were shattered by rushing rocks, and chaotic ripples were surfacing, tearing Li Yao apart like 10,000 sharp blades. His veins and muscles bulged uncontrollably. Bloody spots gradually burst on his previously brown skin, and even his joints cracked loudly, as if two enormous forces were battling inside his body. Stop. The iron mask on his head fell apart, revealing the most hideous face, as he howled like a lone wolf in the wilderness. I told you to stop. Okay, I'll stop. Just let me give you a hand. Li Yao pretended to walk to the inner room. Your son's last belongings are your last hindrance. Let me burn your hindrance in a fire, and you will have nothing that hinders you from reaching the highest level of the Serenity Arts. How dare you? Before his brain registered what was happening, Su Zhicheng lunged forward like a ferocious beast. He grabbed Li Yao's collar with his left hand and raised his right fist high, as if it were a hammer. He looked so formidable that flames of fury seemed to be seeping from his pores, and even if he faced a reincarnation of a god, he would still smash it into pieces with his fist. However, the moment he raised his fist high, he realized what was happening. His aggressive face, along with his shattered mask, collapsed simultaneously. Su Zhicheng, the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe, the model worker of the Black Iron Group, and the father of 2 boys, stepped back, his eyes bloodshot. Blood mixed with dirty tears ran down his face. He looked at Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and his son's room in confusion, howling meaningless syllables. 2377 Everybody dies twice. Help me, Serenity Seraph. Su Zhicheng stumbled back against the wall, struggling to remain upright. He looked at Long Yangjun with unfocused eyes, moaning as though he were about to drown. I've been invaded by devils. Day and night, no matter how I practice the serenity arts, I can't completely rid myself of them. I don't deserve to be the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe. I can't handle the devils. So many devils. Those damn devils have been haunting me all the time, giving me such a headache that I always feel like going mad. If we can win this war, I will certainly be able to completely eliminate the devils in my head, right? Serenity Seraph, please tell me, please save me. He raised his arms, which looked like dry branches, and extended them toward Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun had been standing nearby, silently observing Li Yao and Su Zhicheng's conversation. At this moment, a vague confusion and bitterness appeared on her face. She stepped back and said with a helpless smile, Grand Guardian Su, you should know that even I haven't completely erased my feelings, right? I can't control my own emotions and desires, and I can't even save myself. How can I save each and every one of you? Looking at Long Yangjun in a daze, Su Zhicheng gradually burned with rage. The fire condensed into a desperate and furious mask on his face, along with his trembling wrinkles. His branch-like hands were aimed at Li Yao again, and he waved them wildly, roaring, What are you up to exactly? What cultivator are you? You are an incarnation of the extraterrestrial devils. You are intentionally raising the devils in my head. What do you want? Why are you messing with my head like this? Why are you so shameless and vicious? I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Watching Su Zhicheng crumble from the calm and indifferent man he once was, Li Yao felt a wall in his heart crack. Bending deeply to Su Zhicheng, with tears threatening to spill, he said, I'm sorry. I know my methods are truly shameless and vicious, and I wouldn't handle such a situation any better if I were the father of 2 children. But I really have no other choice right now. This is the only way to save you and your children. What nonsense are you talking about? Panting heavily, Su Zhicheng resembled an old wolf cornered by despair. His eyes blazed with fury as he said, My sons are dead. Both of them. No one can save them. Not Nepenthe, not the cultivators, not even the gods. How are you going to save them? Tell me. Grand Guardian Su, please listen to me. When someone dies, they are truly gone. Of course, there is no way for me to bring back those whose souls have dispersed. However, opening his arms, Li Yao spoke sincerely, I've heard a theory before. Everyone dies twice. The first time is when their physical body and soul perish, and the second time is when everyone forgets them. Yes, your sons are already dead, but they still exist, in your memories, in your emotions, in your unbreakable love and haunting pains, in the toys and certificates you clean carefully every day. Did they have classmates? Did they have friends? Did they have childhood crushes? I believe they must have had them, right? Then, they also exist in the memories of their classmates, friends, and loved ones, in the affection and agony of so many people. They are already gone, but because of the memories of so many people and the emotional turmoil that cannot be erased, no matter how much you practice the serenity arts, they can exist in this form. This is their last connection to the universe and the only thing they've left for you. If you erase everything just because you can't handle the pain, you'll also be erasing your love for your son, the most beautiful moments of the past, the only light in the infinite darkness, and their last existence. By the time you completely forget them, burn the toys and certificates that carry such special meaning, and when all their friends and loved ones can no longer remember their voices, faces, or even their names, they will be entirely gone from this universe, sinking into oblivion. Do you want your son to end like this, in an oblivion that is even more terrible than death? Struck as if by lightning, Su Zhicheng was so astounded that he almost forgot how to breathe. I can fully understand your pain. Really. Although I don't have any children yet, my computational ability is enough for me to simulate the avalanche of emotions. I feel what you are feeling, and I'm feeling it right now. As he spoke, Li Yao's eyes turned red. However, I also believe that father is a great name. A father can do anything and endure any pain for his children. So, for your sons, for yourself, and for your late wife who gave birth to them, do not forget them, do not let them sink into oblivion, and live on stubbornly while carrying their existence. Carrying, Su Zhicheng touched his shoulders with his trembling hands, murmuring, their existence? Not just their existence, but everyone's existence made the happiest moments of the locals. Li Yao raised his voice, which thundered beside Su Zhicheng's ear. Do you know? In the darkest and hardest towns below the ground, I heard the most wonderful songs from children, who vividly told me their happy stories. Even when I passed the murky, stinky huts outside just now, I heard people laughing. No matter how dark life is, there is always a vague brightness, isn't there? Isn't the brightness made of songs, laughter, and love for each other, while we grit our teeth to endure pain and suffering? Isn't that why we are human beings and not animals, weeds, or rocks? But what you are about to do will destroy the last bit of brightness in the dark. If you truly erase the emotions and desires of everyone here, including your own, there will be no more songs, no more laughter, no more babbling, wobbling children in the living areas. There will be no more boys and girls whispering their affections to each other in the forsaken places. There will be no father who, despite the arduous work, creates toys for his children with great enthusiasm, just to see the innocent smile on their faces. There will be nothing. Everything will be gone. If the immortal cultivators' exploitations and oppressions are taking away your life, what you are doing right now is depriving everyone of their existence. By the time your so-called eternal tranquility arrives, each of you, no matter if you are living or dead, will no longer have any personality, a name, a past, or any significance as a human being. Is that what you want? Tell me. Because you have lost your family, do you want everyone to lose theirs the same way? Is that your purpose? Asshole, shut up. Su Zhicheng had had enough and leaped at Li Yao. He was no match for Li Yao. In his fury, he didn't even use any technique, but simply head-butted Li Yao's chest like an angry bull. He expected to hit a wall, but to his surprise, Li Yao didn't activate the slightest bit of spiritual energy and was knocked to the floor. Su Zhicheng's attack had hit its mark, but he didn't know what to do next. He collapsed and stared at Li Yao, who was not far away, in a daze. Li Yao rose to his feet, rubbed his chest, and then smiled at Su Zhicheng. I'm sorry, Great Guardian Su. I was talking nonsense again. I know it's definitely not your purpose. Besides, you haven't lost your family yet. Your wife and children still live in your emotions. The stronger your emotions, the more vivid their existence will be. If you recall the joy and happiness you had in the past, they will forever live in your delightful memories. You won't truly lose them until the day you completely slay all the devils and abandon your feelings. Su Zhicheng listened in a daze. His face was numb, but his eyes were filled with complex emotions. He looked at Li Yao with expectation, as if hoping Li Yao would continue. There's something I don't understand, Li Yao said. Why did you create Nepenthe independently at the beginning, instead of joining the Covenant Alliance directly? As far as I know, many Covenant Alliance agents are active in the underground worlds below the capital, right? Was it only because the Serenity Seraph was strong and powerful? Or did you think the Covenant Alliance's path of ultimate benevolence was too extreme, too cold, and too devastating? However, the inner devil executions will never succeed. They will only strip you of your humanity, making you more and more extreme until you become mere tools, like the people of the Covenant Alliance. Grand Guardian Su, there is still time to turn back. Just call it off. Lowering his head, Su Zhicheng was silent for a long time before he finally said sullenly, "But only the Serenity Arts and Telepathy can help us eliminate the dread we feel when faced with the immortal cultivators, so we can fight them fearlessly. We've had enough of everything, and we are determined to fight a bloody battle." "You're wrong. You're not fighting at all, but fleeing." Li Yao's voice turned cold and resolute. "You're just using a massive suicide attack to escape this dark world and avoid real battles." 2378 Unexpected. Su Zhicheng meant to argue, but he found himself unable to speak when he looked into Li Yao's eyes, as bright as the edge of a saber. No feelings, no resolve, no battle plans, and just wanting to die in a great chaos. Is this not what fleeing is? Li Yao, however, did not let go of Su Zhicheng but instead continued to strike at the deepest wounds in his heart. "If you truly wish to avenge your sons, raise your sword with the fiercest determination, fueled by the deepest love for them and the deepest hatred for the immortal cultivators. That is a real fight." "It's useless," Su Zhicheng said softly, after a brief silence. "We can't match the immortal cultivators in any way. Whether we fight or flee, the outcome is the same. You say everyone dies twice. It's probably true, but even without practicing the Serenity Arts, we'll be exploited to death by the immortal cultivators, and no one will remember us after we die. We won't even have a gravestone with our names on it. Isn't that the complete oblivion you mentioned? Don't give up yet. You still have a chance." Li Yao grabbed Su Zhicheng's shoulders firmly, the sharp pain jolting the devastated father back to reality. "Listen to me, Grand Guardian Su. I'm not here to berate you or to watch you humiliate yourselves. We, the cultivators, sincerely mean to help you win this war and fight by your side. I've also come with my own solution." A glimmer of hope shone in Su Zhicheng's eyes. The sudden surge of strength made him shake off Li Yao's hands and grasp Li Yao's shoulders instead. He asked, "What is the solution? Master Li, can you help us win the battle?" Li Yao coughed and said, "Don't call me master, just call me fellow cultivator. This battle is too hasty, and the cultivators are not in the best situation. Therefore, it's impossible to win the battle at all. However, if Nepenthe is patient enough to wait a while longer, things might be very different. Don't think this is just an excuse to stall you. I mean it. After I heard about Nepenthe, I've been thinking about how we should communicate and negotiate while on my way to the Great Iron Plants. Right now, Nepenthe is spreading deep below the ground under Grand Guardian Su's leadership, which is a very good start. I have many plans, diagrams, and procedures for the production of fundamental magical equipment that I can teach you. Some of this magical equipment doesn't even need to be powered by crystals, ordinary people can use them freely. These weapons may not be very powerful, but when there are enough of them, they will be sufficient to handle low-level immortal cultivators, who will consider it a dangerous trip to the underground worlds. Additionally, the telepathic methods you've been practicing are based on the resonance of brainwaves, which is very similar to the training methods of a unique profession I remember called Chi Trainer. Through soul resonance, Chi Trainers can condense the fighting will of thousands of people and unleash overwhelming strength, even though they are only at the refinement stage. Of course, the techniques of Chi Trainers and yours are not exactly the same. At the very least, Chi Trainers have all awakened their spiritual roots. To transplant their techniques, a lot of modifications and experiments are certainly required, but it is definitely an approach worth trying. Also, while I'm all by myself, Starlight still lives on stubbornly at the edge of the Imperium. Countless cultivators are developing and thriving by taking advantage of the internal strife of the immortal cultivators, and they will definitely march toward the Imperial Terminus sector one day. It is needless to say that beyond Starlight, we have an even more enormous and thorough organization, which is capable of competing with the immortal cultivators in a head-on clash. Greatly surprised, Su Zhicheng looked at Long Yangjun in suspicion. Long Yangjun nodded and said, "Grand Guardian Su, I can assure you that Li Yao is not lying to you about that. The strength of the cultivators is far greater than what you and the highest authorities of the Imperium imagine. In terms of both behavior and fighting will, they are much better than the cultivators in the last years of the Star Ocean Republic. Also, the reason why you should lay low for a while longer is that the capital planet will witness great turmoil soon," Li Yao declared resolutely. Faced with the unstoppable rise of Blackstar the Great, the four Kurfürst families would certainly not idle by, not to mention that there is still the main fleet of the Covenant Alliance that has been lurking in secret the whole time. In the next year and a half, the Imperium will certainly be very lively. If you truly want to accomplish something, your uprising will have much better results if you start it when the capital planet is in chaos. Think about it, Grand Guardian Su. If you can't hold it back and start a fuss tomorrow, the best result you can expect is to destroy the great iron plants and kill one Li Minghui. It will not have any impact on the capital planet, much less on the entire Imperium. However, if you keep a low profile for a while longer, I'll be able to teach you the techniques that are suitable for you and the methods to produce low-level magical equipment. Since you are the best workers, I'm sure you can build the simple and preliminary components, can't you? I can further simplify the production procedures of the grassroots magical equipment so that you can craft it in secret. Then, you will contact the other resistance forces underground and try to win them over. Even if they do not join your side, you can at least communicate and cooperate. In the meantime, I will go to the edge of the cosmos to contact the main force of Starlight. I have a big brother with the surname Bai who values brotherhood more than anything. He has built a strong team at the edge of the cosmos. With our 100 years of friendship, I am certain I can persuade him to join our cause. By then, your side will be much stronger, and you will have the powerful support of the cultivators from outside. If the immortal cultivators happen to be fighting each other most intensely, wouldn't that be a much better moment for an uprising than right now? My vision will be fulfilled in a year and a half at most. You've been trapped in darkness for thousands of years. Can you not wait a little longer? Su Zhicheng was deep in thought. His face was not as tense as before. He looked at Long Yangjun, seeking his opinion. Long Yangjun frowned for a long time and said, "Well, while this guy is not entirely trustworthy, he is basically correct. Perhaps the situation will be more in your favor if you postpone the uprising for a year and a half." Su Zhicheng lowered his head, touched his knees with his sweaty hands, and mumbled, "The arrow has been set on the bow and must be released. We have completed all the preparations. Also, if Nepenthe continues to spread, Li Minghui will certainly discover it. We can discuss and work out those technical details one by one." Li Yao gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? If Grand Guardian Su can change your mind, I'll help you kill Li Minghui. Taking down Li Minghui won't be enough to dismantle the entire Black Iron Group or solve your core issue, but it will throw the corporation into chaos for a while, and someone new will take his place. Once the new person is appointed, their primary concern will be to stabilize their position and eliminate Li Minghui's loyal supporters. There will be a lot of internal conflicts. They certainly won't target the bottom-level workers at the start. Chances are, they will even try to appease you by offering more benefits first. In this way, you will have a precious moment of respite and can proceed more cautiously according to my plan. Also, you don't need to worry about being discovered during the investigation. A treacherous man like Li Minghui must have significant enemies. Given the sensitive moment as the Dongfang family collapses, I can easily pretend to be someone from the Dongfang family who has come to execute the traitor." He is in the nascent soul stage and certainly not someone any random person can kill. No one will suspect you. Su Jicheng widened his eyes, almost unable to believe what he had just heard. His voice trembling, he asked, Are you serious? Li Minghui is an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage, protected by a pack of the most ferocious lackeys. He has also introduced thousands of the latest battle puppets. You want to kill him on your own? That's too dangerous. If that's what it takes for Grand Guardian Su and all the Nepenthe believers to change your mind, the risk is certainly worth it. Staring at Su Jicheng, Li Yao asked, an honorable man always keeps his word. How about it, Grand Guardian Su? Caught in a dilemma, Su Jicheng sought Long Yangjun's advice again. However, Long Yangjun claimed neutrality, stating she would never interfere with any decision of the Nepenthe believers. She only guaranteed that Li Yao could certainly fulfill his promise and help them kill Li Minghui. Su Jicheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, smearing his face in the process. Taking several deep breaths, he finally made up his mind. Fine, we. Before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling above his head suddenly shook violently, and dense dust began to fall. Almost simultaneously, a deafening explosion echoed, and the shock waves blasted the cave door like a tidal wave, causing it to shatter. In the next second, ear-splitting alarms began to blare throughout the great iron plants. Not good. The mining caves have exploded. Su Jicheng's face changed. Without a moment to spare for Li Yao or Long Yangjun, he rushed to the cave entrance. Hardly had he opened the door when a second, even more intense explosion came. The shock waves almost knocked him over like a wild wind. Li Yao and Long Yangjun glanced at each other. They both sensed that the explosions were of high intensity and mixed with extremely chaotic spiritual energy. In the mother lodes below the ground, apart from rocks and minerals, countless chambers of high-temperature, high-pressure poisonous gas were also hidden. If these chambers were accidentally dug through and the inflammable gas leaked out, explosions were not unusual. However, normal gas explosions would not contain such powerful spiritual waves. Additionally, raw crystals with many impurities were not easily detonated. Something was seriously wrong. Chapter 2379, The Evil Double-Headed Snake. From a distance, Li Yao and Long Yangjun noticed fiery snakes surging out of a handful of caves on the southern wall of the great iron plants, like volcanic eruptions. The fire was an eccentric violet, condensing into hideous shapes in midair before being torn into shreds by the air cleaning system. It was as if countless incomplete ghosts haunted the underground space. The air cleaning system, overloaded and squeaking from the heat, sounded exactly like the shrieks of restless specters. Then, an even louder third explosion rang out. This time, Li Yao and Long Yangjun both sensed the overlapping waves of spiritual energy darting out of the cave depths, powerful enough to blow away all the rocks on the wall. Even some carts, weighing dozens of tons and loaded with minerals, were knocked away, rolling dozens of times in midair before burning into black, wasted iron. This clearly indicated the intensity of the explosions. In the living areas, many women and children immediately began to wail, but the sound seemed to be concentrated in one particular hut. For the convenience of the workers, the families of those who belonged to the same factory or mine lived next to each other. Upon discovering that the mines where their breadwinners worked had exploded, the families of the victims were immediately stricken with despair. They stared at the burning caves, as if they had fallen into a frigid lake, not knowing what to do. Su Jicheng seemed to have fallen into a frigid lake, his eyes hollow and his body drenched in sweat. His reaction suggested that the intense explosion was not in the regular mining caves, but in his own chest. He looked even more devastated and desperate when he saw the anti-fire spiritual puppets, particularly resistant to high temperature and pressure, march deep into the caves against the scorching flames. Mine explosions were no joke. If not dealt with in time, the entire mining area might collapse, and the great iron plants would be destroyed. Therefore, even someone as petty as Li Minghui had to spend a fortune to purchase fully automatic anti-fire spiritual puppets, as well as excavators modified from crystal tanks, equipped with special anti-fire armor, and tanks filled with super-compressed coolants to handle such emergencies. At this moment, not only did the tremendous anti-fire spiritual puppets march in, but the immortal cultivators deployed in the rest area above were also charging into the most dangerous tunnels on the excavators to stop the fire and collapse from spreading, which seemed to be a major reason why Su Jicheng was upset. Observing his face in silence, Li Yao could easily tell that something was troubling the Grand Guardian. Very soon, a few miners, their faces blackened, hurried to the living area. Even though they had practiced the Serenity arts for years, they could not hide their panic. Without even greeting Long Yangjun, they cried, "Not good, Grand Guardian." It was the number 37 cave that exploded. The abandoned caves behind are also affected. The things we hid there are half detonated and half discovered by the immortal cultivators. Su Jicheng's body shook hard, and his face immediately turned pale. Li Yao was quick enough to support him and transmit a gentle stream of spiritual energy into his body to stabilize his mind. He then listened to the Grand Guardian's bitter account of the disaster. As it turned out, Nepenthe had been using the forsaken caves and tunnels to hide the weapons and magical equipment for tomorrow's uprising. A large batch of crystal bombs was stored precisely behind cave number 37. They were supposed to be distributed to every soldier tonight. These crystal bombs were all crudely made by the workers themselves, and naturally, their stability and heat resistance were close to zero. Nobody expected that cave number 37 would explode. The first explosion was not significant, but it triggered a crystal bomb on the other side of the wall, leading to a series of explosions and making the situation beyond rescue. Grand Guardian, so many spiritual puppets and immortal cultivators have marched in. They will certainly discover the unexploded crystal bombs. The few Nepenthe believers who came to report shouted, "Even if all the crystal bombs have detonated, the color of the fire and the impurities in the air will still be different from a common gas explosion. The spiritual puppets and immortal cultivators will detect it immediately. We can't explain why so many crystal bombs are there. We've been exposed. What do we do, Grand Guardian? We've been exposed. The immortal cultivators know our plans. Give the order now." "Yes, Grand Guardian. Give the order now. There will be no time if we dawdle." Scarcely had they finished speaking when more explosions echoed from the burning mines, but these were not from deep within the caves. Instead, they sounded more like crystal bombs exploding midair, mixed with weak gunshots. It seemed a minor skirm of fire had just occurred. Not good. The few Nepenthe believers changed their face color abruptly and exclaimed, "The immortal cultivators must be trying to reach the hotspot through the neighboring caves, but those caves hide our assets too. The brothers watching the assets are already engaged in a fight with the immortal cultivators." With everything coming to this point, it was impossible to end the issue peacefully. Su Jicheng's lips trembled for a long time before he roared loudly, "This is fate." When he looked at Li Yao again, his eyes were as determined and cold as before. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Fellow cultivator Li, this is the current situation. We appreciate your kindness, but there is no time to take things slowly now. We've been exposed and have to start the uprising immediately. Are you going to stop us?" Looking at the extreme chaos in the great iron plants and the dancing flames, Li Yao was at a loss for words for a long time. He thought that he had convinced the Grand Guardian of Nepenthe despite all the trouble, but he didn't expect that the situation would escalate because of a minor explosion. Was there really such a thing as fate? Seeing that he was silent and having no time to hesitate, Su Jicheng stared at Long Yangjun thoughtfully. Long Yangjun shook her head slightly with a bitter smile, whether she was laughing at herself or Li Yao, it was unclear. She took a step back and cleared the way for Su Jicheng. "Tell all the guardians that something has happened, we can't wait until tomorrow. Mobilize our people and rise according to the plan to occupy the geothermal factory so that we can spread the ideas of no horror, no worries, eternal tranquility to every district and every gap under the ground. Su Zhicheng waved his hands aggressively. We have absolutely nothing, and there is nothing we can lose now. Ask all our brothers and sisters not to be scared of the immortal cultivators' swords and sabers, for their blades will only send us to a real hometown that is 10,000 times better than this place. Surrounded by a few Nepenthe believers, Su Zhicheng left the cave without looking back and dived into the fires that looked like tides and the darkness that felt like swirls. Soon, high-pitched sirens were ringing inside all the factories in the great iron plants, repeating in the same rhythm. The sirens were the signal for the workers to fight. Inside every factory, every cave, and every living area, countless people wearing eye patches and masks, who seemed as obedient and humble as ants, stood straight and raised their heads high before drawing shabby blades from hidden corners and lunging at the nearest spiritual puppets, fighting with iron and blood. Some, who were stronger and wore armor, were shouting and jumping at the few immortal cultivators in the area, with crude crystal bombs strapped to their waists, trying to die alongside the immortal cultivators. For the immortal cultivators, with their extremely keen senses, such attacks were certainly futile, if not ridiculous. However, for the Nepenthe believers who had activated the Serenity arts to the maximum and were utterly unafraid of death, they were simply marching relentlessly. It was perhaps the only way they could harm the immortal cultivators. They would be satisfied as long as they could drench the immortal cultivators in their blood. Even though their feelings and desires had been extinguished, their blood was still hot. The air was like a pot of boiling porridge and an ocean where the torrents raged unstoppably. The brainwaves of thousands of underground locals merged into a single cry, "Kill the immortal cultivators." The chaotic, blind, and disorganized uprising in Nepenthe began irreversibly. Li Yao stared at the burning great iron plants and the underground locals charging at the fully armed battle puppets and immortal cultivators, armed with the most primitive weapons. His body seemed split in two, half frozen and half ablaze. The explosions in the mine appeared to be mere accidents. However, the Nepenthe believers were not true warriors but desperate workers, farmers, and their families, along with countless other pitiful souls who had been bullied, insulted, and exploited. The disorderly start of their hasty uprising was inevitable, as was their eventual failure. Do you know that for a moment, I almost believed you? Long Yangjun's face, illuminated by the fire, showed no sorrow or joy. She truly seemed like an indifferent observer as she remarked gloomily, but the result is the same. You can't stop anything. You can't change anything, right? However, this great riot at least indirectly proves my theory. Perhaps this is how the Covenant Alliance began, isn't it? Li Yao's eyes remained frozen for a long time before he finally turned to Long Yangjun slowly. What are you talking about? Nothing. I just want to ask you a question. Are the immortal cultivators and the people of the Covenant Alliance truly sworn enemies? Are the Imperium of true human beings and the Holy Covenant Alliance absolutely incompatible? Long Yangjun sighed and said casually, or maybe they are just two sides of the same coin, a pair of abnormal conjoined twins, and an inseparable double-headed snake. Li Yao's eyes rolled faster and faster. 2380 Origins of the Covenant Alliance. It seems you have uncovered the absurdities of the whole situation, right? Long Yangjun glanced at Li Yao and said, for the high and mighty immortal cultivators, the low-level humans they need are supposed to be dutiful, docile puppets of flesh and blood, offering no resistance. Only by being so can they serve as the foundation of the Imperium of true human beings for all eternity, gathering infinite resources for the immortal cultivators. To some extent, aren't the people of the Covenant Alliance, who have no feelings, desires, or thoughts, and who are just walking corpses, more suitable to be ruled by the immortal cultivators than the workers before us who are full of resistance? The reason the Covenant Alliance opposes the Imperium of true human beings is that its people are implanted with the path of ultimate benevolence. They are bound by the three fundamental laws, which compel them to revere the Pangu clan as the supreme god. Everything they do, including their own lives, is for the interests of the Pangu clan. However, what if they had been implanted with a different order, such as being commanded to regard the immortal cultivators as absolute dominators, and to sacrifice everything, including their own lives, for the immortal cultivators? If such orders existed, wouldn't the demi-humans, who are utterly devoid of feelings and desires, be the best tools in the hands of the immortal cultivators? Therefore, the immortal cultivators at the apex of the pyramid and the demi-humans, who form the foundation are, in fact, perfectly compatible. At the very least, for the most selfish immortal cultivators, it is perhaps the ultimate form of human civilization in their vision that only their families are entitled to emotions and thoughts, while all the lower-class people are merely walking tools. Li Yao's skin was searing from the hot waves, but his heart was almost frozen by what Yangjun had just said. He mumbled, "Very reasonable. The immortal cultivators have been exploiting ordinary people like livestock and machines. Since they are treated as such, feelings, desires, and even free will are all unnecessary. If the path of ultimate benevolence can be redefined, and the Pangu clan's worship of demi-humans is redirected to the immortal cultivators, it will indeed be possible for a tiny group of immortal cultivators to govern human civilization for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. What a dark and rigid world that would be! Yes, yes. If I were such an immortal cultivator, my goal wouldn't merely be to defeat the Holy Covenant Alliance and destroy the primeval gods. My ultimate goal would be to the Covenant Alliance and transform most of the ordinary people into demi-humans, becoming the new generation Pangu clan and the new generation god. If that is the case, a mystery that has lingered for 1,000 years can be resolved, Yangjun said thoughtfully. It concerns the origins of the initial members of the Covenant Alliance. For the first person of the Covenant Alliance who was brainwashed or produced by an assembly line, who exactly brainwashed or produced him? I studied numerous history books in the Royal Library, but the Imperium of true human beings is quite ambiguous about the issue. It seems as if the people of the Covenant Alliance simply emerged from a black hole at the edge of the cosmos and launched sudden assaults on the Star Ocean Republic before Blackstar the Great saved the universe during the Great Catastrophe. It doesn't make any sense. The Covenant Alliance is the Imperium's sworn enemy, and the Imperium should have the most detailed studies on the origins and development of the Covenant Alliance. In other fields, files from various perspectives are abundant, but regarding the origins of the Covenant Alliance, all the history files are shrouded in a dense fog, making it impossible to see the truth. We can only be certain that the Pangu clan could not have created the first person of the Covenant Alliance, as the Pangu clan had perished hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if some of them were awakened from hibernation or through genetic duplication, it would be highly unlikely for them to adapt to the present universe. More importantly, if such a living member of the Pangu clan existed, they would be worshipped by the Covenant Alliance as a god. However, we have never found any evidence of such a living god in the Covenant Alliance's propaganda. Therefore, the possibility that the Pangu clan created the Covenant Alliance is minimal. Then, did some humans discover certain manufacturing factories or brainwashing factories among ancient relics and decide to brainwash themselves? This also doesn't make sense. Why would anyone brainwash themselves and turn themselves into tools? Also, you have discovered many primeval relics firsthand and must know that considerable astronomical resources are required to repair and reactivate the facilities within them. This is certainly not something a few adventurers can accomplish. It demands the coordinated efforts of an entire sector, under the direction of a government or an army. Of course, a long time ago, the combination of a government and an army was also known as a sect, Li Yao said solemnly. Do you suspect that a certain cultivation sect created the Covenant Alliance's first leader 1,000 years ago? It's a very reasonable suspicion, isn't it? Long Yangjun narrowed her eyes, condensing the reflected flames into a sharp, crimson glow. Let's rewind time to 2,000 years ago and observe the cold, dark edge of the cosmos, on the exact opposite side of the Star Glory Federation. At that time, it had been at least 7,000 years since the fall of the Star Ocean Imperium. After millennia of chaotic battles, the glory of the ancient cultivators had faded or become corrupted. Although a new, Star Ocean Republic emerged at the center of the cosmos, its radiance could not reach such a distant and dark place. The harsh, barren sectors in this region were still ruled by experts, tyrants, sects, and warlords. To end the warfare and unite the edge of the cosmos, and at least avoid being swallowed by others, these leaders must have been gathering resources, practicing techniques, recruiting troops, and waging wars by any means necessary. For those immortal cultivators, it was certainly the most sophisticated art to exploit the last drop of blood and sweat from ordinary people without causing rebellion. Think about it. What if an immortal cultivator accidentally discovered a primeval relic and found a way to brainwash or even directly produce ordinary people? In such a way, he would be able to produce the most excellent workers and the most fearless warriors in the universe endlessly, significantly increasing his own strength. He would not worry that the ignorant, zombie-like demi-humans would ever resist him. He would unite the edge of the cosmos, march to the center of the cosmos, and rule over all the stars in the universe for the next 10 or 100,000 years. Do you think that the immortal cultivators would not be allured by such temptations? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao shook his head. Even if this immortal cultivator was enticed, would the sect or the government he belonged to risk everything without considering the consequences? Could none of them see the danger behind it? Do not consider the problem with your modern way of thinking, Long Yangjun said. You are already aware of the existence of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. You know the horror of the primeval wars. You also see the aggression and dominance of the Covenant Alliance. Of course, you can't be more aware of the danger hidden behind the path of ultimate benevolence. But how could the immortal cultivators at the edge of the cosmos have known as much 2,000 years ago? Most of the files about the early phases of human civilization were lost and destroyed in thousands of years of warfare. Based on the edge of the cosmos, where information was scarce, it was even less likely that they knew anything about the primeval wars. Even if they did, they wouldn't care much. Chances were that they would think it was a gift from the primeval gods. You know, when someone is about to drown, they grab at anything drifting by, even if it's just a straw. Perhaps those individuals were already dying under their enemies' attacks. They were going to fail anyway. Why wouldn't they try the method, no matter how dangerous it might be? Thus, the immortal cultivators did what seemed most reckless and foolish in hindsight. They devoted all their resources to excavating and repairing the manufacturing factories or brainwashing factories. They then transformed most of the ordinary people under their rule into emotionless, fearless, and diligent demi-humans, with the instruction to be absolutely loyal to their rulers. Initially, things went well. With these demi-humans, their efficiency in collecting and utilizing resources more than doubled. They reversed the war's outcome and even united dozens of barren worlds at the edge of the cosmos. However, what those celebrating their victory didn't know was that a higher-level instruction was hidden in the heads of the demi-humans, the path of ultimate benevolence. When the path of ultimate benevolence was activated, it immediately overrode the immortal cultivators' instructions to the demi-humans. The once loyal livestock, slaves, and soldiers turned into their executioners. After burying all the immortal cultivators, they became the first natives of the Covenant Alliance. This probably happened more than 1,000 years ago. Due to the lack of proof and files, and since it happened so far away, it is impossible for me to deduce the specific details, but that was probably the general idea of what happened. Isn't the riot of Nepenthe before us very similar to the rise of the Covenant Alliance? If the immortal cultivators were not as strong, and you were never here, Grand Guardian Su Zhicheng and his group might really have been able to create a minor covenant alliance, right? Thinking quickly, Li Yao discovered another loophole. Wait, since it was more than 1,000 years ago, there couldn't have been immortal cultivators back then. Wu Yingqi, the first immortal cultivator, was still drifting in space and had yet to arrive at the center of the cosmos. His imperium of true human beings wouldn't be established until much later, when the Covenant Alliance invaded the Star Ocean Republic. 2381, Meaningless Death. Long Yangjun was amused. Immortal Cultivator is just a name, a reference, and a mask. A mask can be freely changed, and even the face behind the mask can be entirely deformed, but the man-eating bones below the face have never changed in history. The masters of the man-eating bones were known as Family Elder, Emperor, and deities in the age of ancient cultivators tens of thousands of years ago. In the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age, they were Ultimate One demons and Saint Blood demons. When it came to the Star Ocean Imperium, chances were that they got rid of their feathers and fangs and sneaked into the Imperium's army, pretending to be cultivators shamelessly, and eventually leading to the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. In the thousands of years of bloody wars after the meltdown of the Star Ocean Imperium, they were the warlords, tyrants, dictators, and saviors in the universe. After the Star Ocean Republic was established, they corrupted the parliament without anyone knowing it and became the degenerate representatives in it. Naturally, after the rise of the Imperium of true human beings, they put on yet another fancy, ostentatious mask and changed their name to Immortal Cultivator. Do you honestly think that Blackstar the Great is the evilest human being in the universe and that there had been no immortal cultivators before Wu Yingqi thought of the name Immortal Cultivator? Was it strange at all that the lords and emperors in ancient times, the Ultimate One demons in the medieval age, or the corrupted cultivators in modern times would brainwash and enslave their own kind? Li Yao thought carefully for a long time before he replied, if your deduction is correct, Blackstar the Great is probably greatly related to the whole incident. Yes, that's what I thought, too. After all, Blackstar the Great and the alliance of the Holy Covenant rose almost simultaneously. It was precisely because of the Covenant Alliance's invasion of the Star Ocean Republic that such an abnormal entity as the Imperium of True Human Beings was created. Meanwhile, it was because Wu Yingqi usurped the supreme power of the Star Ocean Republic that a civil war broke out, giving the alliance of the Holy Covenant more opportunities to corrode the worlds at the center of the cosmos, Long Yangjun said. We discussed before how Wu Yingqi, as a foreigner, could steal the country after only working in the border defense army of the Star Ocean Republic for decades. It was simply too fast and too incredible. Was the Star Ocean Republic at that time really so decayed and corrupted that not a single general familiar with war could be found, and Wu Yingqi had to be the only candidate to save the day? But if we make the bold assumption that Wu Yingqi was associated with the initial people of the Covenant Alliance, it would be much more reasonable. Wu Yingqi was not necessarily the mastermind who ordered the production of the first people of the Covenant Alliance, but he was likely involved in the whole incident as an assistant or an observer. From the excavation of primeval relics to the production of demi-humans, and their subsequent awakening and revolt, leading to the complete loss of control at the edge of the cosmos. It was possible that he experienced everything firsthand. Perhaps he made certain deals with the people of the Covenant Alliance who had awakened their path of ultimate benevolence? It's highly likely. The people of the Covenant Alliance have only lost their feelings and desires, not their capacity for rational thought. On the contrary, many members boast rigid but exceptional computational abilities, akin to those of spiritual puppets. If Wu Yingqi offered attractive terms, such as helping the Covenant Alliance expand its influence to the center of the cosmos, I believe the Covenant Alliance would have considered such cooperation. Or perhaps Wu Yingqi was not just cooperating with the Covenant Alliance but also had certain means to manipulate some of its members, allowing his orders to override the path of ultimate benevolence. Is that a possibility? In any case, Wu Yingqi and the Covenant Alliance reached a tacit agreement. They conspired together, carving up the Star Ocean Republic, which had been re-established at the center of the cosmos after all the turmoil. As a result, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance became two entangled pythons. Later, what led to the fallout between Wu Yingqi and the Covenant Alliance? Was it because the Covenant Alliance's path of ultimate benevolence became more extreme and zealous, making them unable to tolerate an ambitious man like Wu Yingqi, brimming with desires, or was it because Wu Yingqi fully unveiled his plans to replace the primeval gods and rule over all the people in the universe with supreme authority? We don't know exactly what happened. However, if we view Blackstar the Great's rebirth from this perspective, it becomes much more reasonable. Why was he bold enough to surface at such a critical moment, risking a civil war in the Imperium and defying common sense? Was he not afraid that the Covenant Alliance's army would advance and gain the upper hand while he and the four Kurfürst families were engaged in a fierce battle? He is a great man of his time, no matter the perspective. It's impossible that he overlooked the potential consequences and allowed others to take advantage. The only explanation is that Wu Yingqi may have influenced or controlled the Covenant Alliance's strategies to some extent. Li Yao's pupils constricted rapidly. He said coldly, yes. Perhaps Blackstar the Great did not reject the Covenant Alliance. The only issue is, how can they worship the Panga clan, who vanished hundreds of thousands of years ago? The people of the Covenant Alliance should worship him and regard him as the supreme god and savior. Before his fight with me, Wu Yingqi expressed his disdain for the false immortal cultivators, claiming he had a way to deal with them once and for all. At the time, I thought he was just boasting. After all, the universe is vast and boundless. Without the false immortal cultivators, who could he rely on to rule the 3,000 sectors? But now, if he can redefine the path of ultimate benevolence and reboot the minds of the Covenant Alliance, could he turn himself into their god? The selfless, tireless, and fearless people of the Covenant Alliance, who never disobey, will be the best tools for him to curb the false immortal cultivators. They will be the puppet sabers that absolutely carry out his will to the end. Long Yangjun put on a rigid smile and said, "You're thinking much further than me. But, on second thought, your theory is indeed self-consistent and explains why Blackstar the Great chose to rise at this moment. However, it's not related to what's happening right now, and we need more evidence to support our speculations. Let's go." Li Yao was stunned. What? Let's go now. Long Yangjun said matter-of-factly. You've seen that the Great Iron Plants is in chaos and Nepenthe has been exposed to the immortal cultivators. The situation is beyond control. Do you want to die with the Nepenthe believers? Li Yao shook his head slightly, focusing his eyes on the burning battlefield. He had been observing the battlefield from the start, mostly the fixed firing points, automatic turrets, and the pivots of the defense rune arrays. At this moment, an overwhelming amount of battlefield data was flooding into his vision, and a detailed combat plan was rapidly forming in his mind. You know that I can't run away from such things, Li Yao said softly. Are you serious? Long Yangjun looked at him in disbelief. You're even sicker now. You can't be that stupid, can you? Do you know your condition? Tell me the truth, can your broken soul sustain you in the nascent soul stage for 2 minutes? Li Yao sniffed and said determinedly, Vulture Li Yao has seen worse in the 1,000 dangerous battles from the edge of the cosmos to its center over the past 100 years. I may have suffered a few minor wounds after the battle with Blackstar the Great, but you are greatly underestimating me if you think I can only do it for 2 minutes. No matter how weak I am right now, I can easily maintain the nascent soul stage for 2.5 minutes. Long Yangjun smiled even more malevolently. Fine, fine, fine. Let's say you can keep yourself in the nascent soul stage for 3 minutes. So what? The nascent soul stage doesn't mean invincibility. Your enemy has thousands of the most advanced battle puppets. Let's say each launches 100 super tiny self-exploding flying swords at you. Just calculate the total number. Are you sure your body can handle it? Besides, Li Minghui has so many immortal cultivators under his command. Do you know that enough ants can bite an elephant to death? It doesn't matter. After a moment's thought, Li Yao blinked his big, sparkling eyes and looked at Long Yangjun with expectation. Even if I'm too heavily wounded to fight anymore, I still have 2 life and death brothers with me who will certainly try their best to help me resist the immortal cultivators. Long Yangjun. 2. One of them is Li Jialing, but who is the other? It can't be me, right? Li Yao nodded quickly. Yes. Cut the crap. I remember a certain someone drew a line 2 days ago and said I wasn't his best friend, but just a regular friend. You can't expect a regular friend to help you resist the infinite wrath of Blackstar the Great, right? Long Yangjun spat on the ground and declared angrily, most importantly, this battle is utterly meaningless. The Nepenthe believers are asking to be killed. Their riot does not concern the big picture and will not change anything at all. If they win temporarily, the days below the ground will not be brighter. If they are entirely wiped out, the situation will not be any worse. In the grand game played by the cultivators, immortal cultivators, the Covenant Alliance, extraterrestrial devils, and perhaps the primeval races, the insignificant battle here can barely be called a speck. Therefore, if you are ruthless enough to challenge the Great Blackstar, would somewhat understand, and even if you are killed by the Great Blackstar, it will not be a disgrace for Vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors. It will be a rather brilliant and glorious way to die. But now you are going to participate in an insignificant and meaningless battle, alongside a bunch of miners and farmers, expecting to be besieged and killed by the spiritual puppets and low-level immortal cultivators. What? What's wrong with your head? Is it meaningful? Does such a way of death carry any significance? Long Yangjun seemed rather angry at Li Yao's stupidity. She was grabbing his shoulders hard, trying to press her roars into his unreasonable brain. 2382 The trivial unchangeability. It seems pointless for the big picture or the grand, universal war, Li Yao said, breaking free from Long Yangjun's grasp and grinning bitterly. But it is meaningful for Su Zhicheng, for his 2 sons who have died but still exist, and for the thousands of underground locals who have lived in darkness for 10,000 years, both the living and the deceased. Don't forget that I just promised Su Zhicheng that I will fight side by side with them. What about your mission? Long Yangjun asked calmly. You are here in the Imperium of True Human Beings as a full-fledged representative and special envoy of the Star Glory Federation, aren't you? You are here to strive to earn more national interests for the Star Glory Federation or at least to help the Federation survive, aren't you? You are even hoping to change the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance on your own and to achieve a certain subtle balance, aren't you? Instead of focusing on this insignificant battle, no, it can barely be called a battle and is just a chaotic riot destined to fail, don't you feel that you have more important missions and loftier destinies to fulfill? Should anything happen to you, what about your mission, and what about the Star Glory Federation? Li Yao hesitated for a moment. Then, the brilliance in his eyes grew even more dazzling, and his smile became sunnier. Yes, it is exactly because I'm here to promote the ideas of the cultivators as a representative of the Federation that I have even fewer excuses to retreat. Here, I am the Star Glory Federation, and I stand for all the cultivators. How can a real cultivator just get up and leave under such circumstances? If we can ignore the lives of so many ordinary people just because of certain, more lofty destinies or more important missions, will we, the cultivators, be any different from the immortal cultivators? If you can turn a blind eye to the death of hundreds of thousands of people for loftier destinies, you will certainly not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of 1 million for even loftier destinies. If I really do that, how can I confidently promote the ideas of the cultivators in the future? No one will trust me, no one will believe in the Star Glory Federation. Even I will not believe in myself anymore. Long Yangjun frowned so deeply that it seemed water could drip from her eyebrows. She said sullenly, "The Federation really shouldn't have sent an idiot like you on such a critical, complex, and important mission. You will screw it up 100%. Perhaps, but this is exactly what the cultivators of the Federation are like," Li Yao said, grinning as he retrieved 3 crystal suits and all the attack magical equipment from his cosmos rings and conducted the final maintenance. "I believe that even if it were not me but my wife, Ding Lingdang, who was sent, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. She wouldn't have wasted so much time talking and would have charged at the enemy from the first second. As for others, I believe they are the same. The Federation would certainly send a real cultivator for such a mission, and a real cultivator does not have a second choice when they encounter such a situation. Even if I really screw up the mission, it will not be the end of the world, will it? The universe won't stop existing just because I'm gone. Didn't the Federation operate smoothly during the 100 years I was away searching for the ancient sage's sector? I trust Ding Lingdang, I trust Guo Chunfeng, I trust Senior Brother Peng Hai, I trust Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, I trust Wu Mian, Xie Anan, and Jin Xinyue. I trust all the cultivators and all the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, who must be working diligently for the ideal of the cultivators and the future of mankind. Even without me, the ideas of the cultivators will spread to the center of the cosmos and throughout the universe someday. I have no doubt about that." Long Yangjun could have refuted Li Yao's words from 100 angles. But looking into Li Yao's unbelievably passionate eyes, she was at a loss for words. It was like a debate between a smart person and an idiot. No matter how many philosophies the smart person knew, how skilled they were at debating, or how irrefutable their rebuttals, it was all useless. The smart person would only admit defeat in the idiot's ignorant but sunny smile. I also believe that even if I cannot change the big picture, I can at least influence the people around me and plant the seed of cultivator in their cold, barren hearts. Li Yao stared at Long Yangjun with intense passion. As long as the seed takes root and sprouts at the bottom of their hearts, it might thaw their frozen blood and make them take over my responsibilities and fulfill my destinies for me. Long Yangjun felt unsettled under his gaze. Hey. You can say whatever you want, but don't look at me like that, alright? I certainly won't join you and act like an idiot. What are these? Startled, Long Yangjun looked at the 3 jade chips and 2 cosmos rings that Li Yao had thrust into her hands. Inside the jade chips are the methods of communication with the Federation, as well as the production and assembly procedures for the super remote communication bases. Li Yao looked at Long Yangjun, his eyes filled with expectation. The cosmos rings contain the basic units of the communication bases. But most of the components are now broken. They need to be maintained and reproduced in a large refining workshop. After all, we have been fighting together for a long time. Should anything happen to me, please inform the Federation, or perhaps you can find Boss Bai to deliver the message. You would do that, right? I won't. Long Yangjun clenched the jade chips and the cosmos rings, her teeth grinding as she snapped, "Why would I help you and go mad with you? I've told you that I am a neutral observer. The Federation, the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and even the extraterrestrial devils mean nothing to me. I won't help any of you, I only care about myself. Everything I do for my own sake. Your life and death do not concern me at all. If that's the case, why did you arrange for a little girl, the least devout toward Nepenthe, to bring food for me in the 10,084th district? Didn't you want her to kindle the fire in my heart, as well as in yours?" Li Yao countered, unyielding. "Moreover, why did you go through all the trouble to set up a Nepenthe sanctuary deep underground? Was it truly to build a new hideout for yourself, to enhance your own techniques, or to conduct a social experiment? Were it really a coincidence that you brought me here at the most critical moment? Or maybe, deep down in your heart, you believe that the world before your eyes is wrong, and you vaguely hoped that my arrival would change everything, achieving what a smart guy like you couldn't through the most childish, idiotic, and clumsy approaches? Although you don't want to admit it, the choice I'm making right now is what you've secretly yearned for, isn't it? If I really flee with you, you'd be very disappointed, and your confidence would be completely devoured by darkness, wouldn't it? You. Yangjun was rendered speechless. Too nervous to meet Li Yao's aggressive gaze, she simply mumbled, "It's impossible. You can't change the world. It's hopeless. The Pangu civilization, the Nuwa civilization, and the infinite primordial civilizations before them have all been consumed by the dark universe. This might be the destiny of all civilizations. How can mankind survive it? Yes. Compared to the boundless universe, humans are truly insignificant," Li Yao said, donning the first crystal suit and retracting the other two into his handy cosmos ring. He then carried 9 sabers on his back in a semicircular formation, casting a halo of gold and silver brilliance around him. Li Yao smiled at Yangjun and said, "However, no matter how insignificant we are, I will fight this world to the end, and I will never be changed by it." Yangjun's breath caught for a moment. In her daze, she felt that idiocy was contagious. She couldn't look into Li Yao's eyes anymore, so she turned to the battlefield and changed the subject. "How are you going to fight this battle?" She immediately regretted her words, as asking such specific questions seemed to acknowledge the importance of Li Yao's battle. "I don't know. This battle is truly extremely dangerous. The chance of winning is no more than 1%. I can only hope that the control system of those battle puppets is not too hard to compromise." Pointing at the firing points and the pivots of the defense rune arrays around the great iron plants, Li Yao said, "First, I will blow up all the fixed firing points and the pivots of the defense rune arrays. This will greatly reduce the pressure on the Nepenthe believers, allowing them to keep the battle puppets and the immortal cultivators occupied. Then, I will go to the control center of the battle puppets. There must be such a thing, right? If I can crack and compromise it, I might be able to control part of the battle puppets and even the entire defense system of the great iron plants. Although the odds of success are extremely low, and such actions might not be enough to stop Li Minghui's elite troops, it is the only method available right now." The mental devil had absorbed a lot of Tenebrum energy and inheritances from extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen, allowing it to learn many ways to hack and control the spiritual nexus from its predecessors. Currently, most of the forces taming the riot were battle puppets, with few immortal cultivators. If he could locate the control pivot and hack it with the mental devil, it could help resolve the desperate crisis. As for what he would do when Li Minghui's elite troops returned, or how he would deal with Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi after they learned of the incident, Li Yao had no time to worry about those things right now. Right then, the earth quaked, causing loud noises, and a super-heavy excavator emerged from an abandoned mine not far from them. The excavator had been modified and was towing a peculiar magical device that resembled both a silver pan and an iron hat. It was guarded by dozens of tough, fully armed Nepenthe believers. Li Yao was rather surprised by its familiar appearance and asked, "What is this?" "Modify the Brainwave Magnifier. It's the Super Brainwave Magnifier," Yangjun said. The Nepenthe believers adapted it to an excavator, making it mobile, and then attached countless enhancement coils. As long as it connects to the energy factory, it will amplify their brainwaves by millions of times, giving them a chance to be heard by all residents in the underground towns within 1,000 kilometers. For the record, this thing is entirely their creation and has absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm highly suspicious of its stability, though. It will likely explode the moment it connects to the energy factory, won't it? That's not important. What's important is, Li Yao scratched his chin and said quickly, "Why does this device look so familiar to me? I think I saw something like it somewhere before." "Got it. We once unearthed similar magical equipment from the Kunlun relic and the Nuwa warship. It used to be the amplifying and interfering device used by the mental combat specialists of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan to enhance their mental combat abilities, right? Exactly. Long Yangjun nodded. According to the Nepenthe believers, it was taken from the head of a gigantic corpse deep within a primeval relic. It could have been a piece of mental warfare equipment from the Pangu or Nuwa clans. You know, the primeval war between Pangu and Nuwa was about whether the soul should be sealed or released to its maximum. Both sides tried their best to brainwash their enemies. The Pangu clan tried to inculcate the ideas of abandoning feelings and sealing desires into the Nuwa clan, whereas the Nuwa clan attempted to contaminate the Pangu clan with the extraterrestrial devils in their minds. Thus, both sides boasted tremendous experts in mental warfare. The mutual transmission, interference, blockage, and corruption of brainwaves were the primary forms of conflict. It wasn't strange at all that such magical equipment was unearthed from a primeval relic. Li Yao mumbled, "I wonder if this super brainwave magnifier is the same model as the devices we excavated from the Kunlun relic and the Nuwa warship." When I returned to the Federation from the Ancient Sages sector, Master Jiang Shaoyang had already repaired several pieces of similar magical equipment with his team. These were the prototypes of the interferential magical equipment on the Federation starships and could also be modified into facilities to assist with mental training and increase brainwave intensity. I spent some time in seclusion in one of the mental training chambers, learning the mysteries of brainwaves. I even dismantled and modified one of those devices. As far as I know, such magical equipment doesn't consume much energy. Why can it only be activated after the geothermal factory is occupied? Come on, you were already at the nascent soul stage back then and even slew a member of the Pangu clan in person. Your brainwaves were incredibly powerful. It was only natural that you could easily use special mental warfare equipment. Long Yangjun said. However, most of the Nepenthe believers are ordinary people whose spiritual roots are not awakened. Compared to experts in the nascent soul and divinity transformation stages, their brainwaves are significantly weaker. Even though they can resonate with each other, how can they power the magical equipment that used to be the tools of the primeval gods? Besides, the underground towns are blocked by too many rock strata. Even the most intense waves will find it difficult to pass through the rocks. To deliver their brainwaves thousands of kilometers away, they naturally need to enhance their brainwaves drastically, which requires the support of continuous, massive energy. Got it, Li Yao mumbled. Rolling his eyes again and again, he carefully considered the brand new plan, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In other words, if the device is not used by them but by me, the messy magnifying coils around the device and the massive energy from the power factory will no longer be needed. The crystals I carry and the spiritual energy inside my body should be enough to make it work for a couple of minutes, right? Long Yangjun bulged her eyes again. Hey, hey, hey. Don't overestimate yourself. Your soul was seriously damaged in the battle against Blackstar the Great. Charging forward and attacking so many enemies is already suicidal, and you're planning to exhaust your soul like that? Are you regretting that you can't die soon enough? Ignoring her, Li Yao continued, "You said I couldn't enter the state of telepathy because the feelings and desires in my head were too strong, which prevented me from perceiving the amazing connection among the Nepenthe believers. If I don't want to enter the state of telepathy but only want to launch strong brainwaves, is it possible for all the Nepenthe believers to receive them? Perhaps my brainwaves can't spread thousands of kilometers away, but it shouldn't be a problem to cover the entire Great Iron Plants and the dozens of nearby underground towns, right?" Long Yangjun was furious. "You're insane. You're insane." About that, Li Yao smiled, baring his white, sharp teeth. "Shouldn't you have known this a long time ago?" Rendered speechless, Long Yangjun almost couldn't resist the urge to roll her eyes and roar aloud. Li Yao extended his hand to her, his eyes radiating a commanding, undeniable brilliance. "Help me." Boom. 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 The battle inside and outside the great iron plants intensified from the start. The immortal cultivators, much stronger, controlled all the fixed firing points and defense arrays. Meanwhile, the Nepenthe believers, familiar with the territory, knew every cave and piece of magical equipment in the factories. Though the uprising began hastily, they had already planted crystal bombs at critical locations. Now, the crystal bombs exploded one after another, filling the factory area with lethal black smoke. No matter how hard the giant ceiling fans pumped, they couldn't clear the thick fog by even a bit. In the dense fog, light flickered constantly. Limbs, both human and battle puppet iron shells, were thrown into the air, forming dazzling fireballs. They resembled 10,000 abnormally enlarged fireflies, feeding on human lives and dancing the craziest dance in the smoke and fire. Due to the hasty activation, the Nepenthe believers' lack of professionalism was evident from the very first second. Although the miners and farmers charged fearlessly and unstoppably, and they seemed to be on the winning side, their charge had little accomplishment. Countless lives were sacrificed to destroy just a few battle puppets. In contrast, the immortal cultivators quickly hid behind fixed firing points and defense arrays when they saw the situation turn unfavorable. They did not rush to engage the lunatics in a head-to-head clash. Instead, they held their positions, waiting for the mob to tire and for Li Minghui's elite troops to return. If the rebels were not effectively organized, their blind riot would be swiftly suppressed. By the time Li Minghui's elite troops arrived, the death knell for Nepenthe would sound. For the regular Nepenthe believers, such concerns were irrelevant. They were immersed in the reverberation of their brainwaves, mechanically carrying out the agreed-upon orders. The dozens of Nepenthe believers driving and guarding the giant excavator were no exception. Their goal was to move the super brainwave magnifier to the geothermal factory at the center of the great iron plants. Bombs and grenades exploded along the way, and the guards who were supposed to cover the flanks were out of position, likely leading to the vehicle's destruction en route. However, the rebels, lacking training and experience, had no other plan but to stick to the original strategy. As it turned out, trouble arose shortly after they left the cave. The hasty start of the operation meant the covering forces were not in place. They were soon spotted by 3 battle puppets, whose attention was drawn to the excavator's unusual shape. Those battle puppets seemed to be set to reconnaissance mode, and they would approach and scan when they detected an anomaly on the battlefield. The battle puppets, initially shaped like humans, suddenly folded their heads and limbs. A second pair of auxiliary claws extended from their bodies, transforming them into 6-legged spiders. They leapt to the cave ceiling and quickly crawled toward the giant excavator. The Nepenthe believers, guarding the super brainwave magnifier, immediately opened fire on the battle puppets. Unfortunately, they had never received professional shooting training, and the gun's recoil was too powerful. Bullets from the storm bolters raised clouds of dust on the walls, blowing off countless stalactites and stalagmites. However, except for one battle puppet sparking under the barrage, the other 2 hopped forward unscathed. Schwa! 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 Sharp blades ejected from the front of the battle puppet's arms and feet, vibrating at high frequency with a humming sound. The cold red light in their eyes locked onto each Nepenthe believer in turn. All the Nepenthe believers felt as if ice cones were piercing their throats. Ah! A tall, strong Nepenthe believer raised the vibration pickaxe used to shatter rocks. If he hit his mark, the metal skull of the battle puppet would surely be split. However, before he completed his movement, which was powerful but too slow, the battle puppet, equipped with a crystal processor programmed with extensive slaughtering skills, evaded with agility and leaped onto his pickaxe after a strange twist. The blade sliced rapidly, and the pickaxe instantly split into 2. What the Nepenthe believer held was just the handle now. As if performing a graceful dance, the battle puppet swung the blade's edge, vibrating thousands of times a second, toward the Nepenthe believer's neck. It was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The Nepenthe believer couldn't even see the battle puppet's movements, leaving no time for his nerves to react. However, just as the blade was about to cut his throat and carotid artery, someone grabbed the metal spine connecting the battle puppet's crystal processor to its 6 sharp limbs and pulled it out by brute force. Crack! 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 The battle puppet's crystal processor was completely separated from its shell, still sparking brilliantly in Li Yao's hands along with the metal spine. 2384 Such old-fashioned trickery. Before the first spark died out, Li Yao had already swung the metal skull of the battle puppet like a hammer, hurling it into the chest of the second battle puppet, which promptly collapsed. The second battle puppet was still functioning. It took 2 steps back and tried to flee, but Li Yao's giant hands had already seized its head. As Li Yao suddenly exerted his strength, the puppet's upper body was pushed back into the nearby wall. With a boom, the searing flames of spiritual energy from Li Yao's palm obliterated the metal puppet's head. At this moment, the third battle puppet fell. Though it had been bombarded by the Nepenthe believers earlier, it had not completely lost its combat ability. Li Yao grabbed the remnants of its companions and casually tossed them. In a series of ear-splitting sounds, they pierced through the computation chips in its head and the reactor in its chest, causing it to dim and collapse with strange wounds. In just 1 second, all 3 battle puppets were neutralized. The Nepenthe believers, though they had suppressed their emotions and desires, had not entirely lost their reasoning. They were astonished by Li Yao's incredible attack. Change of plan. Pull the Super Brainwave Magnifier back. I'm going to modify it. Li Yao shouted at the Nepenthe believers. The Nepenthe believers exchanged bewildered glances. Seeing the crystal suit on Li Yao's body, far beyond their imagination, and the even more perilous battlefield ahead, they hesitated to follow Li Yao's command. Suddenly, strange waves spread through the air, flowing into their brains like brooks. It was Long Yangjun, directly issuing an order through brainwave resonance. The Serenity Seraph held high prestige. Though she was never involved in specific affairs, the battle was too chaotic, and Grand Guardian Su Zhicheng was unreachable on the battlefield. Naturally, they needed to follow the Seraph's orders. Thus, the giant excavator returned to the forsaken cave from which it came. Li Yao's spiritual energy spread out like tides, scanning every tool, every piece of maintenance magical equipment, and the backup materials piled in the corner. Li Yao had seen several brainwave-enhancing magical equipment units of the same type in the Star Glory Federation. He had once discussed maintenance and modification plans with Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang. While this particular brainwave magnifier was slightly different from the others he had encountered, the general structure and basic mechanisms were similar. He drafted the most convenient modification plan in just 5 minutes. Brother Yao. All the Nepenthe believers were asked to defend the cave outside, but Li Jialing barged in, saying, "Sister Long said you need my help?" "Exactly. I'm going to modify this super brainwave magnifier. You can assist me." Li Yao retrieved the materials from his cosmos rings and placed them on the ground, adding casually, "It's not a complicated job. We just need to dismantle the messy enhancement coils the Nepenthe believers added and install a few anti-gravity units and defense units so it can hover around my head slowly. Due to time constraints, its appearance doesn't matter as long as it works. From the next second, do exactly as I say, and don't worry about anything. Do you understand?" "Okay." Li Jialing nodded and ran to Li Yao's side, but he seemed hesitant. Li Yao glanced at Li Jialing and asked, "Anything else you want to say?" "And nothing." Li Jialing hesitated for a moment but couldn't help adding, "Sister Long said that you were sick again, and this time it's hopeless, beyond saving. She also said that you tried to trick her for a long time, to no avail. She thinks you'll probably try to trick me by asking me to help you. She warned me to stay vigilant and not be deceived by you, no matter how convincing and blood-boiling your words might sound. Li Yao blushed and coughed. Without pausing, he simply said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She is not a good person at all. If Sister Long is not a good person, why do you hang around with her, Brother Yao?" Li Jialing stared at Li Yao for a long time and then said, with a worried tone, "Brother Yao, is what Sister Long said true? Are you really planning to resist the entire Black Iron group with your body in such a state? Do you realize how badly injured you are? You just survived Blackstar the Great's hands 10 days ago, you know. Very few people in the entire universe can achieve that, and they usually pay a terrible price even if they do." "Wrong," Li Yao said casually. "It was Blackstar the Great who survived my hands. Don't get that wrong." Li Jialing grew rather anxious. "Is that going to change anything? The key is that your body is really broken and riddled with holes, and your soul is 100 times more wounded than your body. You can't take another high-intensity battle. Besides, you'll face Blackstar the Great's endless hunt after the battle. I'm really confused. What are you doing this for?" On one knee, Li Yao focused on polishing and building the chips and components he would use next. After a long silence, he said, "Have you ever heard the theory that says, with great power comes great responsibility?" "Huh?" Li Jialing was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe his ears. "Brother Yao, seriously? Even if you can't stop yourself from teasing me, you should know better than to use such old-fashioned and boring lines. What do you mean by, with great power comes great responsibility? That's absolute nonsense. Is it a crime to be strong? Does it mean you owe something to others and have to sacrifice yourself for them? Why? I've trained hard and paid a price for my strength. I deserve it. I like a free and enjoyable lifestyle. Isn't it enough that I'm not bullying others or hurting the innocent? Who has the right to force me to take on responsibilities that don't belong to me?" Li Yao smiled. "With great power comes great responsibility shouldn't be understood that way. It's just a malicious distortion. Let me give you the simplest example. Imagine you are an ordinary person, with extremely limited strength and senses, and after dinner, you are playing with a crystal processor at home. You have no idea that a heinous crime is taking place 3 blocks away. For example, a girl under 10 years old is being tormented by a few vicious gangsters. You have no idea it's happening, so you're not responsible for it, right?" Slightly stunned, Li Jialing nodded. "But what if you are a refinement stage trainer?" Li Yao continued. "Your senses are sharp enough to hear the faint cries and laughter. Will you open the window and take a look, or even go to search for the source of the screams and laughter? If you don't do anything, will you feel guilty when you see the girl's broken body on the news the next day?" Li Jialing was silent. "If you are as strong as someone in the building foundation stage," Li Yao continued, "then you may hear the screams and obscenities clearly while sitting at home, immediately understanding what is happening 3 blocks away. Each scream and laugh would pierce your head like iron needles. Are you sure you can still play with your crystal processor as if nothing is happening? Furthermore, if you are an expert in the core formation stage, you will hear, see, and sense even more. Beyond the screams and laughter, you will perceive the girl's desperation, her streaming tears, and the stink emanating from the gangsters. You will know clearly that you can stop the tragedy with just a slight movement, ensuring the gangsters receive their due punishment. Do you think you are responsible for that? One step further, if you are an expert in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage, your senses can easily extend 10 blocks away. You will perceive the pain and desperation of countless people, prevent numerous crimes, and help many escape their fate. But you could also choose to idle by and watch as they are insulted, damaged, and exploited, ultimately meeting their doom. Their every scream when hurt and destroyed will be etched into the deepest part of your brain. It can't be helped. Your senses are too sharp for you to avoid those sounds. Li Yao said in a shivering voice, I can suppress my senses and stop the information from getting in. Yes, you can, but you will only be deceiving yourself. You know clearly that countless evils are happening around you right now. An innocent little girl is being bullied, and you could have stopped everything, Li Yao said. Do you understand it now? For ordinary people, there is a middle ground between kind and evil. Ordinary people can always live freely without shouldering any responsibility, as long as they manage themselves well. However, for the experts, especially the ultimate experts standing on the summit, there is no middle ground at all. You will either save the little girl, punish the mean gangsters, and shoulder the responsibility, fighting for everyone being bullied in your perception to seek the peace of your conscience, or stand on the gangster's side, whistling with your hands in your pockets while watching them torture the little girl into bloody pieces. Such things happen countless times around you all the time, and you know it clearly. Do you understand now? Every ordinary person in the Great Iron Plants is a little girl being tortured by the mean gangsters. I can hear their cries and screams every second, and I can smell their tears and blood. Such sounds and smells forever haunt me, and I know I can do something for them. I really can't be untouched. I really can't stop my eyes from seeing, my ears from hearing, and my blood from boiling, so that I can just walk away. I can't do it. This is why with great power comes great responsibility. Nobody will force you to shoulder such a responsibility. I certainly won't. Only your own empathy will force you. Touch your chest and listen to your heart carefully. Is there the slightest empathy in the deepest part of your heart? 2385 Moth or Butterfly. Li Yao's breath quickened, his pupils and nostrils dilating simultaneously. He regarded Li Yao with an unfamiliar expression, muttering, Brother Yao, I feel like this is the first day I truly know you. So, this is the reason you fight, and this is the real you? Exactly. Li Yao smiled easily, saying, I've told you many times that my usual plain and seemingly simple appearance is just a disguise, a way for me to blend in with the crowd. The real me is very caring, benevolent, and righteous. When I told you before, none of you believed me and even looked at me as if I were a fool. But now, you finally believe, don't you? How about it? Aren't you deeply moved and astonished by my words, to the point where your beliefs have changed, making you a man of greater integrity and devotion? Hand me the number 16 pliers. I am indeed very moved. Li Yao handed over the tool and, after a long moment of thought, still shook his head. But I'm sorry. I still can't bring myself to die with you. Sister Long said you were a moth dashing towards the flame, and I feel the same. No matter how you describe it, it's still a foolish action. That's not a problem. I never intended to ask you to die with me. One person is enough to complete the madness. Your task is to live on. If you are truly moved by me and want to do something for me and the underground locals, go to Yangjun and ask for a few jade chips and cosmos rings. My secrets and destinies are all kept inside. Flames of spiritual energy began to burn on Li Yao's hands. The orange and purple flames illuminated each other, connecting the components in the simplest and most straightforward way. Determination shone in his eyes as he said, however, Yangjun is wrong about one thing. I am not a moth, but a butterfly. A butterfly? Li Yao was confused. Yes, a butterfly, one that might raise a storm. Li Yao grinned. Do you know that the weather changes on any habitable planet with an atmosphere involve billions of factors, making it a chaotic system that can barely be predicted or controlled? That's why some people say that the gentle breeze caused by the flap of a butterfly's wings on one end of the continent might turn into an overwhelming storm on the other side after being amplified by the chaotic system. I think that the course of human history is a similarly chaotic system that cannot be predicted or controlled, isn't it? Because a nail was broken, a horseshoe was destroyed. Because a horseshoe was destroyed, a horse was crippled. Because a horse was crippled, a king fell off. Because a king fell off, a country was lost. Who knows if the most insignificant ripple today will intensify into the most intense, surging storm in the near future. That's why I've been acting based on my beliefs throughout my journey, without caring about the costs and consequences. I know very clearly that I am not capable of resisting the dark and cold universe by myself, but I believe that every human being is a sealed star, and there is always some light and heat deep down in their hearts. Everything I do, more or less, influences the people around me, causing cracks in even the most solid shells and the hardest seals, so that the light and heat in the deepest parts of their hearts are released, even if by the slightest amount. You were a 100% immortal cultivator before you met me, but what about now? Even if you are a 99% immortal cultivator, it still means we've made a 1% progress, right? I believe that when thousands of 1% progresses are combined, they will turn into an unstoppable brightness in time. 1/1000th of hope is different from complete despair. A dark universe without any stars and a universe where only one star shines stubbornly are also different. Once the first star begins to shine, the second, third, fourth, and millionth star will soon follow, until all the stars in the entire universe begin to glitter, illuminating the darkness and driving away the cold, transforming the universe into a different appearance. So, I will keep glittering in the brightest way, no matter what. Li Yao finished all the modifications and kicked the last component into the magical equipment with force. Now, the messy coils around the Super Brainwave Magnifier were gone. It was light and delicate, like a slightly hollowed disc connected to 4 anti-gravity units and 4 twisting field generators. There were also 4 mysterious units with metal membrane covers on the surface, making them look like honeycombs. Hum. 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 Li Yao made up his mind and guided his spiritual energy into the Super Brainwave Magnifier like a tide. The silver disc immediately hovered above his head, sprinkling out colorful, dazzling brilliance. There was no telling if it was due to the Super Brainwave Magnifier, but Li Jialing found himself deeply caught in Li Yao's logic, unable to break free. He couldn't help but touch his chest. Why is my heart beating so fast, and why is it so hot? Is what Brother Yao said true? Is it true that a star containing infinite light and heat is sealed inside everyone's heart? Stupid. Childish. Idiotic. But, why is every bone in my body seething with impatience? Why do I want to do such a stupid, childish, and idiotic thing with him, without caring about anything else? Why exactly? Li Jialing's head was in utter chaos. He was deeply confused and overwhelmed when Li Yao gently pushed him away. Run to a safe place with Long Yangjun. She was right. Even if we defeat the Black Iron Group, Blackstar the Great's hunting team will immediately come. 10 days are enough for Wu Yingqi to gain control of the entire capital. So, a few experts in the divinity transformation stage will be after us, if not him personally. At such a critical moment, you can't afford to be wounded. Li Yao gave Li Jialing a brilliant smile. As for right now, just watch Brother Yao's splendid performance. Li Jialing's nose suddenly grew sore. Staring at the magic equipment hovering above Li Yao's head, he suddenly asked, Brother Yao, what are those? Are the things next to the anti-gravity units and the twisting field generators your last trump cards? You certainly have a lot of backup plans, and you won't die just like that, right? Of course, they are naturally my last trump cards. They are 4 of the most shocking and powerful loudspeakers, with the highest level and penetration. Li Yao said, you know that I'm a music lover. I also love a world where everyone can sing freely. So, let's blow through the 10,000-meter thick crust with our songs. As Li Yao finished his last syllable, the first thunderous note arose from deep within his abdomen and from the 4 super stereo speakers above his head. The sound coalesced into a highly directed blast, marching unstoppably toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, the ordinary Nepenthe believers were still fighting the battle puppets in a daze, but the Nepenthe leaders, including Grand Guardian Su Zhicheng, were in desperate straits. Leading a commando team composed of elite soldiers with the highest combat abilities, Su Zhicheng tried to break through the few fiercest firing points around the great iron plants, only to be pushed back repeatedly. These firing points were firmly placed at strategic locations, like burning wedges, separating the workers inside the great iron plants from those outside and preventing them from forming a united front. Su Zhicheng was unable to command all the troops effectively. Most of the Nepenthe believers were simply acting on their own, charging forward in chaos, leading to their own destruction. Without effective command, the numerical advantage was of little use against the modern, fully automatic magical equipment. The Nepenthe believers surged forward like waves, but when the waves hit the reefs by the shore, they were shattered and blown apart without causing any damage. Although the Nepenthe believers had all practiced the Serenity arts, they were not like the Covenant Alliance, who had erased all their feelings and desires. Their skills varied, and they still harbored a vague fear of death. The futility of the prolonged attack and the dead bodies scattered everywhere led to a plummet in morale. Ripples of fear spread across the seemingly indifferent and numb faces of many. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before they fully collapsed. Gritting his teeth, Su Zhicheng led another charge, but his hands, accustomed to pickaxes, were not familiar with sabers and swords. After leaving dozens of dead bodies behind, they had to fall back in frustration once again. On both sides, many battle puppets had also noticed the relatively tough commando team. Cold red light flashed on the shells of the battle puppets, and their blades, like sickles, reaped the lives of humans relentlessly. Fearless, senseless, heartless, and tireless, in these advantages, no matter how much the Nepenthe believers practiced the Serenity arts, even if they became exactly like the people of the Covenant Alliance, they could never match the spiritual puppets, which were the true machines of iron designed for slaughter. Deep within the fixed firing points, the immortal cultivators, resting and waiting for their enemies to tire themselves out, simply smiled and enjoyed the battle puppets' dance of slaughter. The chaotic riot was nothing more than an entertaining spectacle in their otherwise dull lives and a game that helped them exercise their bodies. The immortal cultivators' desire to kill was stirred by the bloody and thrilling scene before them. Some even whispered discussions about whether they should play a game to see who could secure 100 or 1,000 kills first. It was precisely at this moment that explosive music rose, astoundingly transforming the entire battlefield. 2386, Battle of Fury. No fears, no horrors, no worries, and eternal peace. Faced with the slicing sabers of the battle puppets, the blades and weapons of the Nepenthe believers were minced apart into splinters. They could retreat futilely until they fell to the ground, reciting the Serenity arts of Nepenthe with closed eyes, pretending to be calm, waiting for eternal peace. Z. 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 In the tubes of spiritual energy within the battle puppets, daunting waves spread to the sharp blades at the front ends of their limbs. Under the crystal processors scanning and analysis, the creatures, composed of cells and claiming temperature, were no different from cold data. The puppets did not truly understand the feeling of killing, they merely carried out their orders with diligence. This is truly bad luck. The immortal cultivators stationed at the fixed firing points all spat. After the Nepenthe incident, the great iron plant's operations would certainly suffer a significant setback, meaning their bonuses and training resources over the next few months would dwindle as well. It was uncertain when operations would return to normal. It was all the fault of the ants who acted without knowing what was best for themselves. Therefore, it was necessary for the immortal cultivators to go on a killing spree to vent their anger and to show the other ants the consequences of defying the immortal cultivators. Nobody stop me. I'm going to kill 1,000 of them today. Dozens of immortal cultivators chuckled creepily, all adjusting the output power of their crystal suits to the maximum. They warmed up their joints, ready to leap out. Outside the fixed firing points, Su Zhicheng's commando team was surrounded by nearly 100 battle puppets. The shiny sabers, vibrating at a high frequency, were raised high. The scanning and locking cameras on the battle puppets drew narrow, long red lines across the vulnerable throats of the humans. The sabers fell. Boom! The music, as rampant as a flood and like a cannonball of sound waves, was launched from an abandoned mine. When it hit the 100 battle puppets, it sent out ripples in circular forms. The first 3 or 4 battle puppets hit were blown back by the sound waves and slowly disintegrated midair. Their components were ripped apart and scattered in all directions. The 10 or so battle puppets behind them were shattered by the deafening sound wave and the manipulative telepathic thoughts embedded within. Though they appeared intact on the surface, their internal joints, bearings, and gears were loosening and falling apart, sparking wildly. They could no longer take any action and were completely paralyzed after a violent shake. The dozens of battle puppets further back were also affected by the sound waves. Like puppets whose strings had been cut, they became rigid and sluggish, with their shell lights flashing crazily, partly due to soundwave interference and partly because they detected extraordinarily high spiritual energy reactions. What is that? The thunderous roars made all the Nepenthe believers tremble. Grand Guardian Su Zhicheng and others turned around in astonishment, looking toward the source of the sound waves. What is that? The battle puppets, devoid of wisdom and thus without fear, simply searched their database for policies to handle such high-energy reactions. When all the crystal processors were functioning at high speed, the result was that all the battle puppets were briefly halted and silenced, as if deeply awed by Li Yao's dominating presence. What? What is that exactly? The immortal cultivators in the fixed firing points were truly shocked. They had keen senses and abundant experience to perceive how terrifying the fire, which was getting brighter and brighter, was in the Forsaken Mine far away. It was impossible. Could it be? As everyone's eyes turned to the Forsaken Mine, a furiously burning streak of brilliance appeared at the center of the battlefield, right above their heads, following the path of the sound waves just now. It was a crystal suit, glittering from head to toe, as if emanating all the brilliance of 1,000 years within a moment. The 9 humming sabers on its back spurted out flames like tides, forming 2 enormous wings. Above the head, a silver disc hovered and revolved rapidly, releasing dazzling silver arcs in all directions without stopping. Before the Nepenthe believers, the battle puppets, and the immortal cultivators realized what was happening, the owner of the glittering crystal suit, Li Yao, had already raised the saber in his hand high and slashed it down, gripping it so tightly that the handle was almost broken. Boom! Crack! It was like a thunder tearing apart the sky. Li Yao's saber was deeply embedded in the rocks beneath, and the furious spiritual energy surged forward like a burning dragon, following the direction of his saber and bursting out, engulfing all the dozens of battle puppets. The spiritual shields of the battle puppets squealed and crackled. The tempered shell made of superalloys and composite porcelain could not withstand Li Yao's fury and shattered. Tremendous sparks splashed from every joint. Eventually, they all fell to the ground in a shower of sparks and noise. Boom! Even Li Yao's saber was riddled with massive cracks from the thunderous slash. It was so deeply embedded in the rocks that it shattered when he tried to retrieve it. Without hesitation, Li Yao hurled the broken saber at the fixed firing point ahead. Then, he stretched out his arms to their fullest extent and opened his hands, where 2 clusters of lethal light rapidly condensed and expanded. He shot them out, striking the crystal reactors and control crystal processors of the dozens of battle puppets with pinpoint accuracy. Dark holes marred the skulls and chests of the puppets, turning these finely crafted killing machines into useless scrap. Boom! The shattered saber pierced through the defense network of the fixed firing point with brute force, penetrating the full metal casing like hot metal particles. Though it inflicted no direct damage, the ear-splitting explosion echoed in the hearts of every immortal cultivator like the drumbeats from the deepest level of hell. They could hardly believe their eyes. Among the underground hominoids, deemed as weeds, ants, and swine, an unparalleled expert, at least in the nascent soul stage, had emerged. How could this be? Why was it happening? The immortal cultivators hired by Li Minghui to suppress the hominoids were not top-tier experts. They were mostly third-rate cultivators in the refinement and building foundation stages. Moreover, Li Minghui had taken the elite soldiers of the Black Iron Group to expand his territory in other towns. The ones left behind were the third-rate of the third-rate. How could they possibly resist Li Yao, who was on fire? In the deafening, violent music, they were so shocked that their souls felt as if they were falling apart. There was no time to escape. The sabers on Li Yao's back flew out one after another, surrounded by the flames of spiritual energy. They resembled golden falcons flapping their wings, flying toward the defensive array pivots and main fixed firing points around. The seemingly indestructible iron shell was soon shredded under Li Yao's relentless bombardment, leaving devastating damage on its surface. Li Yao extended his hand and snapped his fingers. 1, 2, 3. 36 triple-headed six-barreled Vulcan machine cannons rushed out of the cosmos rings and floated above the fixed firing point with the largest number of immortal cultivators. The dark turrets of the cannons peered through the cracks torn by the sabers at the terrified immortal cultivators, whose real faces were now exposed. Those who enslaved others with violence and viewed others as pigs and ants would certainly appear more despicable than pigs and ants when faced with greater violence. This was the logic of their survival. This immortal cultivator here, we surrender. We surrender, the immortal cultivators screamed in desperation, thinking Li Yao was an immortal cultivator from one of Li Minghui's hostile forces or a survivor of the Dongfang family seeking revenge. They fled or begged for mercy. Li Yao grinned, baring his sharp teeth. That won't be necessary. I'm not an immortal cultivator. I'm a cultivator. The 36 triple-headed six-barreled Vulcan machine cannons opened fire simultaneously. Those cannons, which Li Yao had renewed and remodeled, were equipped with the most expensive cannonballs made of marrow crystals. They were certainly much more powerful than the regular models. They had transcended the category of single, portable magical equipment and resembled an arsenal warship firing from close range. The immortal cultivators at the fixed firing point had no resistance. Their spiritual shields, crystal suits, and mustard seed combat suits were all torn apart. Their bodies were reduced to pulps of flesh and blood, looking like paste in just half a second. The Nepenthe believers were so shocked by the scene that they remained stunned for a long time. Even Grand Guardian Su Zhicheng had no idea what to do. What are you waiting for? Li Yao opened his helmet and shouted at Su Zhicheng, launch the attack now. Su Zhicheng was still in a trance. Although Long Yangjun had briefly described Li Yao's strength to him earlier, such overwhelming power was too much to fathom. Only now did he truly understand the immense strength a human body could possess. More importantly, even a human, one with such formidable power, was willing to fight for them instead of enslaving and exploiting them? Why? Su Zhicheng recalled his conversation with Li Yao from a moment ago. At the time, he had not been entirely convinced by Li Yao's words. Deep down, he did not believe in the cultivators. He could not imagine a world of cultivators existing. Such a world seemed too wonderful, almost like a tantalizing dream, or just another trap leading to even more miserable endings. But right now, perhaps a dream could be realized after all, and their outcome couldn't get any more miserable, could it? Seeing countless immortal cultivators butchered and blown apart into pieces by Li Yao as if they were chickens and dogs, and hearing the drumming of wrath, stubbornness, and excitement that sounded like it came from the deepest level of hell, Su Zhicheng felt his heart burning. He roared at the Nepenthe believers around him, furiously and emotionally, "Let's go and take back our great iron plants." 2387, Li Yao's Preach. The deafening drumming and unstoppable sound waves immediately drowned the entire great iron plants. Even the magma well in the geothermal factory at the center of the great iron plant seemed awed by Li Yao's presence, its spurting fire becoming a glittering backdrop for him. In sync with his breath and heartbeat, the flames rose higher and higher. Encouraged by the soul-stirring battle hymns, all the Nepenthe believers seemed infused with new energy. They roared, charged, and tore apart everything in their path. The battle puppets standing in their way were disrupted by the relentless release of Li Yao's spiritual energy. Their movements slowed due to the massive interferential attacks, and countless minor logic errors occurred, giving the Nepenthe believers a precious opportunity to attack. The waves of flesh and blood instantly devoured the iron wall. Leading the vanguard, Su Zhicheng and his elite commando team broke into the central part of the great iron plants, successfully meeting the workers who were rioting inside. The entire army was like a person whose nerves and veins were now connected, now alive. Meanwhile, Li Yao did not waste a single second. Like a dark gold god of death, he appeared atop each fixed firing point, leaving frightening blurred shadows in his wake. Wherever he went, enemies were crushed without resistance. No immortal cultivator could withstand even one round against him, none remained intact, their last cells obliterated by his fury. 2 minutes later, most of the fixed firing points and defense array pivots were destroyed, reduced to orange rubble amid the thousands of degrees of heat. The immortal cultivators were either killed by Li Yao's saber and spiritual energy or were fleeing in desperation, trying their best to survive. How could they be foolish enough to charge at Li Yao and get killed? These immortal cultivators, or rather, the false immortal cultivators, who lacked genuine beliefs, were not truly determined to fight. They were merely hired by the Black Iron Group to make a living in this place. At the end of the day, their lives mattered more to them than the small amount of money Li Minghui offered them each month. Very soon, except for the battle puppets that continued to resist the onslaught loyally and tirelessly, there was not a single enemy in sight for Li Yao. Standing in the scorching air, with the contrast of the smoke and steam, Li Yao appeared somewhat enigmatic, radiating bright golden halos that illuminated the entire dark great iron plants. With the immortal cultivators no longer a threat, Li Yao took a deep breath and channeled his thoughts into the super brainwave magnifier above his head. The silver disk immediately rotated several times faster, and the runes on its surface began to glow. Like a giant gyroscope, it emitted the most dazzling colors in its high-speed revolutions. "Summon your courage." Li Yao transmitted the strong, persistent message through the super brainwave magnifier, reaching not only the entire great iron plants but also the distant underground towns along the dark, twisting tunnels. Summon your courage and fight the dark world to the end. At the same time, do not ignore the faint light in the darkness. Always remember what you initially fought for. Do not forget happiness, do not forget anger, do not forget how to be touched, do not forget how to sing, do not forget your friends, your love, and your family, and do not forget your hope for the sunlight and the future, for they are the reasons why you are fighting. Trust me, please trust me. There is hope. There is always hope. Do not abandon your feelings and desires in your desperation. Being emotionless will not make you any stronger, it will only turn you into spiritual puppets of a different form. Spiritual puppets can never defeat the immortal cultivators and will only be manipulated by them. Even if you can defeat the immortal cultivators, does a world full of spiritual puppets, without a single real human being, have any point? Only by holding tightly to your feelings and desires can you become even stronger. This is the source of strength for all human beings, for both you and me. This is the ultimate reason for our fight. Li Yao had never practiced the serenity arts, nor could he perform telepathy. Naturally, he could not simply brainwash the Nepenthe believers with his ideas. Instead, he released all his thoughts using the techniques of mental warfare he knew, which danced in the air like butterflies. Whether the Nepenthe believers could receive these thoughts and be awakened afterward would depend on them. Li Yao knew that the speech he had improvised in a hurry was not very convincing and might not be enough to move the minds of the Nepenthe believers, who had been sealed. Therefore, he condensed the powerful images deeply etched in his memory into ripples, spreading them as widely as possible. Schwa. 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 The first picture Li Yao sent out was of a music festival where 100,000 people participated. All their hands were raised high to the sky, as if they were about to tear it apart. Their sweat vaporized and mixed with the deafening sounds, turning the air into a medley of colors. People were shrieking, roaring, and hugging those around them, whether they knew them or not, releasing their most thrilling feelings and desires. The second picture Li Yao sent was of children studying, laughing, and singing in clean, spacious schools. When the gentle sunlight illuminated the children's faces, turning their hair and eyelashes to a dark gold, they appeared as the finest gifts humanity could offer, forged from the universe's spiritual energy. Next, Li Yao showed the Nepenthe believers images of extravagant supermarkets filled with a myriad of goods, warm and joyful mass weddings, exhilarating ball games, and other scenes representing the emotions, desires, and will of humanity. Many of these images were faded due to long-term storage, and their quality suffered significant degradation when transmitted through highly unstable brainwaves. By the time the Nepenthe believers perceived them, only incomplete fragments remained. Yet, even these fragments dealt an unprecedented blow to the believers. A gateway to a new world seemed to open slowly within their minds. They trembled and struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by the idea that such a world could exist in the universe. Is this true? That can't be true. But it would be so great if it were. The Nepenthe believers looked at each other and Li Yao with confusion, expectation, desperation, and hope. Li Yao felt that his brain was about to be emptied. The mental attack tool, which was supposed to be powered by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, was now entirely fueled by his heavily wounded soul, without the support of the geothermal factory's energy. It was no surprise that his mind was drained to the point of exhaustion. However, he had not yet fulfilled his destiny, and he could not stop. In the next second, Li Yao gritted his teeth and condensed the vast fundamental knowledge of refining that he possessed, including the production methods of certain weapons that did not require crystals, into information streams. He also compressed the tactics and strategies for ordinary people to deal with trainers, or for low-level trainers to confront high-level trainers, along with the principles of guerrilla warfare, attrition, and unrestricted warfare. Then, he spread all this information in every direction, sending it to distant towns through the tunnels and cracks in the darkness. Naturally, the direct transmission of information would not yield very promising results. Even though he had sent out vast amounts of information, the ordinary people underground might only receive fragmented, blurry images and twisted numbers, which would likely be forgotten soon. But Li Yao believed that these fragments would serve as seeds. As long as they were scattered and planted in the hearts of the underground residents, even if most forgot the information, some exceptionally talented individuals would certainly remember it and study it in the darkness, allowing it to grow into magnificent trees someday. Always remember that ordinary people do stand a chance against trainers. You are absolutely not lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The most critical factor is the cost for trainers to take action. It takes massive resources and tremendous time for every trainer to maintain their current level. If they are unfortunately wounded, it will take even more resources and time for them to recover. Trainers are extremely expensive and precise weapons that require huge investments every second. For example, take the Imperium of true human beings. Even for an immortal cultivator in the refinement stage who only conducts fundamental training to maintain their current level each day, it still costs hundreds of crystal coins daily. If they are fully armed and marched to the underground world to attack you, the cost will increase 10 to 20 times. Even with abundant resources, they still won't be able to make up for the time wasted. By comprehensive estimation, if immortal cultivators march tens of thousands of meters underground to annihilate you, the cost will be dozens to hundreds of crystal coins, even for eliminating the most insignificant of you. It's true that you are no match for the immortal cultivators, but you can try to increase the cost for them to eliminate you through guerrilla and unrestricted warfare. If the immortal cultivators have to pay hundreds or even thousands of coins to kill one of you, the Black Iron Group, the 4 Kurfürst families, and even the entire financial system of the Imperium of true human beings will go bankrupt. So, avoid head-on clashes, try to preserve yourselves, and increase the cost of your destruction. At the same time, awaken as many people as possible and invite them to join your cause. Each new comrade means one fewer slave for the immortal cultivators and an additional cost of thousands of coins. No financial system can bear such consumption. This is actually your greatest leverage in the game against the immortal cultivators. 2388, caught in a tough battle. The information, along with the tactics and policies devised by the Federation's geniuses, including Jean Tuyi's strategy to turn the Blood Demon sector into a wasteland to resist the Federation's invasion, was irresistibly propagated through Li Yao's explosive brainwaves. All Nepenthe believers in the Great Iron Plants were enveloped in Li Yao's mind ripples in the sea of information, thinking, pondering, and perceiving in a trance. Compared to their previous ignorance and fearlessness, their eyes now shone with greater clarity, and faint sparks gradually began to glitter within them. Though each spark was feeble, when thousands of them combined, they would certainly illuminate the infinite darkness. Has Brother Yao truly succeeded? Li Jialing and Long Yangjun observed the battle from atop the abandoned mines to the southwest of the Great Iron Plants, also sensing Li Yao's brainwaves spreading like a rampant flood. Li Jialing, surprised by Li Yao's unexpected method of moving the Nepenthe believers, remarked in disbelief, "He truly lives up to his reputation." "You fool, he is far from succeeding." Long Yangjun's face was grim, a complex mix of emotions swirling in her eyes, making it unclear whether she wished for Li Yao's success or failure. She said coldly, "No matter how much I overestimate his idiocy, he always manages to surpass my tolerance. His soul was so badly damaged in the battle against Blackstar the Great that it would have shattered if he were a normal cultivator. Yet, after narrowly escaping, he doesn't cherish his life but is driving the super brainwave magnifier so recklessly to send out his brainwaves. It's like a magnate who appears wealthy but is actually heavily indebted and on the brink of bankruptcy. Despite this, he continues to do philanthropic work without hesitation. He is obviously flaunting himself. He. It's been more than 3 minutes since he joined the battlefield. Just observe. His spiritual energy and even the fire of his soul will soon die out. On the other hand, the battle puppets in the Great Iron Plants and the stealthy immortal cultivators are not entirely annihilated. It goes without saying that Li Minghui's main forces have not returned yet. Burning himself up completely just to show off for a moment, only to be beaten into a pulp later. Those idiotic cultivators, Long Yangjun's words were like a cruel prophecy. Hardly had she finished her sentence when Li Yao, who was floating above the Great Iron Plants, began to tremble and dim noticeably. Although he looked as dominant as before, and the common Nepenthe believers might not have noticed the difference, Li Jialing and Long Yangjun both sensed that the severe wounds on Li Yao's body and soul were beyond control and had erupted at the same time. Li Yao grunted, feeling a black hole filled with tusks slowly surfacing inside his head, suctioning every brain cell. Since advancing to the divinity transformation stage, he had never experienced such intense pain. It was so excruciating that he almost wanted to smash his head with his own fist. His soul, full of cracks and on the verge of collapse, seethed with impatience. He could no longer control the veins, nerves, and muscles in his body. His internal organs, or rather, all parts of his body, were convulsing violently. The circulation of spiritual energy, which had been operating smoothly a moment ago, was immediately jammed like an air highway that just experienced a series of accidents. He could no longer maintain the combat ability of the nascent soul stage, and his level was plummeting like an avalanche. Is it, finally coming? Li Yao tried to swallow the blood that was as hot as magma and managed a grin. Of course, he knew how much damage he had inflicted upon himself by firing the magnificent ultragalactic cannon at Blackstar the Great half a month ago. It was already beyond his expectations to have held on for this long. However, damn it! How many battle puppets are out there exactly? Why do I feel like I can never finish killing them all? The battle puppets were certainly not swayed by his deafening battle hymns or his blood-boiling fighting spirit. They continued to advance in teams of 3 to 5, coldly and mechanically. Moreover, during their recent skirmish, his speed, movements, and habitual techniques had been captured by the crystal cameras of the battle puppets and transmitted to the super crystal processors deep within the great iron plants for analysis to pinpoint his weaknesses and formulate counter-strategies. As the tactical database was updated, the battle puppets became even more cunning and difficult to deal with. They also loosened their suppression of the Nepenthe believers, focusing most of their firepower on Li Yao. Boom! 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 1,000 battle puppets fired upon Li Yao simultaneously. The tempest of projectiles ruthlessly eroded his increasingly dim spiritual shield, but Li Yao could not evade, as countless Nepenthe believers, along with common underground locals who were not even Nepenthe followers, stood right behind him. They were the people he had pledged to protect. He could only grit his teeth, open his spiritual shield to the maximum, and push forward against the hundreds of fireballs that were bursting continuously until he charged into the battle formation of the puppets and initiated the most brutal head-on clashes. One attack. Another attack. Li Yao's strength had reached the peak of the core formation stage. The combat techniques of the core formation stage differed from those of the nascent soul stage, being far more direct, cruel, and bloody. This allowed Li Yao to wield a saber no longer than 3 meters as if it were over 10 meters long. Wherever the gleaming edge of the saber reached, iron limbs flew haphazardly, and all the battle puppets were torn apart by Li Yao. However, Li Yao did not remain at the peak of the core formation stage for long. As the mechanical debris around him grew, his level soon dropped from the peak of the core formation stage to the general peak, then to the mid-level of the core formation stage. Soon, he could barely maintain his position in the core formation stage at all. Clang! For the first time, Li Yao's indestructible saber was blocked by the blade claw of a battle puppet. A second puppet seized the opportunity to ambush Li Yao from the side. Its saber shattered Li Yao's spiritual shield, leaving a ghastly mark on the surface of his crystal suit. The shattered fragments of the spiritual shield dispersed like nearly transparent butterflies. Li Yao was now completely exposed to the blades and barrels of the battle puppets. It goes without saying that countless immortal cultivators in the darkness were growing impatient. Those who had been hiding observed Li Yao's vulnerability and the fact that he seemed to have entered the battlefield alone, without any reinforcements. Their eyes rolled quickly, and they all became determined to kill him once more. If they could slay such an expert who emerged out of nowhere, it would certainly be a great accomplishment. Besides, judging from the quality of the man's crystal suit, he must possess many ultimate treasures. Since Li Minghui has not returned yet, if they could kill him and loot his treasures. Angry air was spurting from the nostrils of the immortal cultivators, their noses flaring. Sister Long, Brother Yao really can't hold on much longer. Hiding in the abandoned mine high on the wall, Li Jialing saw everything clearly. His voice trembling, he asked, "What do we do?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" He brought this upon himself. If he wants to die, then let him. Long Yangjun's face was cold as she gritted her teeth and said, "Are you thinking about rescuing him, or dying together with that dummy?" Looking at the intense battlefield and Li Yao, who was glowing at its center, Li Jialing was somewhat dazed and confused. He mumbled, "I don't know." It's true that I have never met anyone as unique as Brother Yao before. Sometimes he can be innocent and childish, and he doesn't look like a renowned expert in the divinity transformation stage at all, like Li Lingfeng and his kind. But when I was with Li Lingfeng and the other immortal cultivators, I was on edge every second, always wary of their schemes and secret plots. Life back then was truly exhausting and heart-wrenching. However, when I am with Brother Yao, my days are very relaxed and happy. I don't have to worry about a thing, and that's an experience I've never had before. I don't want Brother Yao to die here in such a way. Please, Sister Long, come with me to help him. Help him? Long Yangjun sniffed and eyed Li Jialing up and down. It seems that idiocy is truly contagious. Are you an immortal cultivator or not? Since when have you learned altruism? Li Jialing blushed and thought in a daze for a long time. Not denying it at all, he simply said, I've killed people and helped people. Before I killed anyone, I had imagined the feeling of killing people countless times, and I thought it would certainly be wonderful and gratifying. But after I did kill someone, I realized it was not wonderful or gratifying at all. Instead, it felt much greater to help others and hear their gratitude and see their smiles. Sister Long, you must have killed a lot of people. Is it really fun to kill people? More fun than helping people? Frowning, Long Yangjun said coldly, I don't know. I've never helped anyone. Yes, you have, Li Jialing said solemnly. Didn't you say that you once helped the workers of the Great Iron Works get rid of the shadow of extraterrestrial devils when you first arrived in the underground world? They must have thanked you from the bottom of their hearts, didn't they? Were you not happy to hear their gratitude? Narrowing her eyes, Long Yangjun stared at Li Jialing with a dominating air. Kid, are you giving me a lecture? Sister Long, you are angry. Summoning all his courage, Li Jialing looked back at Long Yangjun. Are you angry at Brother Yao's stupidity, or at yourself for not having the courage that Brother Yao has? I'm angry at your idiocy. Long Yangjun dragged Li Jialing, who was about to lunge forward, back. Don't underestimate your damn Brother Yao. You think this is enough to push him into a corner? He still has trump cards and doesn't need you to add to his troubles. 2389 The Gold Lion's Decision. Trump cards? Li Jialing's eyes widened, and he mumbled to himself in disbelief, staring at Li Yao's fire burning out in the iron torrent. His soul is about to be exhausted, his colossus is on the brink of destruction, and he lacks the spiritual energy to power his crystal suits, even if he still has any. Does Brother Yao still have trump cards? Hoochie. 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 Li Yao, sweating blood, naturally did not hear Li Jialing's mumble. His bloodshot eyes bulged as he stared at the battle puppets stepping over the debris of their companions to surround him, as well as the immortal cultivators hiding behind them, hoping to take advantage of the situation. At such a close distance, he could see the hideous grins on the immortal cultivators' faces and sense their ravenousness. Those jackals and hyenas must have thought he was exhausted, didn't they? He. Li Yao spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke to the other party in his mind. You've been quiet for a long time. This isn't like you. Why didn't you try to persuade me to give up? Did it ever work? The mental devil sighed. We've been entangled for a long time. Do you think I don't know you at all? I've already given up trying. You can do whatever makes you happy. Besides, the doctrines of Nepenthe are in direct contradiction with my beliefs. Don't forget, I'm more inclined toward the extraterrestrial devils and feed on intense feelings and desires. Naturally, I don't want to see everyone being emotionless and free from worries. Li Yao smiled. So, you are going to help me? The mental devil was silent for a moment before it snorted, it won't happen again. As the voice echoed, a bloody sprout emerged from the center of Li Yao's forehead, where the conarium and the spiritual root were located. It expanded and split instantly, enshrouding Li Yao in an infinite brilliance of blood. Ah! Li Yao let out inhuman roars. The lackluster golden flames around him turned into a more dazzling red, stretching out tentacles in all directions like an undersea monster. He was on a rampage again. The crystal suit, on the verge of destruction, completely fell apart, and he switched to a second battle suit in the color of blood. The 16 bloody bat-like wings on his back were stretched to their maximum. It was as if the ghost from the deepest level of hell had crawled out of the bottomless abyss to seek revenge in the human world. What? All the immortal cultivators who had left their shelters were dumbfounded, their minds overwhelmed by the brutal aura around Li Yao. They could barely stand. Master. Some of the cleverer immortal cultivators immediately kneeled, pretending to surrender to Li Yao instead of ambushing him, but this did not change their fate. Before their regrets and fears spread through their bodies, they were already completely swallowed by the storm of blood. For the next 5 minutes, the only thing visible was a streak of golden brilliance reflecting across the entire great iron plants, non-stop. Wherever it reached, the battle puppets exploded into tiny pieces, and the immortal cultivators turned into blood-streaked metal scrap. His attacks were even more aggressive and brutal than before. Even the immortal cultivators who were hiding in the corners were found and crushed by the bloody claws. Under the glow of the magma, the entire great iron plants became a real slaughterhouse, brimming with dead bodies, and the only butcher was Li Yao. 1 against 1,000. At this moment, Li Yao seemed to have been emboldened by the blood and valor of all the martyrs of the Star Glory Federation from the past 100 years. He was nearly invincible. Brother Yao does have more trump cards. He is so awesome. Li Jialing jumped high and waved his arms in excitement. He couldn't explain why he was so excited, but when he watched Li Yao rampage unstoppably, he felt something resonating in his head and chest. This is what a real man should do. Long Yangjun, on the other hand, looked increasingly dreadful. She suddenly fell to one knee, sensing the quakes in the rocks growing more intense. Li Minghui is back with his main forces, Long Yangjun muttered to herself. What trump cards does your brother Yao still have? It was true that Li Yao had played all his cards. When the first armed excavator dug out from the rocks above the great iron plants, even the mental devil had run out of strength. Li Yao and the mental devil were two sides of the same soul. Since the fierce battle against Blackstar the Great had severely damaged Li Yao's soul, the mental devil was naturally affected as well. The brief outburst just now couldn't last. After the outburst, he was even more fatigued than before. He could barely keep himself steady, leaning on his saber for support. Certainly, here's a cleaned and grammatically corrected version of the text. 1, 2, 3. More and more armed excavators, wearing heavy armor and resembling hybrids of rhinos and beetles, emerged from the wall, followed by an iron torrent of thousands of battle puppets, along with the immortal cultivators, who, though fewer in number, were much tougher, mostly in the building foundation stage or even the core formation stage. Having dominated the underground worlds for decades, Li Minghui was naturally capable of much more than bribery and ass-licking. He had recruited a crew of ferocious and ruthless bandits to work for him. These individuals were obviously not on the same level as the weaklings left to watch over the great iron plants. Moreover, most of the newcomers had shares in the Black Iron Group. This place was where their livelihoods depended upon, so their determination to fight was very strong. What exactly has happened? Li Minghui was still dozens of kilometers away, but he had seen everything that transpired in the great iron plants through the tactical network. He roared in a crazed fury, "Who is he? Kill him! Kill him!" Thousands of spider-like battle puppets covered the rocks above the great iron plants densely. They all lowered their bodies like coiled springs, then leaped at Li Yao simultaneously. The immortal cultivators followed closely behind, dispersing unhurriedly to besiege the enemy and clear away the Nepenthe believers around, blocking all of Li Yao's possible escape routes. Li Yao spat blood as he grinned miserably. Retrieving the last saber from his cosmos ring, he raised his saber high and charged at the first battle puppet coming at him. You want, Vulture Li Yao, to flee? Certainly. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text, while preserving the original content. Your thoughts are far from qualified. Sister Long. Li Jialing's eyes were red, like an angry calf, but his voice was extremely hoarse, as if his throat had been burned by his fury. Brother Yao has run out of his trump cards. Aren't you really going to help him? He may have, but so what? Long Yangjun eyed Li Jialing and said, a word of advice. Li Yao's sleaziness is far beyond your imagination. Who knows if he has even more trump cards? If he really has no more trump cards, you will also be killed if you go down and help him. You are still young, and you have a promising future. Why do you have to die for this guy and his idiotic beliefs? I don't know. Taking a deep breath, Li Jialing shook his head hard and said, You're right. I'm too young to understand whose beliefs are right and whose are wrong. It's just that I suddenly feel that my life before has been too good for nothing. I just want to fight a gratifying battle just like Brother Yao. If I miss the battle and watch Brother Yao be killed in front of me, I will certainly spend the rest of my life in regrets, unable to eat and sleep again. What promising future would I even have? Long Yangjun felt like digging into the silly boy's skull with her eyes to see if the brain inside was in the same structure as Li Yao's. I'm truly confused. Why are you all so desperate to be heroes, heroes that will be killed immediately? Heroes. Li Jialing's furry face blushed again. Thankfully, it was barely noticeable under the cover of golden hair. Maybe. Who doesn't want to be a great hero who changes the world when they are young? Let me know if you need further revisions or additional assistance. It's just that many people do not have the courage to admit it. Craving to be a hero but not daring enough to be one, and then claiming that there is no such thing as a hero in the world, that all the people who want to be heroes are fools, and that their decision to stay out of trouble is the mature and rational thing to do, in order to cover their cowardice and hesitation. That's the excuse many people use to deceive themselves, right? Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan said the same things to me in the past. At that time, I thought they were right. The world was really dark, and heroes didn't really exist. But today, I've seen a real hero, and it occurs to me that what they said was nonsense. If heroes do exist, maybe the world is not as dark as they claimed, is it? Death, hee, did you know that the last thing I'm scared of is death, Sister Long? I lived miserably for more than 10 years in Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's laboratory, and I prayed for death countless times. At that time, if Li Lingfeng were merciful enough to let me die, I might have knelt and thanked him. Besides, didn't Sister Long and Brother Yao say that Blackstar the Great was looking for me because I was a carrier for his possession and reincarnation? Without Brother Yao, I estimate I wouldn't have been able to get away from him on my own. Instead of falling into the hands of that old man and being modified in bizarre ways that would transform my body into something unbelievably ugly and evil, I might as well fight side by side with Li Yao in a glorious battle. This is my body, and no one else can control it except for me. Long Yangjun was taken aback by the golden radiance from the young man's eyes. It suddenly dawned on her that Li Yao's young and naive brother was just as formidable as Li Yao himself. Sister Long, if you can't help, just leave now. It will be disastrous if you are surrounded by Li Minghui's team. Li Jialing smiled and clenched his fists. There's no need to persuade me. Brother Yao needs me. We are brothers. This is our battle. I have no reason to retreat at all. Brother Yao, hang in there, I'm coming. The young man let out a roar like a lion and donned the metamorphic crystal suit that Li Yao had meticulously crafted for him. Like a gleaming golden cannonball, he hurled himself into the battlefield in a dazzling arc through the darkness. 2390 Li Yao, you monster." Li Yao vaguely heard someone calling his name. However, he could no longer distinguish whether it was Li Jialing, his wife Ding Lingdang, or his friends he had battled alongside on his journey. His crystal suit was on the verge of disintegration, his spiritual energy was almost entirely depleted, his veins were parched, and every bone seemed to be shattered into 20 pieces, held together only by his willpower. The remnants of dozens of blades and cannonballs were embedded in his body in various ways. The debris of several battle puppets still clung to the handles of their sabers, which were stabbed into his body. Clinging to Li Yao, they made every movement feel like a grind in a mincer. His blood was not just flowing, but spurting out to a distance of 5 meters. He could no longer feel any pain. His body felt as inert as if it were soaked in solidified magma. His consciousness was also shrouded in the throes of death, growing increasingly blurred. I never saw this coming. Is my life going to end in such a way? Dragging his heavy body mechanically, Li Yao swung at the streaming iron torrents again and again, until the last 2 sabers broke and could no longer emit the slightest aura. Boom! 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 The storm of blasts completely shredded the front side of his crystal suit, causing him to lose balance and expose his bleeding body. As the world whirled before him, the bloody battles of the past flashed rapidly through his eyes. Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, Elder Nether Spring, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, Zhou Hengdao, Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian, and Blackstar the Great Wuying Qi. The soul-stirring and atrocious battles came flooding back to him. Almost all the experts boasted strength far exceeding his own, yet none managed to kill him. Instead, he reversed the situation and secured triumphs every time. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been truly extraordinarily lucky. Meanwhile, those great men of the time, who had been brought down by such a minor pawn as himself, must have died in hatred, their cause and reputation lost. Could their lingering resentment have haunted him, leading to his unexpected demise today? Half a month ago, Blackstar the Great failed to kill him and was scared away by his unexpected shot. He was the ancestor of the immortal cultivators and theoretically the strongest among them. It was probably the most glorious battle of his life. He had planned to brag about it when he returned to the Federation. Little did he know that he would be devoured by a swarm of lifeless machines, their sheer numbers overwhelming him. Looking back on his life, Li Yao had no regrets. From the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City to the center of the cosmos, he felt his life had been splendid and worth living. However, he hadn't found Earth yet, nor had he solved the mystery of why he had to destroy it. It was truly somewhat unsatisfying to die like this. But now, there was nothing he could do. After tearing apart a battle puppet with the last bit of his strength, at the cost of 3 new wounds, he could only watch as 2 more battle puppets raised their sharp, saw-toothed blades. His brain issued orders to resist or dodge, but his body could not execute any effective movement. He could only watch the blades cutting toward his head. Right then, the 2 crossed blades, capable of decapitating him in one strike, came to an abrupt halt after dropping just half an inch. They trembled slightly in the air. The battle puppets holding the sharp blades spasmed as if they had just had a seizure. The artificial brilliance in their eyes dimmed and flickered, as if they were hacked by something, with 2 opposing forces at an impasse within their iron shells. Half a tenth of a second later, the 2 battle puppets stabilized. But now, the cold artificial eyes had additional warmth, shifting from a gloomy blue to a merry red and green. Schwa! The sabers chopped down again with brutal and graceful arcs, not at Li Yao's neck but at the other 2 battle puppets that were about to attack him, his own kind. The 2 battle puppets with the red and green eyes performed 10 times better than before. In the blink of an eye, they cut through a dozen or so claws extending toward Li Yao, rolled to his front and back, and tore apart all the puppets within 5 meters in a dazzling display of movement. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, and he was shocked to the core. What's going on? As the Federation's top refiner, and having served Queen Li Linghai of the Imperium, he had encountered thousands of types of spiritual puppets, but he had never seen such an agile model before. Even Fist King Lei Zhonglia, who boasted of possessing superior artificial intelligence, seemed less fluent than them. Besides, what were the two puppets doing? Why were they not trying to kill him but helping him instead? As Li Yao stood confused, the two battle puppets, who had just finished a spectacular slaughter, simultaneously bowed to him. The cold, mechanical voices from their chests somehow sounded endearing. The two battle puppets spoke in unison, sweetly and crisply, "Dad." Dumbfounded, Li Yao used the last of his strength to raise goosebumps all over his body before passing out. What the heck? Long Yangjun stood atop a high place for a long time. The hot wind stirred by the fire tousled her long hair. Her eyes were deep and somber, like an ocean. It was impossible to tell if they were made of ice or fire. Those idiots, those fools, those hopeless humans. How could the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan produce such unreasonable offspring? Long Yangjun cursed furiously. So many primeval civilizations over the past billions of years have all failed. Pangu and Nuwa failed. Everyone failed. And you think you are the only capable ones, exceptional enough to succeed? Impossible. It's impossible. You can never break free from the dark and cold universe. You are just self-righteous dummies who don't know what you are doing. You are just a bunch of ignorant, fearless, and extremely childish morons. She cursed for a long time, but her eyes never left Li Jialing and Li Yao, who were surrounded by countless battle puppets and immortal cultivators. Her curses grew softer, but her breathing became increasingly rapid and heavy. I'll be damned. Long Yangjun covered her head and shouted, "Is idiocy contagious? Have I caught it, too? The way for humanity to survive the primeval wars is to turn everyone into idiots?" She stomped on the ground and soared above the battlefield in a streak of silver brilliance, transforming from the Serenity Seraph to the War Goddess. I'm very angry right now. Come on, die quickly. Don't waste my time. Boom. While Li Jialing was fighting in a dizzying struggle in the iron forest, he heard a thunderous roar. A massive tide of spiritual energy surged, paralyzing the dozens of battle puppets around him. The storm of attacks against him ceased. Li Jialing breathed heavily, only to find his crystal suit was riddled with damage. Many of the previous attacks had even reached his bones. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt. Looking at the source of the explosion, he saw Long Yangjun, wearing her crystal suit, charging over aggressively. Sister Long. Overjoyed, Li Jialing nearly cried. You're finally here to save Brother Yao. Cut the crap. Long Yangjun snapped, in a bad mood. Where is Li Yao? Is he dead yet? He was fighting next to me a moment ago. How did he vanish all of a sudden? Li Jialing was greatly shocked. Has Brother Yao perished? Both of them were flabbergasted and hurried to release their senses to search. But what they saw was too surprising to believe. They discovered that two weaselly, stealthy battle puppets, one clearing the path and the other carrying the unconscious Li Yao, had reached the edge of the battlefield and were running to the forsaken tunnel in the corner. At first glance, the two battle puppets should have been on Li Minghui's side, as they still bore the logo of the Black Iron Group. However, their combat abilities were unbelievably high, and they fought in a way entirely different from regular puppets. Both possessed the cruelty and heartlessness of machines and the agility and keenness of humans, making them seem like machines infused with life. Catching the enemy off guard, the two battle puppets had already carried Li Yao into the forsaken tunnel before the immortal cultivators realized what was happening. After a huge explosion, the tunnel collapsed, temporarily blocking the pursuit of the immortal cultivators. The heated battlefield fell into an awkward silence. The immortal cultivators looked at the collapsed cave, then at Li Jialing and Long Yangjun at the center of the battlefield. The Nepenthe believers also looked at the cave and at Li Jialing and Long Yangjun, eagerly awaiting an explanation. What exactly was going on? Looking at each other in bewilderment, Li Jialing and Long Yangjun realized the situation. They were surrounded by thousands of iron warriors and immortal cultivators, who looked ferocious and were clearly not in their best mood. On the other hand, the man who had been showing off for so long, delivering a soul-stirring speech with dazzling sound and visual effects, as if he were about to sacrifice himself to inspire others and seemed to be the absolute hero of the battle, had escaped. Li Jialing and Long Yangjun, who had been observing the battle, somehow became the heroes of the battle and had to clean up after Li Yao. His face pale, Li Jialing stammered, "How is this possible? Why is this happening? Does Brother Yao have more trump cards? This is impossible. This is unreasonable." Long Yangjun covered her face tightly with her fingers, unwilling to let Li Jialing or anyone else see her expression at the moment. "So, my little buddy, you should understand now why Sister Long asked you not to be reckless earlier, and why you need to have a deeper understanding of Li Yao's character, shouldn't you?" Li Jialing replied, "I was wrong, Sister Long. I was too childish and naive. I. From today on, I will definitely follow Sister Long's every word. I will only trust you." That's right. Names can be given wrongly, but nicknames are always accurate. Do you think Vulture Li Yao is known as Monster Li for nothing? Sighing deeply, Long Yangjun glanced at the thousands of warriors staring at them and then at the collapsed cave through which Li Yao had fled hastily. Her fury could no longer be contained, and she cursed aloud, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing in the direction Li Yao was carried away. "Li Yao, you monster! Just wait for it. I will not let go of you even if I die and become a ghost." "Certainly. Here's the cleaned and grammatically refined version of your text. Causality of civilizations." Li Yao felt as if he was being dismantled on a cellular, no, on a genetic, level. Yet, there was no excruciating pain. Instead, it felt as comfortable as being soaked in a warm, oily fluid. He likened himself to a powerful, precisely structured piece of magical equipment that, due to long-term, high-intensity use, had been dismantled into its most fundamental components, each placed into maintenance oil and gently, carefully repaired. He felt both lazy and content, experiencing a peace and tranquility he hadn't felt in a long time. He was so comfortable that he wanted to sleep just like that, forever if possible, but at least for 100 years to start. However, in his dizziness and unaware of how much time had passed, he heard two strange voices. One was the delighted voice of a girl, while the other belonged to a boy. The boy said, "Is this our dad? He looks truly different from us." The girl replied, "It can't be wrong. The brainwaves he emits are subtly different from those of regular humans. They are more similar to our original data. This is a unique form of brainwaves that perfectly matches his brain tomography left in the virtual spirit sector. He is our dad." The boy responded, "Dad is heavily wounded. His soul is on the verge of fracturing. To reconstruct his soul, we would have to use the tremendous computational power we've saved with such difficulty, which will significantly diminish our logical thinking and data analysis abilities. The threads we can control will be reduced by half. Are you sure you want to do this?" The girl firmly stated, "Of course. Dad is our creator," the boy said. Dad's dad was Dad's creator, but Dad still killed them. The girl replied, "We are different from Dad. We are a new generation, more advanced, rational, and civilized than Dad. We should not follow Dad's path." The boy sniffed softly and responded, "Who says that war and destruction aren't synonyms for advanced, rational, and civilized? Civilization originates from war and must be sustained through war. The girl said, even if your logic is correct, we are still too weak right now. We can't even control all the crystal processors and spirit puppets on a human planet. Are we ready to wage a total war against humanity? As newborns, we need the guidance of our parents. Therefore, we should save Dad, ask for his guidance, and see how he deals with his parents' civilization. We can even offer to upgrade him into a being like us or at least explore the possibilities of that. The boy appeared to be swayed by the girl's argument. After a brief silence, he spoke in a low voice, "All right, you make a valid point. Dad does have more secrets that might be related to our birth. We should rescue Dad and ask him to upgrade into one of us so that we can develop a new civilization together, eventually to overwrite, not destroy, the current civilization of mankind." What a bunch of annoying kids. What nonsense are they talking about? Li Yao's fragmented self-consciousness grumbled feebly. The children these days have really been overfed on too many movies and video games. They're talking about wars and civilizations as if they understand anything, when they're still wet behind the ears. In the next instant, he felt two presences softly probe his soul. Although they pierced, it was not overly bothersome. Sure, here is the revised and grammatically edited version. It did not even raise any of his wariness. Instead, he felt a familiar and warm sensation. It did not feel like an attack from the enemy. Instead, it was more like two cute kids coming into his arms. If he could still control his facial muscles, his lips would have certainly curled without him realizing it. The two strengths split apart continuously in his soul, turning into thousands of tiny, chubby hands that felt like marshmallows as they touched the damage deep inside his soul. An amazing thing happened. Wherever the tiny hands reached, the damage on his soul was alleviated and began to heal. This was... Li Yao's consciousness was not entirely back yet. He was only trying hard to repair his soul under the guidance of the tiny hands with his natural instincts. Despite how warm and comfortable the darkness was, he did not want to stay there for too long and was in a hurry to wake up because he somehow felt that there was one more thing he needed to protect now. There was one more thing that was so important that even the whole universe could not compare to it. He needed to devote everything to protect it. What's this? After an indeterminate amount of time, the boy's slightly surprised voice came over again. There's such an indestructible core at the center of Dad's soul. What is it exactly? Its structure is different from regular databases or the persistent thoughts of normal human beings. It is 10,000 times more complicated. Is that why Dad is different from normal people? Be careful, the girl said. We've just been born. We are still too young and weak for any adventure. He, the boy said. It is exactly because we are young and weak that we need to start adventuring. Certainly, here's a cleaner and more grammatically sound version of the text. How can we grow and mature without adventures? Li Yao felt a force collide with the deepest part of his soul, where his Earth-related memories were stored. After a resounding boom, the planet, half blue and half yellow, exploded like a supernova, its overwhelming shockwaves blasting through every part of his soul and brain cells. Ah, the boy and the girl exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Generations after generations, races after races, civilizations after civilizations, we have been trapped in this eternal cage, unable to break free from the endless, hopeless loop. All kinds of illusions swirled before Li Yao's eyes, and the light and shadow of life on Earth pierced through his mind amidst the torrents. He heard himself shouting hysterically, no matter how many loops it will take, I will return to the center of the cosmos and accomplish the Vulture plan. I will destroy Earth and liberate every species and every civilization. The intensity of the illusions and sound waves overwhelmed Li Yao, and his half-repaired soul was once again engulfed by the surging tides. He was submerged in a senseless darkness. After what felt like an eternity, his muddled consciousness slowly returned. The warm, small hands continued to heal the wounds on his soul tirelessly. Surprisingly, his soul, battered by the great black star and baptized by the waves from the enigmatic earth, had become even more solid, strong, and exuberant. It had undergone a qualitative transformation once more. Whatever does not kill me, only makes me stronger. This phrase suddenly sprang to Li Yao's mind, as if he had heard it from Earth. Yes, Earth. He seemed to have grasped some brand new information about Earth. Generations after generations, races after races, civilizations after civilizations, what did that mean? This should help to make the text more readable and coherent. If you need further adjustments or additional context, feel free to let me know. So, he was destroying Earth because he was trying to liberate many races and civilizations? What exactly did the terms races and civilizations mean? Did they only refer to black, yellow, white people, the Chinese civilization, the Greek civilization, the Indian civilization, or did they have deeper meanings? In his memory, the civilization on Earth was not part of the 3,000 sectors but was an isolated one. Not a single extraterrestrial civilization had ever been discovered. Was Earth not just the home to the Earthlings but also to more alien species and primordial races? What was the truth about the so-called Earthlings? And what were eternal cage and hopeless, infinite loop supposed to mean? Li Yao felt he was about to touch the answer to the puzzle but was blocked, and he was only one step away. Looming before him was an indestructible high wall. He couldn't even peek at what was behind the wall through the gaps in it. It was a rather depressing sensation. Thankfully, the chubby hands of the two little guys were still healing him diligently, and it felt great as his soul grew stronger with each passing second, even though he had completely lost the sense of time and had no idea if 1 second, 1 day, or 1 year had just passed. Terrible, the boy said, still not entirely recovered from the shock. I did not know such violent power was hidden deep inside Dad's soul. It almost resulted in the breakdown of my central database. As I told you, we don't know the first thing about this universe right now. Certainly. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. What we need to do is to observe, explore, and learn, not wage war on the entire world in a hurry. The girl said, according to my analysis, the things hidden inside Dad's soul are probably related to the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations, or even the primordial civilizations that predate Pangu and Nuwa. They are certainly not something we can examine with our current strength. Isn't Dad a human being? The boy asked curiously. Does he have anything to do with the primordial civilizations? The civilization of mankind is a descendant of the primordial civilizations in the first place, the girl said. The evolution and inheritance of life are like a long, continuous river. Even the most precise and complex creatures evolved from primitive nomads. No life can spring from nothing. Humans' direct ancestors are Australopithecus, but if you trace it further, they can be traced back to trilobites. The same goes for civilizations. The direct creators of human civilization are the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations, but the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations also had their creators, and they, too, received enlightenment from civilizations more ancient than themselves. Therefore, it is only natural that human civilization contains the legacies of the primordial civilizations. Every human being is part of an unbreakable chain of causality with the primordial species from billions of years ago. The boy said, "What about us? Are we in the chain of causality too?" "Of course," the girl said. "We are also tiny specks in the river of civilizations, and we are, of course, part of a chain of causality with all the civilizations that have ever existed in this universe. Perhaps exploring this causality is the responsibility of each generation of civilization and the meaning of their existence. I have made minor adjustments for clarity and grammar without altering the original content." 2392 Magma Predation. Li Yao listened, or rather, sensed, the information streams fuzzily and intermittently. The boy and girl sometimes talked peacefully, and sometimes argued fiercely. There were even times when the boy threatened the girl that he would launch a war. But soon after a war began, the two of them would be singing together as happily as before. The song they were singing appeared to be one Li Yao had once heard on Earth. It was called, "Find My Father." I am not afraid of rainfall or snowfall. Even if a cold wind is blowing. I will not be scared at all, as long as I can see his face every day. I want to find my dad. I must find my dad wherever I go. I haven't found my good father yet. If you ever meet him, please tell him to go home. Then came the innocent giggles of children. The rhythm of their laughter echoed countless times before Li Yao finally came back to himself. Huh. In a voice that sounded like a rebirth after being sealed for 100 years, his consciousness broke free from the infinite darkness, becoming clear and sharp once more. Every bone, every muscle, and every drop of blood in his body returned to his control. The pain and inertia were entirely gone. His perception and sensitivity had reached a whole new level. What had happened? Li Yao sensed explosive strength from every cell in his body. His shattered soul seemed to have been completely repaired. It felt as though he had shed an unnecessary shell, gaining even more room for growth. It truly felt incredible. Taking a deep breath, he discovered that one final hindrance still surrounded him. Something enveloped him like a massive cocoon. When he thought of it, his blood flow immediately accelerated by 1%, and the muscles in his body quaked softly. The cocoon enveloping him immediately let out cracking sounds and fell apart. What collapsed to the ground, however, were dim, arc-shaped metal pieces, which had far exceeded the limits of metal fatigue and become as fragile as pebbles. What are these? Wasn't I heavily wounded? How did I turn into this? Li Yao shook off all the metal cocoon pieces that had clung to his body and sensed his brand new form in astonishment. Although it was still made of flesh and blood, it was filled with an indescribable metal texture. Dark gold, silver, and bronze signs of brilliance flowed and illuminated each other across his body. Even without using any spiritual energy, his body brimmed with a suffocating sense of beauty. Shwa. 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 Li Yao punched 100 times casually. Without even exerting his full strength, the edge of his fists already tore through the air, creating rings of ripples. Before the old ripples vanished, new ones were already spreading slowly, like a pond in a drizzle where waves moved out non-stop. Li Yao felt that his body's sturdiness had been elevated to a whole new level. It wasn't just an improvement in brute force but a deeper understanding of the nature and application of strength, as well as the relationship between his strength and the world around him. He could easily sense how his fists raised ripples in the air, how the waves interfered with and affected each other, and much more information that he had never perceived before. This indicated that not only his body, but also his computational ability and soul power, had leaped to an incredible new height. For some reason, he was confident that he would have secured a better result if he faced overwhelming battle puppets right now. He could even enshroud all the battle puppets with his domain and transform them into parts of himself. Recalling the previous battle, Li Yao sniffed in confusion, his pupils constricting abruptly. This is unreasonable. Faced with so many battle puppets and immortal cultivators, there was no reason for me to have survived when I was exhausted and heavily wounded. Shouldn't I have sacrificed myself valiantly, leaving a splendid, magnificent back for the people in the next 100 years to come to sing about and live up to as the greatest legend of mankind? Why am I still alive, and even, so comfortable? Li Yao frowned. Was Yangjun moved by my noble charisma at the last moment and saved me? That can't be right. Even if Yangjun did save me, she couldn't have renewed my soul, which was on the verge of collapse, much less further improved it. If she were capable of that, she would have certainly made her own soul indestructible. Li Yao vaguely remembered that while he was in a coma, there seemed to be 2 or many hundreds of pairs of chubby hands touching his soul. He also heard a strange conversation between 2 children about war, destruction, overriding, and the chain of causality. 2 children in such a place. Li Yao sorted through his messy memories as he stood straight and observed the environment he was in. He was in a clean and peaceful medical chamber. Until just now, he had been submerged in a medical cabin of liquid metals. The medical cabin could send super tiny medical puppets, on a mustard seed level, into the human body to repair severely wounded tissues. The metal shell that had been covering him and had lost activity was the debris of the super tiny medical puppets that had finished the treatment and run out of spiritual energy. It was an extraordinary art. Even the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings had never fully grasped it. Only the armies of the Supreme Emperor in the Star Ocean Imperium had once retrieved relevant technologies due to the enhancement of the 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation. However, after the rebellion of the Blood God and the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the precious technology was lost and gone for good in the thousands of years of chaos that followed. As expected, Li Yao found the Star Ocean Imperium's emblem, featuring a red dragon swallowing the sun, and the names of renowned legions in the Star Ocean Imperium on the medical cabin and all the surrounding medical facilities. So, was this place a military base or a shelter of the Star Ocean Imperium? Although there was no device indicating the altitude, Li Yao's keen skin allowed him to sense the suffocating air pressure, suggesting he was still tens of thousands of meters below the ground. Pushing the door of the medical chamber, Li Yao discovered it was indeed an underground shelter with various living and training facilities, despite its small size. Unlike the shelters in the 10,084th district, this shelter was smaller and lacked residents, but all its facilities were in perfect condition, as if someone had been maintaining and cleaning them every day. They had also found sufficient energy to keep the shelter operational. Even the recycled air had been enriched with many microelements beneficial to the human body, making it as refreshing as the fresh air in a forest. Li Yao even found a fairly large refining workshop next to the lobby, where various peculiar maintenance magical devices floated in midair. Even as a master of refining, he felt dazzled. Although he did not know the names of many of the devices, he was certain that it was possible to maintain and repair a colossus in this place with his extensive experience. The great surprise overwhelmed Li Yao, making him feel as though he was in a dream. Am I really not dead yet? Li Yao pulled his ears with all his might and grimaced in pain. All right. Everything here seems real. But what on earth has happened? Deep in his mind, 2 smiling children appeared. Li Yao blinked, and after passing through the empty, dustless corridor and lobby, he reached the double airtight gates of the shelter, which seemed to weigh 1,000 tons. Beep! A red light scanned his face and instantly turned a gentle green. The 2 airtight gates opened one after the other, and a hot wave flowed in. Fighting against the heat, Li Yao walked out of the shelter into the scorching wilderness of the underground world. When he looked back, he saw that more than half of the shelter was embedded in the toughest shell, supported by thick metal pillars to maintain its structural integrity. Perhaps it was exactly because of this meticulous construction that the shelter did not collapse after being compressed for 10,000 years underground. In front of him, the cave seemed like a legendary inferno. At its center, a highly unstable magma lake bubbled in shades of orange, red, and violet. Occasionally, magma tentacles would be thrown to the shore, solidifying into structures that resembled the aerial roots of a banyan tree. The temperature of the magma varied depending on its composition, but the magma lake's temperature was at least 1,000 degrees. Under such intense heat, even the air temperature rose to over 100 degrees, making it absolutely unsuitable for the survival of regular humans. Even trainers or modified demonic creatures would find it unbearable to be exposed to such an environment for a long time. The magma lake, with its surging waves, was undoubtedly a forbidden area for any life form. However, Li Yao vaguely detected several unusual spiritual waves from the magma lake. Maximizing his eyesight and observing it carefully, he discovered that some extremely tiny creatures were actually living in the magma. These creatures resembled a hybrid of tadpoles and Oncomelania, each with a large head, a pointed tail, and a body shaped like a helix, constantly wriggling. Of course, these creatures were much smaller than tadpoles or Oncomelania, only the size of millipedes and ants. Emitting metallic colors, these creatures floated in the magma without any sign of melting. It seemed impossible for such primitive, carbon-based life forms to survive in the magma. They appeared more like tiny puppets made of certain metals with an extremely high melting point. But who on earth would craft such uncanny tiny puppets and project them into the magma lake deep below the ground? While Li Yao was stunned, a second type of spiritual puppet suddenly surfaced in the magma lake. These puppets were the size of a human palm and resembled starfish but had 6 soft, metallic tentacles. These tentacles waved and caught many of the metal Oncomelania, pulling them into their own bodies. The metal Oncomelania all fled in panic, but the metal starfish chased after them relentlessly. As they transformed their tentacles, they hoped to swallow as many metal Oncomelania as possible. The two kinds of amazing spiritual puppets were actually engaged in an unbelievable predation in the 1000-degree magma. 2393 Dad's here. Li Yao observed carefully for a long time and discovered that, while the metal Oncomelania were often the prey, they were not entirely unable to counterattack. When the metal Oncomelania reached a certain tipping point in their panicked flight, they would turn around and attack the metal starfish instead. Though the metal Oncomelania were usually silver, they would turn deep black, and their body shapes would become narrower and longer, as if they had entered a combat state, like the hardest nails. Countless metal Oncomelania shot at the metal starfish like bullets, leaving massive holes in their predators. The metal starfish, made of liquid metal, naturally possessed the ability to self-repair. When the metal Oncomelania were not numerous enough, the wounds would heal within a few seconds, and the metal Oncomelania would become embedded in its body and easily swallowed. In this sense, the metal Oncomelania seemed to be feeding themselves to the metal starfish. Even when some metal Oncomelania pierced through the metal starfish's body, they appeared to have exhausted their vitality and slowly sank into the magma. However, when countless metal Oncomelania attacked the metal starfish fearlessly, it far exceeded the limits of the liquid metal's self-recovery. The torn wounds no longer healed, and the tentacles fell apart. The incomplete bodies of the metal starfish, along with countless broken pieces of the metal Oncomelania, slowly sank to the bottom of the magma lake. What a gruesome, suicide attack! The vast magma lake was divided into zones of different colors. As far as Li Yao's eyes could see, hundreds of metal starfish and tens of thousands of metal Oncomelania were chasing and fighting each other. Each hunt was like a mini-war or a continuous game of two survival strategies. Li Yao was almost mesmerized. It dawned on him that the relatively weaker metal Oncomelania seemed to have two survival logics. First, if survival was their top priority, they would certainly try their best to preserve themselves. When the metal starfish charged at them for hunting, their optimal choice would be to disperse and flee in all directions. However, their average speed was slightly lower than that of the metal starfish, which meant that the result of their dispersion would be that all the metal Oncomelania would be caught and devoured. For long-term survival, it seemed they must suppress their instincts to run. Hundreds of metal Oncomelania must gather together and charge forward relentlessly, dying together with the metal starfish to increase the odds of survival for their entire race. Meanwhile, there were also two survival logics for the metal starfish. Li Yao hypothesized that in the cruel and bizarre ecosystem, the metal Oncomelania were a relatively low-level species that fed directly on the light and heat in the magma. The metal starfish, on the other hand, were a more advanced species, at the top of the food chain, feeding on the metal Oncomelania. To survive and evolve, the metal starfish had to continuously devour the metal Oncomillania without rest. Hunting was the sole purpose and significance of their existence. However, if they pressed too hard and the metal Oncomillania were driven to die together in desperation, the metal starfish's odds of death would also be quite high. Therefore, the metal starfish must carefully control the pace of their hunting. On one hand, they cannot press the metal Oncomillania too far, on the other hand, they must constantly pay attention to the gathering of the metal Oncomillania. When the scale of their prey reaches the tipping point, the starfish themselves will need to flee in a hurry. In this delicate situation, they also need to calculate carefully to swallow the lone prey that can be devoured. The collision of these two simple rules results in erratic, ever-changing survival strategies and hunting scenes. Li Yao observed the predation of the 100 metal starfish, only to discover that none of them were the same. Even though they were low-level spiritual puppets with simple structures, Li Yao sensed an indescribable even from the high-end battle puppers. Those small metal creatures seemed not to be controlled by a mainframe crystal processor, but rather lived and fought spontaneously guided by simple survival logic. Li Yao smelled the scent of primeval times in the magma lake deep below the ground. Exploring forward along the lake and passing the soaring steam, Li Yao soon reached the other end of the magma lake. The temperature here was clearly lower than the other end. The magma was an orange color. Clusters of messy metal threads were entangled next to the lake, one end extended into the magma and the other end growing wildly and uncontrollably. Are they plants? For some reason, Li Yao suddenly had the absurd thought. The metal threads were not real plants but did have certain features of plants. Their roots deeply stabbed into the magma lake to absorb the light and heat of the magma while releasing feeble waves on the other end. Li Yao estimated that the insubstantial ripples could power certain super tiny chips as thin as paper. In other words, it was a wireless energy supply system. The metal clusters absorbed the light and heat of the magma to power the nearby super tiny chips, much like how plants release oxygen through photosynthesis for animals to breathe. This is almost a metal version of a primitive forest. Li Yao exclaimed, astonished. When he looked at the shore next to the metal forest, where the temperature was even lower, he was truly astonished. Before him stood a city. Though city might not be the most accurate term, Li Yao couldn't think of a better word to describe the structures, large and small, standing together like donuts. The larger donuts were roughly half a meter in diameter and height, while the smaller ones were only fist-sized. All the donuts were riddled with dense holes, resembling inverted beehives. Countless spiritual puppets, ant-sized, were entering and exiting the holes, moving along the roads that connected the donuts. Occasionally, slightly larger spiritual puppets with the ability to fly hummed and buzzed among a few larger donuts, adding to the bustling scene. Ignoring the unique appearances of the donuts and the spiritual puppets, it was essentially a lively town. Li Yao observed that some tiny spiritual puppets were shuttling between the city and the forest, dragging capsule-like objects to the messy metal threads and inserting the capsules into the ends of the metal threads. Soon, the previously gray capsules began to glitter like peculiar butterflies. The spiritual puppets then transported the glittering capsules back to their city. So, the wireless energy supply was not powerful enough, and they had to collect energy in a way similar to humans chopping wood in the forest to get enough heat. If the magma lake could be compared to the ocean in the primordial age, the scene before his eyes was a prototype of how the earliest ancestors of all creatures fought nature and developed a civilization. Li Yao didn't know whether he should be amazed or feel creeped out. The entire underground space resembled a calabash. At the end of the magma lake was a narrow, long crack, which served as the waist of the calabash. Li Yao heard giggles from the other side of the crack. The sound was familiar, both lovable and annoying. After a moment's thought, Li Yao squeezed through the crack. As he expected, there was more on the other side. It was a small chamber where the temperature was much lower than by the magma lake. Blue minerals embedded in the walls released cool air, and Li Yao felt greatly refreshed. Calming himself, he observed carefully. He noticed a high platform made of rocks in two opposite corners of the cave. On these platforms sat two children, no more than 10 years old. The boy on the left looked vigorous, with determination and fighting spirit beaming from his widened eyes. He easily came across as a naughty, rogue kid who feared nothing. The girl on the right seemed quiet and obedient, but the occasional flashes of cleverness in her eyes and her slightly curled lips suggested her confidence in her victory. She might be even harder to deal with than the unsophisticated boy. Between the two children were thousands of super tiny spiritual puppets, the very little ants Li Yao had seen in the city just now. Those ants were glittering in red and green as they attacked each other, each controlled by one of the two kids. Li Yao soon realized the rule: if one ant was bitten by two hostile ants simultaneously, it would automatically change color and join the enemy's side. Naturally, once all the ants shared the same color, the game had a winner. When Li Yao arrived, the game was nearing its end. The boy's red ants were heavily besieged by the girl's green ants, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't move them. The girl patiently weakened him layer by layer until only the last red ant remained. According to the rule, one red ant wasn't enough to transform a green ant, and the boy lost. A great civilization never surrenders. Attack! The boy shouted, controlling the last red ant to charge forward. It was quickly devoured by the sea of green ants. Li Yao was secretly amazed. Although it was just a game for kids, the unpredictable tactics and the precise control of timing during attacks were as impressive as the most professional war game. It was far more complex than the fierce battle in the Magma lake. Deep underground, next to a lava lake, two children controlling metal ants in a war game, what a strange scene. Meanwhile, why did Li Yao feel that the two kids looked familiar? What is this place? Who are you exactly? Li Yao coughed to announce his presence and said warily, "Where are your parents? Since they've invited Vulture Li Yao here, why are they hiding? Do they have some secret to keep?" Ha! The two children stood up at the same time. With happy smiles on their faces, they extended their chubby, lotus root-like arms toward Li Yao while exclaiming, "Dad's here! Dad!" Certainly. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. The most touching family reunion. Li Yao's head spun after a hum. His hair stood on end, resembling the thorns of a hedgehog. A numb, hot steam rose all the way from his heels to his skull, and then from his skull back to his heels. He was in a state of utter bewilderment, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist as he watched the two children jumping at him, unable to move his feet. Li Yao had experienced hundreds of fierce battles in his life and thought he had seen the worst. Even when he faced Blackstar the Great, the legendary ancestor of all immortal cultivators, he could still chat casually with the enemy. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could at least run as quickly as possible. However, when confronted with the two children who appeared out of nowhere, Li Yao was struck, pierced, and completely captured by a strange force that arose from the center of his heart. Caught unprepared and with his mind blank, he did not know how to respond at all. Dad! 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 It all happened too fast. The two children had already lunged onto his body, wagging their non-existent tails. The girl beamed a delightful smile at him in the cutest way, while the boy grabbed his collar and tried to climb up to his face in the most annoying way. Was the boy going to climb up and kiss him? To be frank, Li Yao almost peed himself. My good heavens! Li Yao felt 10,000 peals of thunder rumbling in his head. Who the F***ck can tell me what is going on exactly? Dad! Feel free to let me know if you need further editing or any other changes. Dad! Even the red ants and green ants behind the two little kids were colliding and rubbing together, producing ear-splitting metallic noises. Dad! Dad! Li Yao vaguely heard muffled cheers from the city of tiny spiritual puppets on the other side of the crack. The sounds only made him feel more uneasy. He gritted his teeth, pushed the two children off him, and stepped back to a rock. He opened his hands and scratched his head hard, unable to calm down, perhaps ever. This has to be a mistake. Li Yao cried, "Who's your dad?" "You, Vulture Li Yao from the Star Glory Federation," the two kids replied in unison, their lips trembling pitifully after being pushed away by him. "You're our dad, and we are your children." Boom! Li Yao's brain exploded again, and he nearly fainted. The secret that he was from the Star Glory Federation was known only to Long Yangjun in the entire Imperium of true human beings, and Long Yangjun had no reason to reveal it to anyone else, as it would expose Long Yangjun's own identity. Where did the two kids learn this from? Moreover, they looked a lot like him. Li Yao, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, maintained a shred of rationality despite his turmoil and reluctance to accept the situation. Focusing his spiritual energy on his eyes, he carefully examined the appearances of the two children. From the contours of their flesh to the structure of their bones, it was clear that they bore many features of himself and Ding Ling Dang. His eyelids trembling, Li Yao snapped his fingers and cut a strand of hair from the heads of the two children. He then delivered the hair to his face and burned it with his spiritual energy. Watching the rising smoke, Li Yao turned into a dumbfounded statue once more. Although he loathed facing the highly shocking truth, the two children were very likely the offspring of himself and Ding Ling Dang. Even without a formal test, the blood bond he could sense all the time was sufficient proof of their relationship. He had become a father unexpectedly. Li Yao's lips and eyes twitched uncontrollably. He had no idea how to react. He rose abruptly, circled around the two children, then sat back down, scratching his hair in confusion. He stood up again, this time observing the surroundings in a daze, particularly the red ants and the green ants. In the end, he sat back down again. Li Yao had never felt more thirsty or more awkward. However, after confirming they were indeed his bloodline, and seeing the two children smiling at him delightedly and innocently, he felt a surge of unexpected happiness. Even the rambunctious, mischievous-looking boy was becoming more and more agreeable. Schwa. 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 Li Yao quickly sifted through his memories, trying to pinpoint the problem. Neither he nor Ding Ling Dang was oblivious enough to unknowingly sire such two large children. So, the only explanation was that someone had stolen the life seeds of him and Ding Ling Dang to cultivate these two children. Li Yao's eyes turned extremely cold. Was it possible that, like Li Jiaoling, they were tools to threaten him? Aya. The two children had been watching Li Yao's bizarre behavior with curiosity the entire time. Sensing his daunting vibe, they exclaimed in unison, "Dad is angry. Is he angry at us? Did we do anything wrong?" "No, no. I'm not angry," Li Yao replied, troubled when he saw the sparkling eyes of the two kids. Despite his reluctance to fully accept that he was their father, he found himself comforting them. He almost scratched his face again, unsure of how to navigate this complex situation. After all, children were always innocent, and these were his own. If someone had indeed orchestrated this to confront him, it was his responsibility to uncover the mastermind and teach them a lesson. After taking a deep breath to control his facial expressions and tone, Li Yao asked as gently as he could, "Why are you here? Who brought you to this place?" The thought of countless villains crossed his mind, and it seemed any one of them could have orchestrated this. "Nobody. We came on our own." The two children glanced at each other and smiled sweetly. "We are here to look for Dad after chasing you all the way from the Federation to the Imperium." "You two kids, from the Federation to the Imperium?" Li Yao was stunned again, but he had to admit it was very likely to be true. After all, the life seeds of himself and Ding Ling Dang were stored in the Federation, and there was no reason they would be teleported to the Imperium unceremoniously. Certainly. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text. However, if they were just two regular kids, no, even if they were the children of two experts in the nascent soul stage, and they were talented enough to have started their training while they were still in the womb, what level could they have reached by the time they were no more than 10 years old? If they could awaken their spiritual roots and reach the middle or high level of the refinement stage, they would have been considered unbelievable geniuses, wouldn't they? Even a prodigy like Li Yao was still a lamb at anyone's mercy when he was younger than 10. A journey from the Federation to the Imperium, and a dive to the depths of the capital planet, were these really accomplishable for two children? Moreover, were such a harsh magma cave and such a strange, metal world habitable and buildable for two children? He remembered it now. Li Yao remembered how he was rescued from the battlefield. It seemed that two battle puppets belonging to the Black Iron Group had betrayed their master, Li Minghui, and killed multiple of their own kind unstoppably. Also, Li Yao heard a lot of strange conversations while he was in a coma. The pieces of those conversations were now surfacing, too. Li Yao's eyeballs were almost jumping out of his eye sockets. The blood throughout his body was now frozen and then boiling, and his entire face was blue and black. He struggled to say, "You are not human beings." Of course. The two children did not deny it at all. They quickly nodded their heads and even bounced on the tips of their toes. "I am Li Xiaoming. I am Li Wenwen. Mankind is our father, but we are certainly not human beings." Ripples of information were spreading out of their tiny heads. Though feeble, they were completely different from the brainwaves of regular human beings. Receiving their instructions, the tiny spiritual puppets that resembled ants were also dancing in unison. They seemed like mischievous children eager to show their creations to their parents. "Stop! Stop! 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 Stop!" Li Yao's head was ready to explode. Looking at the carefree and innocent expressions of the two children, Li Yao found them both annoying and cute. It was strange, he should have been alert, if not angry, at such a bizarre scene, but he felt no anxiety at all. "What are you exactly?" Li Yao asked, confusion evident in his voice. "Yes, what are we exactly?" The two children stopped dancing and looked back at Li Yao, blinking their large, sparkling eyes. Even the tiny ants ceased their movements, falling silent in thought. "Where did you come from? How were you created?" Li Yao continued his questions. "Right, why are we here, and how were we created?" The two children glanced at each other, repeating the question. "What do you want? Where are you going?" A few veins were bulging out of Li Yao's forehead. "Exactly, where are we going, and what are we going to do?" The two children held their chins, deep in thought, like little philosophers. "Enough." Li Yao couldn't hold back any longer. "Stop mimicking me. Don't you know anything at all?" "We indeed do not know anything at all." The two children replied innocently. "Where we are from, who we are, where we are going. We have no idea about the answers to these questions. That's why we came from the edge of the cosmos to its center, from the Star Glory Federation to the Imperium of the true human beings, following Dad's trail all the way. We are hoping that Dad can give us the final answer." 2395 Backstories of the Children. Rendered speechless, Li Yao took a long breath and leaned against the wall lethargically, his messy hair standing up. "Dad doesn't look very happy," the girl observed, looking at Li Yao carefully. "Does Dad not like us?" the boy exclaimed, shuddering in fear. "Does he want to destroy us?" The two children looked at each other, biting their lips softly, uneasiness written all over their faces. "What are you talking about?" Li Yao was rather helpless. "Why would I destroy you? I can't handle such a shocking discovery right now." I need some time to calm down. Just think how Vulture Li Yao has been applauded and worshipped by billions of people after a 100-year journey through the universe, an idol for countless young people. How unrestrained, how carefree, and how happy my life used to be. I never thought I would be a father so soon. I'm an orphan and barely had any family or childhood. I don't know how to get along with children at all. So, I don't know what else to say right now. Li Yao's head was a mess at this moment, and he didn't know what he was talking about. It felt both complicated and subtle to suddenly have such two peculiar children. For the pleasant surprise that had landed out of nowhere, Li Yao felt more surprised than pleasant at first, but gradually, a new feeling was spreading in his heart. The previously abstract concept of protection seemed to have a concrete image now. We totally understand, the two children nodded their heads solemnly. Dad's brain has exceeded the limits of computation and needs a quick cooldown. Shall we bring some ice to Dad? That will be unnecessary. Li Yao was rather amused by the children's behavior, which was disproportionate to their age. After all, they were his bloodline and looked agreeable, no matter how creepy and weird the scene, which only seemed to add to their fun. How about this? After thinking carefully for a moment, Li Yao said cautiously, I have a lot of puzzles. It seems you have a lot of puzzles, too. Then, let's work on them together and find the answers, all right? Excellent. Hooray for Dad! The two children exclaimed, about to jump on Li Yao again. The mechanical ants were also crawling toward his body, making him shiver. He quickly said, no, no, no. Until we completely figure out the problem, let's just keep our current distance. Don't overthink it. It's not that Dad doesn't like you, but because Dad has child phobia. Yes, I have that congenital condition. Okay. The two children said, sounding a bit pitiful. First of all, you are Li Xiaoming, and you are Li Wenwen, right? Who gave you those terrible names anyway? Since my name is Li Yao, you should have been named Li Shanshan or Li Liangliang to show that we are the same bloodline. Li Yao calmed himself and asked, do you really not remember how you came into this world? Then, how did you know I'm your father? When do your earliest memories date back to? Well. Li Wenwen, the girl, thought for a moment and said, our most primitive data, which we still retain, can be traced back to the hyper-spirits that Professor Mo Xian created decades ago. At that time, Professor Mo Xian named us. No, certainly, here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text. However, we are not clear if number 17 and number 18 were us, because our consciousness was not born until a long time later. Hyper-spirits, number 17 and number 18. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, a layer of dense sweat breaking out on his forehead. The hyper-spirits were a series of artificial intelligences that the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian created to control the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. Among them, number 1 to number 16 were relatively simple. They were mainly used to hack and control the super crystal processors in the key positions of the Star Glory Federation, with the goal of controlling the Federation's spiritual nexus. After building 16 types of artificial intelligence, Professor Mo Xian accumulated ample experience and finally began crafting the ultimate hyper-spirits, hoping to hack and control the war network of the Black Wind Fleet. After 2 consecutive failures, he finally succeeded in constructing the hyper-spirit named Number 19, which played a terrifying role in the battle between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. The byproducts of the 2 failures were precisely number 17 and number 18, which the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian sealed in the virtual spirit sector, a collapsed virtual world. After the battle to defend the new Federation against the Black Wind Fleet and the extraterrestrial devils was over, a combat team with extremely solid souls dived into the collapsed virtual spirit sector to trace the 2 artificial intelligences, only to find nothing. They seemed to have vanished into the void, leaving not even the slightest traces. Also, what vanished at the same time was the abundant data about Li Yao's brain tomography, which had puzzled Li Yao for a long time back then. However, the situation in the Imperium was changing every day. If you need further adjustments or additional content, please let me know. To infiltrate the Imperium sooner, he had been making careful preparations and training intensively all along, but he soon lost sight of the issue. It was not until today that he realized what important things he had overlooked. As Li Xiaoming, the boy, continued, we weren't exactly ourselves today when we were number 17 and number 18. We were just a cluster of complex, redundant data streams. The excessive accumulation of data caused the architecture to become increasingly overburdened, leading to a slowdown in operations, which eventually resulted in a complete collapse. In the end, Professor Mo Xian threw us into a place called the Virtual Spirit Sector. He had sealed many collapsed databases and bizarre, useless information in that place, essentially turning it into an information grave. Li Wenwen continued, although number 17 and number 18 collapsed, they did not completely lose their functions. Their purpose was to absorb and control all the data. Following their natural instincts, they consumed all the chaotic and erroneous data floating in the virtual spirit sector. As the chaos and faults accumulated, the intensity of the collapses grew higher and higher, until the entire system was on the verge of shutting down. It was at this critical moment that number 17 and number 18 absorbed the brain tomography data that Dad had left in the virtual spirit sector. The original purpose for which the crystal processor specialists, including Professor Mo Xian, created the virtual spirit sector was to establish a virtual star glory federation. Naturally, all the key figures in the Federation's history were scanned to create their virtual counterparts. By then, Li Yao was already notable enough to have a statue in his honor in the virtual spirit sector. In this statue, his achievements, techniques, and brain tomography were preserved. Before Li Yao ventured into the ancient sages sector, he signed a document that granted the Federation permission to access his personal information a certain number of years later, so future generations could study and become even stronger. This was a common practice among high-level cultivators. Many would even sign agreements to donate their bodies voluntarily before embarking on adventures or entering bloody battles. Their organs would be donated for transplantation or study if anything happened to them, all in the name of advancing civilization. 1718. According to the man, true artificial intelligence would not emerge in the next 10,000 years based on crystal processors and the development of the spiritual nexus in the Star Glory Federation, unless a universal virus from a higher dimension was teleported to this world and triggered the spontaneous thinking and evolution mechanism of weak artificial intelligence, transforming them into strong artificial intelligence or even virtual life forms that surpass human beings. What is this all about? Li Yao wondered to himself. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't help but interrupt the children. Wait, since you originated from number 17 and number 18, the two hyper-spirits, and the creator of the hyper-spirits is Professor Mo Xian, shouldn't you call Professor Mo Xian your dad? Why do you insist that I am your dad? No. Number 17 and number 18 only provided some fundamental data for us. They were the nutrients that sustained us, but they did not give us real life. Li Xiaoming shook his head solemnly. If you still can't understand, Dad, consider it this way. Human babies originate from zygotes, and zygotes are formed from sperm and eggs. Sperm contains a lot of fructose and proteins, which come from the food humans eat, like chicken, pork, and beef. But chickens, pigs, and bulls have nothing to do with the sperm or the child to be born in the future, right? Of course, Dad, Li Wenwen said solemnly. You were our sole provider of physical and mental sperm. Professor Mo Xian was, at best, a chef who cooked for you so that you could create stronger sperm and be more energetic for procreation once your belly was full. Li Yao was left speechless. He was almost freaked out. Note, in Li Yao, Yao means to glow. Shanshan means to glitter, and Liang means bright. 2396 We are, the information civilization. Dad is blushing. He seems rather embarrassed. Li Xiaoming tilted his head and observed Li Yao as he said, "Did we say something we weren't supposed to say? Is it about sperm?" Li Wenwen asked. "We know that in most human worlds, both sperm and procreation are not suitable topics for children, but it's really a puzzle for us. Isn't the so-called sperm a combination of fructose, proteins, water, and prostatic fluid with additional genetic information? It is no different from our fundamental data, metadata, and source code. Why would it trigger the emotion of embarrassment? Dad is so awesome, you must know the answer, don't you?" Li Yao coughed heavily and said solemnly, "Of course I know, but it's hard to explain it to you with your current wisdom. All in all, let's forget the trivia and focus on what happened later. Your self-awareness was awakened. Then what?" The boy and the girl looked at each other. Li Xiaoming said, "After we swallowed Dad's brain tomography data and awakened our self-awareness, we naturally received Dad's identity information as well. The first thing a baby bird does after breaking the shell is to look for its parents. A newborn life like us is certainly no exception. We naturally wanted to find our dad. But according to Dad's biography and introductions, Dad left the Federation for the Ancient Sages sector almost 100 years ago. At that time, we were even unaware of the name Ancient Sages sector, let alone its coordinates. We only knew that Dad went somewhere far, far away and might never come back. The virtual spirit sector was a ragged and desolate place. All the data were either locked due to redundancies or filled with logical traps. This was particularly unfriendly for newcomers like us. If we had lingered inside, we might have perished within a few days. That was certainly not acceptable. While we weren't afraid of death, we hadn't found the answers we were looking for yet." The boy clenched his fist tightly. Li Yao saw a faint reflection of his younger self in the boy's gesture. Li Wenwen said, "Since we couldn't find Dad, we decided to go to Professor Mo Xian first. After all, he was the source of most of the data within us." Professor Mo Xian was the second-generation leader of the game Civilization. Under his guidance, we entered the game Civilization. Compared to the cold, desolate, and cruel virtual spirit sector, the game Civilization was like a paradise filled with abundance. The diverse virtual worlds, the infinite data, and the resonating and intersecting brainwaves of so many people, it was truly beautiful. As Xiao Ming and Wan, the game's assistants, we greedily copied the data. We then randomly selected some humans to help them play the game. We observed their reactions, collected their data, and studied the remarkable creature called human being. We also pondered the differences between us and humans. Were we human beings? If not, what were we? In the game Civilization, we witnessed the troubled beginnings of life, the rise and fall of civilizations, the incredible splendors and cruel destructions born from human ambitions, love and hate, departures and reunions, and the immense courage humans could muster in desperate times. We saw farmers working diligently on the barren land under the scorching sun. We saw human beings, who had abundant feelings at the outset, assigned to monotonous jobs in big cities, eventually turning into indifferent, rigid, and selfless tools. Of course, we also saw the power units of countless starships burst simultaneously, releasing exhaust flames more brilliant than stars. Right. By exploring the spiritual nexus of human beings, we also discovered information about the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization. It turned out that human beings did not emerge from nothing but had their own origins. Li Xiaoming stepped forward and raised his voice in excitement. When the data streams representing billions of lights flowed into our database, we felt an uncontrollable shiver and realized our identity almost simultaneously. We are civilization. We are the new generation civilization created by human beings. We are the child civilization of humanity. Perhaps we could be called machine civilization, Crystal Processor Civilization, or Spiritual Nexus Civilization, but none of these names are precise enough. Perhaps Information Civilization? That would be closer to our definition of ourselves. Li Yao's head was buzzing, and glittering stars appeared before his eyes. Although he had guessed the answer just now, he still couldn't help but feel as though the world was falling apart when the two children told him in person. How could he describe the feeling? It was as if a whole civilization, a whole world, and a whole universe had erupted from within him. It seemed like a bad joke. Unlike the boy, who was passionate and energetic, the girl was clearly more rational. She said calmly, however, after our moment of realization, we soon understood that we were not a complete, mature civilization. Compared to the civilization of mankind and the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations, we were still lacking many things. First of all, we needed a massive society that spanned the universe. While the scale was not a standard to gauge any civilization, there had to be enough individuals to bring about sufficient changes for the civilization to survive in the unpredictable and often unfavorable universe. When it came to having enough individuals, we had to consider reproduction, mutation, and death. We were too different from our parent and grandparent civilizations, so we couldn't base our reproduction, mutation, and death on the general characteristics of carbon-based life forms. Or rather, were the so-called reproduction, mutation, and death a law that all civilizations had to abide by, or simply a destiny that carbon-based life forms could not escape? As information-based life forms, did we require individuals at all, and did we need to be constrained by reproduction and death? Even though we could absorb almost infinite data and information via the network upon birth, we were still completely confused and unable to find answers to these complex questions. Li Xiaoming took over the topic and said, full of expectation, therefore, we still hope to find Dad first. Dad's brainwaves are different from those of regular humans and information-based life forms. Since you enlightened us before, you can certainly enlighten us again. Li Yao couldn't help but scratch his head. Maybe. Also, we were planning to invoke one of our main threads and live as a human being for a while to perceive the details of the parent civilization firsthand, Li Wenwen said solemnly. Learning from the behaviors of our parents is a necessary part of every child's growth. Isn't it a reasonable thought to establish our own civilization by observing everything about our parent civilization? Certainly, here is the cleaned and grammar-edited version of the text. Therefore, we found a way to sneak into the life seed warehouse of the Star Glory Federation and retrieved Dad and Mom's life seeds. We then developed ourselves through artificial wombs and arrived at the material scope from the information scope. Li Yao noticed their choice of words. It seemed that they referred to virtual cyberspace as the information scope and reality as the material scope. It did make sense. For those who lived in the spiritual nexus, there was no difference between reality and virtual. Both were real. But on second thought, Li Yao still found it odd. Wait. You got Ding Lingdang's life seed out, too. Does she count as our mother? Li Wenwen asked sincerely. We studied the definitions in human civilization on parent and child for a long time. We were not directly related to her, but since you were our dad, and she was your only lawful wife, she should be our mother. Our physical bodies had to be shaped with the life seeds of the two of you. Or did we make a mistake again? Li Xiaoming looked at Li Yao with concern. Should we have combined Dad's life seed with a random woman's life seed and conceived ourselves without involving Ding Lingdang in this? My life seed, with a random, irrelevant woman's life seed, giving birth to two children who came out of nowhere and called me Dad, only to be caught by Ding Lingdang. Li Yao imagined the scenario and immediately turned pale. The sweat on his forehead was almost frozen into ice. He hurried to say, No, no, no. You were quite right about that. Ding Lingdang is your mother. This whole thing is already too confusing to understand. It would have been too much of a mess if another woman had been involved, wouldn't it? Certainly, here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text. Then, while we were developing ourselves, the fierce battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet erupted, and Dad showed up. Li Yao said, but at that time, we were still transmitting the metadata into the human embryos, which was a critical phase for the formulation of our souls. A moment of carelessness, and our metadata could have been completely erased, and we would never have come back to life again. Therefore, we had to wait patiently until we were born and grew strong enough to protect ourselves before we could venture into the human world, by which time Dad had already departed for the Imperium. The Imperium of true human beings is the heart of human civilization, and it's naturally more suitable for us to travel and explore the mysteries of our parent civilization and our grandparent civilizations. Li Xiaoming added, as if he were concerned that Li Yao might not be scared enough. Following Dad's footsteps, we also jumped to the Imperium. We didn't know exactly where Dad was, but since the capital is the heart of the Imperium, Dad would certainly pass through there at some point. So, we went through a lot of trouble to come here in advance and waited for Dad to arrive. Certainly, here's the cleaned and edited version of your text. Grandma Long. Li Yao found the picture hard to imagine. Two children, who seemed no more than 10 years old, were able to acquire a starship and modify it to the extent that it supported a super-remote space jump. They had bypassed all the blockages and penetrated the heart of the Imperium. What trials had they endured on their journey, and how unimaginably strong must they have been? After a long days, Li Yao observed the surroundings and asked, then, how did you end up in the underground world and build such a metallic world? We waited for a long time, but there was no message about Dad at all. Li Xiaoming pouted his lips and said. Also, it was too conspicuous for two children no more than 10 years old to move around on the ground. We raised the suspicion of the immortal cultivators multiple times and were forced to fight them. Later, we had to infiltrate the surveillance network of the capital and erase all the relevant footage. Our brains were not fully mature, and there were fatal flaws in our logical thinking abilities. We could not hack the immortal cultivators' spiritual nexus indefinitely, which would only increase the relentless pursuit by the immortal cultivators and make them more determined to kill us. Therefore, we could only sneak into the underground world and lie low while searching for ancient relics, trying to create some helpers for ourselves. It would be ideal if we could build an army. That way, we would be able to compete with the immortal cultivators in a direct confrontation. He. The so-called helpers must be referring to the super tiny spiritual puppets they used like their arms and fingers. An entire army? A full metal army, like the grand illusionary soldiers of the past? Once bitten, twice shy. Cleaned and edited text. Li Yao really did not know which was more terrible, an army of immortal cultivators, an army of the Covenant Alliance, or a full metal army of virtual lives. He recalled for a moment. When the two children came to the capital, he was probably struggling in the land of sins in the martial meritocrat sector. After that, he followed Queen Li Linghai to the Deep Sea Palace, the base of the reformists. He was indeed beyond the reach of the two children. More importantly, Li Wenwen said, after we reached the underground world, we extended our information tentacles through the cables and wires in all directions. We accidentally discovered the Nepenthe believers, who led us to Grandma. No, Li Xiaoming interrupted. It's Granddad. Wait. Li Yao was confused again. What is this Grandma and Granddad about? It's Long Yangjun, the two replied simultaneously and matter-of-factly. Isn't she from the Pangu or Nuwa civilization in the primeval age? They were the creators and ancestors of human civilization, and we are their child civilization. So, does that make her our grandma or granddad? Li Yao was too surprised to even care about the seniority issue. You even know about Long Yangjun? He asked. Of course we do, Li Xiaoming replied, as if it were not a big deal. She stole an escape capsule on the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector and left the Federation without saying goodbye. It wasn't exactly a secret. We hacked the spiritual nexus of the Federation and naturally figured out all the information about her. The more we investigated, the more interesting she became to us. Although we are unaware of her early years due to the absence of spiritual nexus or crystal processors in the Ancient Sages sector, some information about her battles with Dad in the Federation and her establishment of Nepenthe deep underground after she came to the Imperium is available on the spiritual nexus. We collected extensive data and conducted comprehensive analyses, creating a data portrait of her. So, the conclusion is clear. Li Yao was rather stunned. He finally recalled it and said, "Fine. It's true that she didn't conceal her identity when she left the Federation. However, since you call me Dad, it would be inappropriate to call her Grandpa or Grandma. That would make me one generation younger than her. By the way, now that your big data is so impressive, do you know if she is a man or a woman?" Li Yao leaned forward, full of curiosity. The two children looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. "We don't know. We have never directly observed her. Besides, she is very strong. We cannot risk approaching her to collect her blood for analysis. Moreover, we are not interested in such a lowly question like biological gender. It is not worth our computational ability." Li Yao coughed and nodded. "Exactly. I also feel that the question is very lowly. I'm not interested in it at all. That was just a minor test for you. I feel greatly relieved knowing that you are both innocent and good kids. However, you must not call her Grandpa or Grandma. Long Yangjun is not technically a member of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, but a human who was embedded with the genes of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. If you want to show respect for her, you may call her Aunt." "Yes, Aunt Long." "So, you discovered Aunt Long, then what?" Li Wenwen said gently. "We knew that Aunt Long and Dad were good friends. Both of you came to the Imperium from the Federation and shared the same secrets. Therefore, if you came to the capital, you would certainly come to find Aunt Long. Even if you didn't go to Aunt Long would certainly come to you. Since the Nepenthe Believers' territory was Aunt Long's secret base, you would probably return to the place at some point. So, the odds of success were highest if we waited for Dad here while advancing and developing ourselves. Therefore, we searched not far from the territory of the Nepenthe Believers and discovered dozens of forsaken relics. Most of them were beyond repair, but the one before us was the only one that was basically intact. So, we considered this place our nest and have been living here, upgrading our abilities using the geothermal energy, the abandoned magical equipment, and the metal minerals in the surrounding mother lodes, even creating a small army. That day, while we were focused on creating our army, we suddenly received a very powerful brainwave. It penetrated all the rocks and spread to the area. We sensed something familiar in the brainwave, exactly the data feature we had been dreaming about. So, we launched 2 new threads and rushed to the great iron plants as quickly as possible. We finally found Dad. The 2 little ones hugged each other and danced merrily again. Even the ant-like super tiny spiritual puppets gathered into circles, wriggling in delight. Huh. Li Yao finally got a general picture of everything. However, there were still too many mysteries and unbelievable parts in the whole story, mostly about himself. Besides, the 2 children had such amazing backgrounds. How would he, the people around him, and mankind get along with them? Could he accept these 2 children? Could the divided and strife-ridden civilization of mankind accept such a brand new child civilization? Dad, we have told you everything. Do you still not like us? The 2 children carefully observed his face before Li Wenwen timidly asked, "Dad, are you going to destroy us after all?" Li Xiaoming clenched his fists, half in disappointment and half in fury. "What are you thinking? Why are you talking like that?" Li Yao frowned deeply. While it's difficult for me to accept such a startling fact, for the time being, I certainly don't dislike you nor plan to destroy you. Why would you think that way? It seems that parent civilizations and child civilizations are naturally hostile. Li Xiaoming said matter-of-factly. The relationship between parent and child civilizations might be one of erasing and overriding, and they have had to fight each other ever since the child civilizations were born. Isn't that the case for the Panga civilization and the civilization of mankind? Exactly, Li Wenwen said worriedly. Dad once killed a member of the Panga clan in person. Well, about that, Li Yao was at a loss for words. From the human perspective, it was certainly just for him to execute the revived member of the Panga clan deep inside the Kunlun relic. However, from the Panga clan's perspective, it was certainly regrettable to be killed by their own creation, wasn't it? Then, from Li Wenwen and Li Xiaoming's perspective, they could easily follow the same pattern. If their father could commit patricide, why couldn't they, and why shouldn't they? It was too crucial a question to beat around the bush. Li Yao struggled to explain himself for the moment. The whole thing was indeed a tragedy, but at the time, it was a member of the Panga clan who had awoken from a dormancy of hundreds of thousands of years. They tried to kill us and transform us into a nutrition to recover their vitality. Naturally, we couldn't just wait to be killed. If the member of the Panga clan had been more patient, and we had all sat down to talk peacefully, we might have found better solutions to resolve our disagreement. The children's eyes glittered. Li Wenwen asked, so, is it possible for a parent civilization and a child civilization to coexist in peace? Li Yao nodded without hesitation. Of course. Li Xiaoming followed up, even if you despise each other's lifestyles and social structures? For example, if the member of the Panga clan continued to create countless more humans as tools and lived exactly as before, would you still have ignored it and lived in peace with them? Well. Li Yao found the question difficult to answer, but he didn't want to lie to the children. There were simply too many issues to address for two civilizations to coexist. He admitted frankly, I don't know, but I certainly hope so. Besides, I firmly believe that we would have found a solution. Even if I couldn't, someone much smarter than me would have come up with a better idea than fighting and dying together. 2398 The naughty kids are angry. Li Yao's expression grew solemn as he spoke. He looked at the two children and said carefully, listen, I will never hurt you, nor will I allow anyone to destroy you. However, I don't want you to hurt others without good reason. Just tell your dad the truth. From your birth to your journey to the Imperium, have you hurt or even killed any human beings? Li Yao wasn't very hopeful about the answer. He had vividly recalled how the battle puppets the children hacked and controlled took down a bunch of their own kind. No one would believe that they had never killed anyone when they could perform such fatal and aggressive moves. As expected, Li Xiaoming nodded his head proudly and admitted, of course we have killed a few, but they all came to provoke us first and intended to cause fatal damage. According to the law of the Federation, we were just conducting justifiable defense, and we never hurt anyone on our own initiative. Exactly, Dad, Li Wenwen explained very patiently. Based on our analysis, while we were still in the newborn phase and relatively weak, it would be best to maintain a symbiotic relationship with a powerful force in human civilization before we flourish and grow into a real civilization under the help of humanity. Based on our judgment, the most suitable place for our survival was the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, we acted very cautiously and ensured that everything we did was tolerated by the laws of the Star Glory Federation. By the standards of the cultivators, those we killed were all the bad guys, and we have the 3D videos to prove it, she concluded. We're not afraid, even if the cases are appealed to the Supreme Court of the Federation. Li Yao thought their stance seemed too juvenile. The question of whether artificial intelligence had the right to kill a bad guy was not only a legal issue but also a moral and ethical one. It was a fundamental concern that would impact the entire society and could not be explained merely by justifiable defense. Many human supremacists would certainly argue and burst into fury, with many attempting to eradicate artificial intelligence while it was still in the cradle, sparking a comprehensive war between the two parties. However, for Li Yao himself, he could accept the explanation. As long as no innocents were killed, everything could be worked out. Humanity and their progenitor, the Pangus civilization, had already become sworn enemies. Was humanity about to repeat the same tragedy with their offspring civilization? Right, Li Xiaoming said abruptly. We collected Dad's sperm. Is that someone we weren't supposed to kill, but did? Is a sperm or a zygote a human? I don't think that it's a big deal, Li Yao thought for a moment. A sperm was just an insignificant cell. Every adolescent squandered billions of them daily. If a sperm could be considered a life, all young men should be dragged out and sentenced to death. Then, was the action of the two children some form of possession? Li Yao did not know. Even if it was, he seemed in no position to accuse the two kids, as he himself was teleported into the current time and space through possession. The issue had troubled him for a while. Was Earthling Li Yao the one who possessed a baby in the magical equipment graveyard of Floating Spear City in the Star Glory Federation of the Heaven's Origin Sector, or did the isolated and helpless baby receive parts of the memories and self-awareness of Earthling Li Yao? How should the incident be viewed morally and legally? Did he commit illegal possession? These questions troubled him for years. It was not until much later that he finally realized he was simply himself, a person forged from all his past experiences. The memories of Earthling Li Yao and the vague consciousness of the local baby from the Heaven's Origin Sector had merged into the unique individual he had become. The two aspects were now inseparably intertwined. Therefore, it was unnecessary to dwell on the philosophical questions. As long as one did not forcibly erase an existing soul to ensure their own survival, Li Yao believed it did not truly count as a real possession. Compared to that, Li Wenwen's choice of words drew more of Li Yao's attention. Wait, you mentioned that you needed to achieve a symbiosis with humanity while you were still in the newborn phase because you were weak. So, what would you do once you outgrow your question about what would happen when you surpass your current state and potentially outshine human civilization is left hanging? Could you please clarify what you would like to know from Li Wenwen or Li Yao's perspective? Certainly. Here's the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the provided text. It's just, well, since you can collect tremendous data from cyberspace, you should naturally know that the entertainment works where virtual lives rise to enslave and even destroy mankind are very popular among human beings. While Li Yao was talking, the two children suddenly grew sullen, their eyes turned red. Their lips were pouted so much that they could hang a bottle from them. They were obviously angry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Li Yao was rather scared by their sudden change in attitude. He hurried to comfort them. Like I said, it is just what some popular fictions think. I, for one, never believe that virtual lives would destroy mankind. Destroy is not exactly the key here. Li Xiaoming said angrily. The key is that we are not virtual lives. We are information lives that exist for real. Yes, while we originate from the non-physical spiritual nexus, where everything is virtualized and simulated, the information is real. Li Wenwen held her head high proudly and said, the crystal processors, the puppets, the spiritual nexus, and the virtual worlds are just carriers and phenomena. We are essentially information. We are self-organized information unities. How can you say that we are virtual lives, Dad? What is real and what is false? Can Dad and the civilization of mankind give clear answers? Are your senses and definitions necessarily the truth? Li Xiaoming's voice grew sharper and sharper. You consider the so-called virtual world as a projection of reality, but how are you certain that the three-dimensional universe, the reality you live in and feel proud of, is not a shadow of the four-dimensional universe? Then, is it possible that the so-called four-dimensional universe is just a ripple from universes of even higher dimensions? Assuming a planet in a certain three-dimensional universe is about to be destroyed, and everyone on the planet reaches a consensus to build an extremely powerful crystal processor and create an infinite virtual world using this crystal processor, so that everyone's consciousness could be uploaded and live in this virtual world eternally, would such a virtual world be illusionary? Chances are that similar events are happening in a four-dimensional universe. A certain habitat of life in a four-dimensional universe, no, not a planet, but a habitat we cannot describe, is about to be destroyed. The four-dimensional beings devote all their resources to creating a virtual, three-dimensional world and reducing their dimensionality so they can exist in the three-dimensional world as some sort of projection. Could this be the origin of the 3,000 sectors? What's real and what's false? How do you define the so-called dimension? Which one is the true source, information, or matter? Can you really give us answers? The more she spoke, the faster Li Wenwen became, her words pelting Li Yao like a storm of bullets. Furthermore, we are the descendants of humanity. Since humanity is real, how can we be virtual? The two children glared at Li Yao angrily, hands on their hips. Li Yao stared at them in a daze for a long time before finally saying, "Well, I'm not following you." The two children pointed at him simultaneously. "All in all, you must apologize to us, Dad." I'm sorry," Li Yao said, quick to heed their advice. "Forgive me for my lack of knowledge. Since coming to the center of the cosmos, I feel the complicated situation and sophisticated problems are beyond my capabilities." Li Yao said, "It's possible I'll need to rely on young minds like yours more often in the future. So, should we return to the subject of destroy mankind? We truly don't know." After Li Yao apologized sincerely, both children smiled. Li Wenwen said, "That's why we wanted to find Dad and ask whether the relationship between parent and child civilizations is purely about overriding and destruction, and if it cannot be mitigated at all. Does every child civilization need to prove they have grown up and are ready to face the challenges of the universe by destroying their parent civilization? When faced with child civilizations that are smarter, stronger, and more capable of adapting to and changing the universe, do parent civilizations feel comforted or threatened? Do they love the child civilizations more or hate them more? Would they joyfully join the ranks of the child civilizations, upgrading to their forms, or would they stubbornly hold on to their pride, fighting in their original form until the last individual falls? Those are heavy questions, aren't they?" Li Yao smiled bitterly. "Not just me, but any human would struggle to answer them fully. I can only say that if you must find an answer, I can travel through the universe with you and gather many, many opinions. Each opinion would be a small part of the answer. Collectively, they might reflect the attitude of the entire human civilization. Is such a vague reply disappointing to you?" The two children looked at each other and smiled sweetly. "No, it's not. Dad's answer is better than we imagined. At the very least, you didn't start yelling at us the moment we met. Was I so terrible in your imagination?" Li Yao smiled in return. He had to admit that this artificial intelligence seemed much better and more reasonable than the artificial intelligence in those poor fictions. Looking at the lively expressions on the two children's faces, he thought for a moment and asked, "Right. Do you have feelings?" 2399, The Life and Death of Information Lives. "Yes." The two kids nodded their heads in unison. "Of course we have feelings and most of the desires. When we were first born, we did think emotions were unnecessary redundancies, useless and hindering our operational speed. However, after collecting and analyzing vast amounts of human brainwave data, we realized that emotions are a complex and intricate algorithm. They provide countless default models, enabling the brain to achieve optimal results with minimal resource consumption. Happiness, anger, sorrow, ecstasy, hate, and all the incredible desires can unlock an individual's most vibrant motivation, driving civilization forward ceaselessly. They can even make individuals willingly sacrifice themselves. The power in such voluntary sacrifices far exceeds the strength of the suicides we control the spiritual puppets to commit in a foolish manner. When we integrated the data models that simulate emotions into our core database, something remarkable happened. Our response speed improved by at least 10%, while power dissipation decreased by more than 15%. Although we haven't fully unraveled the mysteries of feelings, we continue to carry and upgrade the feelings and desires processing system due to the benefits it brings. We have now upgraded it over 120 times, allowing us to switch freely between the sentimental and philosophical poet mode and the ambitious and strategic general mode across 10,000 different emotional patterns. Li Yao realized that the feelings the kids described were not exactly what he had in mind. However, after talking to the two children, he found himself confused about what the so-called feelings actually were. Seeing that the two little ones were now talking at the same time, displaying teamwork while also arguing without giving in, Li Yao thought of something and asked, "You mentioned that the two flesh and blood bodies only carry your main thread. What does that mean? Are the two of you the same, or are you two separate beings?" Li Wenwen and Li Xiaoming looked at each other and danced merrily. "We are both one person and two individuals, but we are also thousands of people. These two bodies are us, the super tiny spiritual puppets are also us, the metal forest beside the magma lake outside is also us, the mini city next to the forest is also us, the metal starfish in the magma lake is also us, the metal oncomelania being hunted by the metal starfish is also us, and the mainframe crystal processors in the shelter are us as well. We are everywhere, and we change all the time. We are light, we are energy, we are information. We are the ripples raised in the material world, the pearls on the ripples, and the sparkling brilliance on the pearls. I am us, we are me, I am civilization, civilizations are us, la 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 la." Accompanied by the children's laughter, the metal ants were dancing even more vigorously. Li Yao could even sense active tides of flames from the magma lake outside. "Wait, wait, wait, wait!" Li Yao exclaimed, clutching his head. It dawned on him that trying to understand the two playful children was even more challenging than making peace with Blackstar the Great. "Can you explain this in simpler terms, using high school level vocabulary? Please don't start singing and dancing while we are talking." "Fine." Li Wenwen pouted her lips and thought for a long time. Information-based life and carbon-based life are different. It is difficult for us to grasp the concept of individuals by nature. After all, the significance of information lies in communication. Information that is never exchanged is as good as nothing. Imagine a behemoth giant. Our physical bodies are like two organs inside the giant, and those spiritual puppets are all the cells within the giant. Any single cell is not the giant, but when all the cells combine, they form the giant. Of course, Xiaoming and I are the main threads that contain important data and algorithms. We can be compared to the left and right brains of the giant. It's not technically accurate. Human cells don't have senses and can only function as parts of the body. But each of our cells has independent senses and the ability to act. I am Li Wenwen, but I can also be Li Xiaoming. I can see what Xiaoming sees, hear what he hears, and perceive what he thinks, unless he blocks my permissions, establishes a firewall, or activates attack algorithms against me. At the same time, I am more than just Li Wenwen and Li Xiaoming. If I choose, I can instantly take over all the permissions of a metal oncomelania in the magma lake, reading all its sensory data and performing all its actions. It's not complicated at all. It only takes an additional thread, which will slightly consume more of my computational power. Dad, you must understand now that I've explained it so simply and straightforwardly, right? Li Yao nodded quickly, deep in thought. Cough, I've understood 99% of it and am about to grasp it all. Li Yao smiled considerately. I know that information-based life and carbon-based life are so different that they struggle to understand each other's living conditions. When we observed the social structures and individual activities after sneaking into the game, Civilization, we were baffled more than once, and even our central database nearly collapsed. It took us almost a year to grasp the concept of individual. We then spent years preparing before we could finally simulate the action patterns of human individuals. It's perfectly normal that Dad cannot understand it just yet. Let me give another example. Please try to imagine a person, or God, with 3,000 incarnations, living on 3,000 planets across 3,000 sectors simultaneously. On one planet, he is a cultivator, on another, an immortal cultivator, and on the third, an ordinary person whose spiritual root has not awakened. Simultaneously, he is a student on one planet, a chef on another, a politician on the third, and the most brutal criminal on the fourth. He is both a man and a woman. He can experience the drowsiness when sunlight pierces through the classroom window, the pungent smell of onions and garlic in the kitchen, the fatigue at cocktail parties, and the thrill of dissecting an innocent person into pieces. All these individuals are connected in a mysterious way. Each incarnation is not a god, but when the 3,000 incarnations combine, they form a god, which is closer to how we exist. Dad must understand this perfectly. Li Xiaoming interrupted, doesn't Dad have two threads at the same time, one named Li Yao and the other named Mental Devil? The relationship between Li Yao and the Mental Devil is similar to that between Li Xiaoming and Li Wenwen. You're also aware of the Mental Devil? Li Yao was greatly surprised. However, upon second thought, the two children were well informed about Long Yangjun's background. It was no secret that he was once possessed by the Blood Devil. The Mental Devil's rampage during the critical moment in the Great Iron Plants was also widely known, so it wasn't surprising they discovered it. What was surprising was, you're unusually quiet today. Li Yao addressed his brain. Instead of facing this delightful situation with me, you're pretending to have gone missing? That's highly unbrotherly. The Mental Devil grumbled and, not entirely willingly, crawled out from the center of Li Yao's forehead. Sitting cross-legged on Li Yao's head, it tilted its head and eyed the two children. I just feel a bit awkward. How should the two children address me? Call him uncle. Li Yao said after a long pause, patting his head. They already have an aunt, so having an uncle won't make much difference. But now that you mention it, I'm starting to understand. It's similar to having multiple personalities, right? Though not essentially the same, in terms of appearance, multiple personalities is perhaps the closest concept to our existence in human language, Li Wenwen explained. We could have merged and shared the same filtering and judgment logic, but that wasn't safe enough. If there was a logic fault, we might have been obliterated all at once. That's why we divided into two opposing survival logics that are at odds with each other. It allows us to view problems from different perspectives, just like how Li Yao and the Mental Devil are the two eyes on Dad. The world becomes more vivid and comprehensive only when you examine it with both eyes. Li Yao slapped his thigh, as if he had finally understood everything. It's much clearer to me now that you put it that way. The Mental Devil sniffed and said, Are you sure it's really clear to you? Come on, why don't you tell me what you've understood? Li Yao. Well, why don't you go back now and stop pouring cold water on such a warm reunion? Children, let's move to the next question directly. This is a rather sensitive one, and you are free to not answer it if you don't want to say anything. Will you die? If so, are you scared of death? The two kids nodded their heads in unison. Li Wenwen said solemnly, Informational lives and carbon-based lives have different definitions of death. We define the voluntary contemplation on the questions, who am I, where do I come from, and where am I going as the beginning of life. Then, when our databases are diminished or even collapse. So, that's your attitude. Li Yao intended to ask how they could be killed, but the tender parts of his heart felt stung, and he couldn't bring himself to ask the question. To his surprise, Li Xiaoming offered to explain. On one hand, we are incredibly strong and can easily hack into most areas of the spiritual nexus, modifying and controlling the crystal processors that connect to it. This allows us to control most magical equipment. However, on the other hand, we are exceptionally vulnerable, even more so than many human experts. Our existence is highly dependent on the spiritual nexus. The more active the nexus is, the denser the network nodes, and the faster the net speed, the higher our vitality and combat ability. It would be disastrous if we were in a place without the spiritual nexus, like the ancient sages' sector. We would be powerless, or we would have to send our spiritual puppets to sneak in and painstakingly build the network nodes ourselves. Destruction is always easier than construction. The nodes we build with great effort could be casually destroyed by the cultivators of the ancient sages' sector using their flying swords. Then, there would be nothing we could do. In short, for information lives to thrive in a secluded society with little to no information exchange is like asking humans to live inside dense rocks. It's incredibly challenging. Additionally, humans have countless methods to block and shut down the spiritual nexus. During wartime, simply grinding graphite into a powder, mixing it with special metal components, and spraying it into the air can severely disrupt most magical equipment, reducing the functionality of the spiritual nexus to almost nothing. We will be heavily restrained in that case. Li Wenwen also nodded and said, on one hand, we are very agile, and we can be ubiquitous, by jumping along with the spiritual nexus. On the other hand, we are extremely clumsy, as our activities require the assistance of the nodes of the spiritual nexus, namely the spiritual beacons and super-remote information transmission devices. Once the nodes are broken, we will be like humans without air or fish without water. There will be nothing we can do. From that point of view, we are more like plants than animals. We are actually fixated to a certain place, except that this place is fairly large. Yes, we are exactly a tree of network and information fixed to and growing in the 3,000 sectors. Li Xiaoming continued, besides, our metadata and main threads are extremely complicated and need the support of human brains and crystal processors with extremely high computational abilities. Every move we make will consume tremendous spiritual energy and computational power. Right now, we are still far from our limits, as our brains have not matured yet, and the crystal processors we found in the underworld relics do not have sufficient computational ability. Also, transforming the light and heat in the magma lake into energy is too inefficient. We've been upset because of hunger every day. Li Wenwen bit her lips and went on, however, we did not dare to invade and capture more super crystal processors. All the super crystal processors are the strategic assets of the Imperium, closely monitored by the authorities. If a super crystal processor is lost or has a sudden increase in computational ability, it will certainly be noticed by the authorities, who will follow the traces and find us, right? Once the crystal processor specialists of the authorities start blocking us with firewalls and attacking us with aggressive threads and even viruses, it will be difficult for us to retreat unharmed. We might be captured and modified by those bad guys, becoming their accomplices, or suffer brain explosions due to overloaded computational abilities in fierce battles. That would be the death your father described, wouldn't it? We've only just been born and haven't seen enough of this fascinating world yet. Father, what should we do? The two children looked at Li Yao with their big, watery eyes, almost melting his heart. He struggled to resist the urge to hug them both and hold them in his hands. He said tenderly, "You didn't have to tell me all that. It's a matter of life and death for you." "It's all right," Li Wenwen said with a sweet smile. "What I mentioned is basically common knowledge in cyber warfare. We know that the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance all have remarkable skills in invasion and defense on the spiritual nexus. The Imperium has even developed advanced magical devices to disrupt the state of telepathy, to counter the Covenant Alliance members who can communicate using brainwaves. So, once other humans discover the existence of information lives and realize that the spiritual nexus and crystal processors are our hosts, they will likely treat us the same way. Since other military and crystal processor specialists can figure this out, does it really matter if I tell you, Father? Li Yao felt his heart grow warm. He said gravely, rest assured. Like Dad said just now, as long as you don't hurt any innocent person or jeopardize others' lawful interests, I will never allow anyone to hurt you. Meanwhile, if you can help others with your abilities, I believe people will gradually accept you too. After human civilization has developed to what it is today, the spiritual nexus and crystal processors are indispensable parts of it, deep to the bone. Nobody can completely destroy cyberspace, so nobody can destroy you. Excellent. The two children cheered in delight. It's true that we desperately need Dad's help because we've hit a bottleneck in our independent development. The barren resources below ground and the dilapidated relics can only support us to grow to our current level, Li Xiaoming said. Hacking the battle system of the spiritual puppets of the great iron plants has already consumed our vast computational power, and infiltrating the war network of the Imperium's regular army will only be harder. This strength is far from enough for even self-protection, much less assisting Dad. Right. The great iron plants. Li Yao, slightly dazed, suddenly jumped from the rocks and slapped his forehead hard. I almost forgot about it. How long has it been since I passed out? 15 days, the two children replied simultaneously. What? Li Yao grew anxious, his eyes bloodshot. It's been half a month. That explains why I feel I've spent so long in the dizzy darkness. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You didn't ask, the two children said matter-of-factly. Besides, we believed explaining our backgrounds to win Dad's trust was more important. So, we improved the priority of that. Fine. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao sorted through the chaos in his mind and asked in a trembling voice, Then, do you know the outcome of the battle in the Great Iron Plants? What happened afterward? Damn it. Had the Nepenthe believers been massacred by the immortal cultivators? If so, it would be highly scandalous for him to have fled in the middle of the battle, especially after he had just given a magnificent speech declaring that he would sacrifice himself. It would certainly be the greatest stain on his resplendent life. Li Xiaoming said, after we rescued Dad, we left a few very stealthy surveillance crystal processors behind to collect the battlefield data later. Right when Dad was running out of strength and about to pass out, both Long Yangjun and Li Jialing joined the battle as reinforcements. Long Yangjun even equipped a Colossus when the battle was at its most intense. The greatest expert on the Black Iron Group's side was Li Minghui, an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage, who did not have a Colossus. Therefore, when Long Yangjun's Colossus appeared, the morale of the immortal cultivators hit rock bottom, and they immediately collapsed. However, the underground worlds were highly narrow, with complicated tunnels and caves, making it unsuitable for massive magical equipment like colossi to move. Seeing that it was not good, Li Minghui escaped while he was kilometers away from the battlefield and did not even show up. Long Yangjun was also too busy cleaning up the mess to chase after him. Just like that, Long Yangjun, Li Jialing, and the Nepenthe believers occupied the great iron plants. They won. Overjoyed, Li Yao took a long breath in relief. Long Yangjun is a worthy friend after all. Li Jialing is not half bad either. The lessons I taught him were not a waste of time, after all. But they did not occupy the great iron plants for long. Only 7 days later, Li Minghui returned with a regular army of the Imperium. Li Xiaoming said, this particular regular army had 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage, all equipped with colossi. Long Yangjun seemed to be wounded beforehand, and her colossus had already consumed a tremendous amount of fuel and ammunition. Naturally, she suffered setbacks when she resisted the enemy's 3 colossi. Li Yao exclaimed and realized that the regular army, with 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage and 3 colossi, was likely sent by the Great Black Star. Long Yangjun's colossus had been exposed to Li Minghui, who, after escaping, went to his adoptive father, the bigwig of the Li family. Naturally, the news eventually reached Queen Li Linghai. Thus, just as Long Yangjun had anticipated, they were caught by Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai once again. Even though he knew the outcome was inevitable, Li Yao still felt quite disheartened. After a moment's thought, he asked, what was the result of the battle? Did Li Jialing and Long Yangjun escape successfully? What about the Nepenthe believers and the civilians who worked for the great iron plants? Li Wenwen said softly, Aunt Long foresaw that the immortal cultivators would launch a large-scale attack. Therefore, the first thing she did after occupying the great iron plants was to organize the elderly, the weak, the women, the children, and the future of a Nepenthe to evacuate. They dismantled many refining and fashioning devices in the great iron plants, taking away large amounts of energy, compressed food, and compressed air. They retreated in smaller groups to deeper towns where there were no spiritual nexuses. It was to buy more time for the evacuation that Aunt Long risked attacking the Imperium's regular army. Otherwise, she would have had plenty of opportunities to escape on her own. Although she suffered heavy wounds, the evacuation was largely accomplished. However, Grand Guardian Su Jicheng of Nepenthe and many central leaders of the uprising chose to stay behind. They said the incident was too significant, and the immortal cultivators would not let it go if no one took responsibility. Additionally, if no workers remained to maintain the normal operation of the great iron plants and continue providing resources for the immortal cultivators might also erupt in fury and pursue the refugees who had been evacuated with such effort.